Of the first anniversary of the war in Ukraine, the US President Joe Biden made an unannounced visit to Kyiv. His visit was shrouded in secrecy as he was supposed to be leaving for Poland and instead was seen in Kyiv.
US President Joe Biden made an unannounced trip to Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Biden's visit was shrouded in secrecy. Zelensky welcomed Biden and said that the visit is an extremely important sign of support for all Ukrainians.
Thank you very much, press. Morning to everybody. Today we host President Biden. That is so important signal for us, and all we are proud of it. Thank you very much for coming, Mr. President. That is a huge moment of supporting of the Ukraine. And what can I say? I really appreciate that President Biden, American society, being from the very beginning of this tragedy, from the very beginning of this full-scale war, from the first days being together with us. First phone call of supporting was from White House to Ukraine. And thank you for your leadership. Thanks bipartisan support, thanks Congress. I think that is historical moment for our country and very important. Today we'll speak detailedly about the situation on the battlefield, but I think almost we'll speak about people, about Ukrainians, about Americans. I think that is huge and so difficult period for societies, and what we have to do to stop the war, to have success in this war, to make Ukraine more stronger, and how to win this year. You're very welcome, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
Biden announced $500 million aid to Ukraine.
Orphanages to schools to the like. It's barbaric. And I'm here to show our unwavering support for the nation's independence.
Close to the one-year anniversary of the war, Biden has reiterated America's support to Ukraine.
I say this, but I thought it was important that the President of the United States be here the day the attack began.
Zelensky has sought long-range weapons, whereas Biden has decided to send more weapons to Ukraine. Issuing a joint statement, Biden said that Russia's aim was to wipe Ukraine off the map.
The people of Ukraine, ordinary, hard-working citizens who were never trained to be military, the way they've stepped up is just, it's beyond heroic, and the whole world is looking.
Zelensky has termed talks with Biden fruitful. With the 5-hour visit of Biden aimed to send a strong message to Putin, all eyes will now be on Russia's Federal Assembly, where Putin is likely to make a statement. Will he speak on Biden's surprise visit? Remains to be seen. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A new 6.4 magnitude earthquake on Monday killed 3 people and injured more than 200 in parts of Turkey that were laid waste 2 weeks ago by a massive quake that killed tens of thousands. Several were left injured in the tremor that was centered in the town of Defne, one of the worst hit regions in the 7.8 magnitude quake that struck on the 6th of February. Hundreds of rescuers searched Monday for survivors of landslides and flooding that killed at least 36 people along the coast of Brazil's southern state of Sao Paulo. Following a huge weekend downpour, worst hit was the city of São Sebastião, where at least 35 people were left dead. A cyclone which is intensifying as it approaches the southeastern African coast has been labelled as dangerous by the United Nations Weather Agency. Monday, as nations brace for landfall, videos filmed by people in Mauritius showed strong winds violently shaking palm trees and bringing seawater onto the shores. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government has for the first time advanced a plan to overhaul the country's legal system, defying a mass uproar among Israelis and calls for restraint from the United States. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke about the significance of the US President Joe Biden's visit earlier in the day in his nightly video address on Monday, saying that the two had agreed that Russia must be defeated in 2023. The Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has discussed the war in Ukraine with officials in Warsaw, saying that her country has supported Ukraine since the start of fighting. She also discussed regional security and bilateral ties. The US President Joe Biden arrived last evening in Warsaw on a visit to Poland after leaving Kiev, where he made an unannounced trip to Ukraine and met with President Volodymyr Zelensky earlier. As the Michigan State University students and faculty returned to the East Lansing campus Monday, other students converged on the Michigan State Capitol to demand reform of gun laws. The demonstration came 1 week after a gunman killed 3 students and injured 5 others at the MSU. A suspect has been arrested in the killing of a Catholic bishop who was fatally shot over the weekend in Southern California in a crime that shocked the Los Angeles religious and immigrant communities, authorities said. Now, the person was arrested in the killing of the auxiliary bishop David O'Connell, who was found in his home with a gunshot wound and declared dead on the scene. Well, that's all we have time for on the Morning Express, but still to come on Live and Breaking. The Maharashtra cabinet will be in a huddle today as the chief minister calls for an emergency meeting. And Sonu Nigam is attacked in a film festival. Video shows his friend also being manhandled.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the 5th time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
So has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god.
The headlines at 9 this morning. Maharashtra cabinet in huddle mode as Chief Minister Eknath Shinde calls for a meet. After denying hearing on Monday, top court to hear Uddhav's plea today. NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding case, raids across 70 locations underway. Singer Sonu Nigam attacked at event in Mumbai by MLA's son. Singer's friend suffers injuries. Storm as Vadra Congress insults Prime Minister's father. BJP to take to the streets. Another big earthquake measuring 6.5 on the Richter scale jolts Turkey. At least 3 dead, over 200 injured. Hello and welcome to the day's first edition of Live and Breaking for all the top breaking developments of the day. I'm Rukma with you, and we start off with news and latest updates on the mega crackdown in the terror funding case. The NIA is conducting raids across over 70 locations in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi, Chandigarh, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. And to take us through what's happening, as far as updates and details are concerned, is my colleague Amandeep. Amandeep, give us a sense of where the raids have reached so far, when did they begin, and well, also more perspective as to what the NIA is basically looking at.
Well, Rukma, this is a major crackdown against the gangsters terror funding case, and in fact NIA has conducted the raids more than 70 locations including Punjab, Haryana, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. These are the states that majorly focused by the NIA, just because this gangsters network has been spread majorly in these states, and in fact now the NIA is trying to break the chain of the terror funding to these gangsters, which are having their strong links with the cross-border terrorists, as well as they are getting the financial assistance from the cross-border. This raid is being conducted in Punjab, just because multiple locations in Punjab have been searched by the NIA, just because gangsters, especially from Punjab, they are very much connected with the cross-border terrorists, and they are getting the financial assistance from them also. The one we are getting the visuals from Giddarbaha and even from in Haryana in Narnaul, these are the visuals we are getting, and some more visuals also we are getting from the Yamunanagar, just because the gangsters, residence has been searched out to find out any kind of evidence, document or something related to these funds they are receiving from the cross border and even linked to the terrorist as well. And that is the reason, just because several gangs are very much actively operative in India, especially in Chandigarh, including Lawrence Bishnoi gang, Goldi Barad gang, Bambiha gang, and even Jaggu Bhagwanpuria gang. These all are the gangsters that are actively operating on the ground of Punjab, and they are getting the financial assistance as well as directions from the cross-border terrorists. They are directing them to carry out certain kind of operations. Just because several RPG attacks, several target killings are happening in Punjab, it all just because of carried out by these gangsters on the directions of the cross-border terrorists. And that is the reason. In exchange, they are getting the financial assistance, they are getting the money, and that is the reason the NIA is now cracked down, a major crackdown against these gangster terror funding, from where they're getting the funds and in fact with whom they are linked to, and even how they are getting the directions with what intention. Just because some of the terrorists are sitting in Canada, some of the pro-Khalistani terrorists are sitting in Europe, Germany, and even the British as well. But now majorly the Pakistan is always in the focus, just because there are several pro-Khalistani elements are sitting in Pakistan. They are providing the directions to these gangsters to carry out certain kind of RPG attacks or the target killings in Punjab. And even these gangsters are blindly following their directions just because they are getting a heavy amount of money. So that is the reason. NIA has registered a case and now further investigation. This is the fourth round of raids, Rukma, in Punjab and different states to just break the network of these gangsters who are getting the funds from the cross border. Yes.
Well, many thanks, Amandeep, for joining us there and for bringing us all those details. And in other breaking developments, next moving on to the Sonu Nigam story, celebrated singer and songwriter Sonu Nigam, as we've been telling you, was attacked during the Chembur festival in Mumbai. The 49-year-old playback singer was reportedly coming down from the stage after performing live in a concert when a man identified as Swapnil Prakash Patarpakar held him. When Nigam's associates Rabbani and Hari tried to guard the singer, the accused allegedly pushed the duo and they sustained injuries. The accused, Swapnil Prakash, is said to be the son of MLA Prakash Patarpakar, a member of the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena. And it's believed that it was a scuffle that ensued over taking.
उसके बाद जब मुझे पुश किया तो मैं गिर गया, देखा होगा वीडियो में मैं नीचे गिर गया हूँ, हाँ मैं स्टेप पे गिर गया, तो मैं अगर मैं साइड में होता तो मैं गिर जाता, तो मैं स्टेप पे गिरा, तो मुझे बचाने के लिए रब्बानी आए और रब्बानी को तो उसने ऐसे पीछे किया तो उसके बच गया, वो मर जाता, वो अगर नीचे कुछ लोहा होता तो गया था वो। मैंने शिकायत दर्ज की है इसलिए ताकि लोगों को ये थोड़ा, लेकिन लोगों को थोड़ा सोचना चाहिए कि जब किसी को आप जबरदस्ती फोटो सेल्फी करते तो उसके बाद में एरोगेंस और ये धक्का मुक्की वीडियो में देखेंगे राइट है।
And these are visuals of the scuffle that ensued yesterday in that Chembur Film Festival, in which Sonu Nigam was performing live, which led to a scuffle. The singer manhandled. It was a case of a VVIP, the son of an MLA close to Uddhav Thackeray, who attacked Sonu Nigam over the issue of clicking a selfie. It was not just Sonu Nigam, but his close aides as well, who were manhandled, as you can see in those visuals that we've accessed. And Sonu Nigam's security aide was pushed from down the stairs. And in Sonu Nigam's words, you heard how dangerous that situation could have been. As of now, he has filed a case. And it's a case of, well, a VVIP, can we say, stressing that a selfie should be taken. Sonu Nigam has already filed a case in this regard, as he just mentioned in that bite you heard. And these are visuals of the incident as it played out. This is Chembur in Mumbai, and a film festival was underway. Sonu Nigam, the celebrated singer, was performing on stage when he was attacked as he came down after the concert. and Sandeep to take us through the latest updates. Sandeep, shocking incident of, a VVIP high-handedness, can we say, the son of an MLA, very close to Uddhav Thackeray, it appears attacked a singer in front of an entire audience, not just the singer, but his aides, security aides as well. Give us the latest in this regard.
Yes, in Chamber Festival there in Chambers, Sonu Nigam was there to perform, and in fact, while performing, in fact, when he was trying to leave the stage, Sonu Nigam with his associate Rabbani, in fact, was leaving from the stage, and on the steps of the stage was Prakash Partepekar, the MLA of Uddhav faction. His son, in fact, tried to take a selfie, and in fact, during this, there was some kind of verbal spat between them, and in fact, later on, he pushed Sonu Nigam and also one of his associate whose name is Rabbani, and in fact after this incident took place, Sonu Nigam and Rabbani went into Chembur police station and in fact registered their complaint, following which Mumbai police has registered an FIR against Swapnil Partepekar, the son of the faction MLA Prakash Partepekar, and in fact IPC 323, 337 and 341 are the charges that have been pressed against Swapnil. Now, when we spoke to the local DCP Hemraj Singh Rajput and we asked him about why this incident took place and what was the intention of Swapnil pushing Sonu Nigam, he said that prima facie it appears that it was it happened due to taking selfie. But ultimately, the biggest question out here is that Prakash Partepekar is the organizer of this very show. Then why, the serious question is that why the son of organizer was struggling to take a selfie with a celebrity like Sonu Nigam. So definitely there are several other questions which needs to be in fact investigated. Prima facie, Mumbai police has
well, Sandeep, I'll be coming back to you, so stay with us. We'll be hearing more on this. We're trying to get more voices. Atul Bhatkarkar on the phone joining us. What do you have to, Mr. Bhatkarkar, many thanks for speaking with the Republic TV. What do you have to say about this shocking incident? You know, a celebrated singer assaulted by the son of an MLA.
It is shocking and horrible incident, first thing. And strictest action should be taken against the son of MLA, but not only son, against the Uddhav Thackeray MLA also. Those who are involved in this attack, they should be punished. They should be arrested with immediate effect. And this type of incidents should be stopped in the state at any cost. That is our demand.
Well, many thanks, Mr. Bhatkalkar, for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. Let's go across now. We have our Sandeep, my colleague who's been covering this story from the moment it broke, had more conversations in this regard. Let's listen in to one of them.
It was a live concert performance by Mr. Sonu Nigam at Chembur. So after finishing his performance, he was stepping down from the stage. At that time, one of the person who was present on the stage, he hugged Sonu Nigam from behind. At that time, he was obstructed at the steps only. And in that process, actually, Sonu Nigam was manhandled over there. And two of his companions, they were pushed from the stage downside. In that incident, one of the companion of Sonu Nigam, he got injured over there. And accordingly, we have taken one FIR of Mr. Sonu Nigam with IPC sections 341, 337 and 323. And personally, Mr. Sonu Nigam has denied this angle.
What kind of sections have we put against the accused Swapnil Partepekar?
It's IPC section 341, 337 and 323, and only one person who has obstructed and manhandled in that particular incident. And in that particular incident, one of the person has been injured, and he has been taken to hospital for just preliminary the treatment. And he was there with Mr. Nigam at this police station.
What was the intention? Of this incident? Why did he push Sonu Nigam? Is there any kind of clarity that we have found, or what was in fact said by Sonu Nigam himself?
In FIR, he hasn't mentioned anything, but it will be a process, and it will be a part of investigation. It will be cleared in that.
As far as social media is concerned, in social media it is being widely circulated that as he has raised his voice in regards of Azan, and that is the reason he was in fact attacked by the son of an MLA. What do you have to say about that?
Actually, for that, even Mr. Sonu Nigam was saying it was just a case of for a snap in front of media, or for personal use. So it is nothing like the angle which media is showing. It's nothing. It hasn't been yet disclosed by anyone apart from the social media. And personally, Mr. Sonu Nigam has denied this angle.
What kind of sections have we put against the accused Swapnil Farthak?
It's IPC section 341, 337 and 323.
And viewers, you heard what the police had to say on the matter in that detailed conversation with my colleague Sandeep. Going across to Sandeep once again. Sandeep, clearly the police in that conversation confident of taking action, of being able to, have some closure as far as Sonu Nigam is concerned.
Yes, at this point of time, police immediately registered the case in regards of the complaint of Sonu Nigam, and in fact, remember, several sections of IPC have already been pressed against Swapnil Farthak, and in fact, police is yet to record a statement. Police is yet to call him at police station. But yes, yesterday we also tried questioning the father, the organizer of this very event, Prakash Farthak, and the MLA of the faction. But he was tight-lipped. It is a very shocking incident which happens with a celebrity, and in fact, remember how gruesome it is that his associate Rabbani was also pushed from the stairs, and in fact he got a major shoulder injury. Definitely it will be crucial to see what kind of actions are initiated as the case has been registered, whether Mumbai police will arrest Swapnil Farthak or not. This is something that we have to look after, and in fact it will be very much important to see how he is been dealt by Mumbai police.
Right. And Sandeep, you stay on that story. It will be very interesting, as Sandeep was just telling us, on the kind of action that is taken by Mumbai police in this matter. Swapnil Farthak, it's a case of celebrity selfie craze clearly gone wrong there, as you can see in those visuals. Let's move on now, folks, shifting focus to other top stories that we're tracking. NIA conducts searches and raids 70-plus locations in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi, Chandigarh, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. This is regarding a case registered by the NIA against gangsters and their criminal syndicate. A working committee meeting of the Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena will be held today. According to party officials, a decision on staking claim on party funds and takeover of other offices of the Shiv Sena will be discussed at the meeting. Supreme Court denies urgent hearing of plea by Uddhav Thackeray faction, challenging Election Commission's move to allot party name Shiv Sena and symbol of bow and arrow to the faction led by Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
After Nagaland, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to sound the poll bugle in Meghalaya, as he will visit the state today to address 2 election rallies in capital Shillong. BJP state unit to hold demonstration and candlelight vigil today against the recent murder of an army man in Krishnagiri district. In a statement, BJP state unit president K. Annamalai has alleged that the law and order situation in Tamil Nadu has been deteriorating in the state and offences committed by the ruling party members are on the rise. A woman principal of private college in Indore in Madhya Pradesh is critically injured after an ex-student allegedly pours petrol on her and sets her ablaze on Monday. According to police, Vimukta, principal of private college in Simrol area, has suffered 80% burns and is in a critical condition. Delhi Circuit Court seeks reply of Delhi police and jail authorities on applications moved by Aftab Poonawalla, accused in the Shraddha Walkar murder case, seeking his educational certificates, along with a legible soft copy of the charge sheet. A 28-year-old woman died on Monday, the 20th of February, days after she was allegedly set afire by her live-in partner following a dispute over drugs in northwest Delhi's Aman Vihar. According to police, the police received information regarding the admission of the woman with burn injuries at SGM Hospital on the 11th of February. When the police reached the hospital, the woman was found unfit to record a statement. Further details are awaited. A 20-year-old woman named Sadia Kaushar was killed by her father Mustafa Ahmed and 2 brothers in Chakradharpur after they found her talking to her boyfriend at night. According to Superintendent of Police, they threw her body in a tube well, suspected that she was raped. It was earlier suspected that she was raped and murdered by someone. An FIR on younger brother of Peethadhishwar Pandit Dhirendra Krishna Shastri of Bageshwar Dham has been registered after video surface of Shaligram Garg, younger brother of Peethadhishwar Dhirendra Krishna Shastri of Bageshwar Dham. Famous Shaligram by the name of Chote Maharaj is seen threatening people by taking out a dagger at a wedding ceremony while smoking a cigarette. During this, Shaligram was also seen abusing and assaulting people. Time for a short break. On the other side, storm as Vadra Congress insults Prime Minister's father, BJP to take to the streets. Also coming up, another big earthquake measuring 6.5 in magnitude jolts Turkey, at least 3 dead, over 200 injured.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Daksar area of the Ramban.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்னசாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the fifth time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so...
Struck the country as well as Syria on the 6th of February. At least 3 dead, over 200 injured. Fresh missile provocation by North Korea. 2 more ballistic missiles launched in a second test in the past 72 hours. And in a major reprieve for former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, a Lahore court has come to his rescue, granting respite from arrest for 2 weeks with protective bail. US President Joe Biden visits Kiev in a surprise move, announces $500 million aid to war-ravaged Ukraine. Yet another mass shooting in the United States. 3 teenage girls shot dead in Texas. Mega showdown in Israel as thousands rally outside parliament against country's legal system. And we slip into a very short break here, but coming up on the other side, all the updates and the latest in Uddhav Thackeray's plea in the Supreme Court. After denying him a hearing on Monday, the top court is likely to hear the plea today. Also, NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding cases. Raids across 70 locations by the NIA underway.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்னசாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the fifth time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the city in Delhi.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்த உடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
A very good morning. Thanks for tuning in this Tuesday morning. Let's begin this edition with a quick look at the top headlines. Maharashtra cabinet in huddle mode as Chief Minister Eknath Shinde calls for a meeting. After denying hearing on Monday, top court to hear Uddhav's plea today. NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding case, raids across 70 locations underway. Singer Sonu Nigam attacked at an event in Mumbai by MLA's son. Singer's friend suffers injuries. Storm as Vadra Congress insults Prime Minister's father. BJP to take to the streets today. Another big earthquake of magnitude 6.5 joules Turkey, at least 3 dead, over 200 injured. Alright, we begin this edition with newsbreak coming in from Jharkhand, where the ED raids are underway in at least 24 locations. In fact, we're given to understand that these are raids across the country, including in Ranchi, linked to Virendra Ram, an engineer in Rural Development Ministry in the Jharkhand government. So, raids underway at 24 locations. Raids also taking place in Ranchi. We're given to understand that the raids are linked to an engineer in Rural Development Ministry of the Jharkhand government, Virendra Ram, who's facing the ED heat. The search is being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate in at least 24 locations across the country. Alright, we'll try and get more details on this, but these are ED searches that are underway at several locations. In at least 24 locations across the country, the raids are linked to an engineer in Rural Development Ministry, Virendra Ram. In the Jharkhand government, the raids are also taking place in Ranchi. We'll just try and get more details on the ED searches that are underway, but these are the details are just trickling in. The latest information coming in on the ED searches which are underway linked to money laundering case is what we're given to understand in at least 24 locations across the country. We're given to understand that the ED searches are also underway in Ranchi, which are linked to Virendra Ram, an engineer in Rural Development Ministry, Jharkhand government. So Hemant Soren's minister, who's also facing heat of the Enforcement Directorate, the raids underway in at least 25 locations across the country. And we have Prakash also joining us to give us more details. Prakash, if you can give us any details, more details that you're picking up on the ED searches that are underway in Ranchi and several other locations.
The Enforcement Directorate is conducting raids at 24 different locations across the country, including Ranchi, linked to the engineer in Rural Development Department of Jharkhand. And the person called is Virendra Ram, and his associates' houses are also being raided. And this is linked to the Manrega scam. And remember, earlier Pooja Singhal, the mine secretary who was also in charge of the Manrega, was also arrested under similar charges for corruption. And after further investigations by the NIA into the Pooja Singhal case, and corroboration of evidences and putting the pieces together, it has come to notice to the ED that Virendra Ram is also one of the kingpin in this entire scam that took place, as a result of which Pooja Singhal was also arrested and black money were transferred into different accounts, and as a result of which 19 crore of money was recovered from the CEO of Pooja Singhal. Now, this man is a very key kingpin. So, as a matter of fact, ED has raided his premises. We'll await what kind of recoveries have been made from this person's premises, the raids that are underway. Back to you.
All right, Prakash, thank you for getting us all those details. Moving on to news coming in from Pakistan, where former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan was granted 2 weeks protective bail by the Lahore High Court on Monday amidst the high drama that was witnessed inside the court premises, where hundreds of Imran Khan supporters had gathered to show solidarity with the former Pakistan Prime Minister.
As the Shehbaz government seeks to put Imran Khan behind the bars.
मुल्क का हाल ये IMF की वजह से नहीं हुआ, ये उस खातूने खाना की वजह से हुआ है जो असल में खातूने खाना थी, जो एक एक फाइल पे दस्तखत के बस 5-5 कैरेट के हीरे की अंगूठी मांग रही है। ये मुल्क को लूटने पर लगे थे, जेबें भरने, जो आवाम को आज कह रहे हैं ना जेलें भरो, वो अपने 4 साल जेबें भरने पर लगा था, इसीलिए मुल्क का आज ये हाल है। अभी जो कल परसों ऑडियो आई है वो परवेज इलाही साहब की सुनी है ना, क्या कह रहा है? कह रहा है जस्टिस मुजाहिर अली नकवी की अदालत में बेंच बनवा दो ताकि हमारा मामला हल हो जाए। इस मुल्क को ईमानदार जजेस की जरूरत है, ईमानदार जजेस की जरूरत नहीं है। वो कानून के आहिनी हाथ जो नवाज शरीफ के लिए फौलाद के हुआ करते थे, आज इमरान खान के लिए वो मोम के हाथ क्यों बन गए?
In a breather for Imran Khan, Lahore High Court granted protective bail for the next 2 weeks. Khan is under the scanner in an anti-terrorism case and has now been granted respite from arrest. Meanwhile, Section 144 has been imposed in Lahore for the next 7 days following a mega showdown threat by Imran's supporters. But the big question is Imran's arrest the top focus for the Pak government at a time when it is in complete shambles? Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Now, in more news coming in from Pakistan, as the country continues to grapple with severe financial and economic crisis and is yet to get a bailout from IMF, it is now seeking aid from a private firm, Rothschild and Company. Pakistan is also seeking a debt restructuring advice from one of the top firms across the world. This is the Rothschild and Company, from which Pakistan has sought a debt restructuring advice. This, of course, in the backdrop of the country awaiting a bailout package from the IMF. So while the country is still to get the relief package from IMF, it has now approached Rothschild and Company seeking a debt restructuring advice. And we'll just put out, in fact, those are the visuals also on your screens right now of the Pakistan Prime Minister holding meet with the team of Rothschild and Company, which is the world's leading independent debt and restructuring advisor. This, of course, while the country has not received any bailout from IMF yet. Also news coming in that Pakistan has imposed taxes on luxury imports, as well as it grapples with severe financial crisis. We have a senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, also joining us. Abhishek, if you can quickly put this into perspective for us, is there any scope when it comes to helping Pakistan with the country now approaching one of the top debt restructuring advisors? This is Rothschild and Company, to seek advice as it reels from the financial crisis.
Even the Rothschild themselves are in some difficulty. I think they were delisted in a couple of exchanges in Europe. But having said that, they have a history of being in the industry of restructuring debt. So obviously, that seems like a professional advice. But what is important is, Samiksha, that the IMF position is very clear that the Pakistanis really have to go into an austerity mode, and then they have to increase taxes. They have to make their rich pay tax, and then they have to channelize subsidies in a manner that the finances get in order. It's going to be a long ask. It's not going to happen overnight or in a couple of months. I think that's why in a quick fix Rothschild have been rostered in. But remember, for example, there is a Pakistani expatriate in the United States who anonymously donated $30 million to Turkey for the earthquake relief. But the same Pakistani gentleman obviously does not have trust in his own country and is not giving that money to his own state, his own government, his own people. So that's really the dire straits. We had IMF chief Kristalina Georgieva just day before yesterday saying that Pakistan has to get its house in order and behave like a country before we give the next tranche of loan. So obviously, dire straits. A bill has been passed, taxes raised, duties imposed, but the impact of all this is going to be it's going to be a while before the impact of all these raised taxes is going to be seen in Pakistani finances. This, of course, shows the intent of the government because it's fighting with its back to the wall, but impact on the ground is a while away. Also, of course, it has to be mentioned that the bill that was passed in the Pakistani National Assembly yesterday evening, the quorum was not present against a minimum required of 86. Only 68 MNAs or the MPs were present, which means this can be challenged in a court of law if the opposition so desires. So Pakistan heading into an election cycle. Yesterday we saw Pakistani president announcing elections out of the blue. This is not yet end of the story, and Pakistani issues, troubles with the economy continues.
Yes, and Abhishek, like you've put it, it doesn't seem like even hiking of taxes would really help Pakistan at this stage. But stay with us. We have Kaswar joining us live from Pakistan, Islamabad. Kaswar, if you can give us a sense of the problems being faced by the people in general. We understand that the fuel taxes are at an all-time high. In fact, the commodities prices are also hitting the roof. What is the situation on the ground?
Well, let me tell you, Pakistan is in the middle of crisis, and Abhishek has rightly pointed out that trust deficit still exists between the IMF and Pakistan as well. And regarding your question, I can confirm you from Islamabad that most of the people have actually lost purchasing power in Pakistan. So this is the sad story from nuclear armed Pakistan. So more than 60% of people have been badly affected by the high rising inflation that has gone beyond 38.4 and above, and it is expected to rise in the future as well. So this is a sad story, and IMF and Pakistan deal is not matured yet. Pakistan is trying hard to secure some sort of relief from IMF, but as of now, IMF has not even given a green signal to the Pakistani government. So this is why, this is perhaps the fact that the Pakistan is actually exploring other, option as well. And one of the options is, as you have rightly pointed, the Pakistani Prime Minister has been holding meeting with Root Channel Company as well. That is a debt servicing company. It means if Pakistan strike a deal with this company, it means another flood of inflation will be moving to Pakistan, and more than 70% people of Pakistan can be badly affected by the high rising inflation. Let me tell you, Pakistan is an agricultural country, but on the ground, people cannot even afford to purchase a bag of 5 to 10 kg of bag of the flour. This is a sad story I'm telling you from Islamabad. So Pakistan is in the middle of crisis. On one hand, the economic crisis is haunting Pakistan. On the other hand, a political, crisis is building up in Pakistan. So I don't see any type of relief for the people of Pakistan. And when we talk about the people of Pakistan, it is actually the middle and lower middle class of Pakistan that has been badly affected by the rising inflation. And one thing more important that Abhishek has, raised a very valid point, that the millions of the Pakistani living abroad, they don't trust this regime. As you have rightly, as he has rightly pointed out, when a man walked into a Turkish embassy and he handed $30 million, dollars for the people of Turkey, it was an aid. But we never seen such type of good gesture from Pakistanis to the people of Pakistan or to the current regime as well. So this is what I can confirm you. Pakistan is a fix. On the one hand, is the economic crisis. On the other hand, it's the political storm building up. So the Pakistani, the middle and lower class that compose more than 60% of the total population of Pakistan, they are the biggest casualty. And rising inflation have crushed these two classes. And this is what I can confirm you from Islamabad.
Yes.
With a side note.
Yes. Kasar, just a follow-up question. If you can give us a sense of what exactly is the view of people also in general on the ground. Are they very angry at the Pakistan government, and how is the opposition in Pakistan trying to build that pressure on the Pakistan government to give some relief to the common man?
Well, coalition government in Pakistan is badly fixed. People are extremely angry. I have met the people. I have seen most of the people who have actually gone mad on the current regime because they were expecting that following Imran Khan's regime, that they believe that that regime was not even a good regime for the people of Pakistan. But they were expecting the coalition government can, give some sort of relief for the people of Pakistan. But sadly, the coalition government could not deliver on many fronts. I am telling you, it's an agricultural country that produces wheat, flour, and other things, and export to the world as well. But what has turned out, that is, most of 60% of people cannot even afford to buy 5 or 10 kg of wheat and flour. This is the sad story. That reality is the people are strongly agree, and this has actually pumped fresh blood in opposition. The main opposition leader is Imran Khan, and Imran Khan has beautifully, cashed this situation. And no, the people are extremely angry, and they have gone mad at the current regime. Imran Khan has actually got their back. This is what I can tell you from the moment. Opposition is actually on the receiving end, but the coalition government has badly failed to deliver, and I don't see their future in, as they are going to next election. They will badly,
Kaswar, yes. Thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. So, Kasper, they're reporting live from Islamabad. Latest, of course, coming in that Pakistan has now approached a debt firm. This is a private firm to seek a debt restructuring advice. This, of course, while Pakistan awaits a bailout package from the IMF. NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding case, raids on in at least 70 locations in the country. Singer Sonu Nigam attacked at an event in Mumbai by MLA's son. Singer's friend suffers injuries.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the 5th time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே
ETO साहब अमृतपाल सिंह रनिंग अ कैंपेन डिमांडिंग द खालिस्तान, गवर्नमेंट क्यों साइलेंट है? ETO साहब गवर्नमेंट कोई जवाब नहीं दे रही है उस पे. ETO साहब इफ यू कैन आंसर जस्ट बिकॉज टू क्लियर द स्टैंड ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट. ETO साहब व्हाई द गवर्नमेंट इज नॉट टेकिंग एक्शन, व्हाई द गवर्नमेंट इज साइलेंट?
And a quick look at news and brief from across the globe. A new 6.4 magnitude earthquake killed 3 people and injured more than 200 in parts of Turkey that were laid waste 2 weeks ago by a massive earthquake that killed tens of thousands. Hundreds of people were injured after another earthquake shook neighboring Turkey. In fact, Syria, the tremor was centered in the town of Syria, one of the worst hit regions, with magnitude 7.8 earthquake that struck on 6th of February. Hundreds of rescuers searched for survivors of landslides and flooding that killed at least 36 people along the coast of Brazil's southern state of Sao Paulo following a huge weekend downpour. Worst hit was the city where at least 35 people were killed. A cyclone which has only been intensifying as it approaches the southeastern African coast has been labelled as dangerous by the United Nations Weather Agency on Monday as nations brace for its landfall. Videos filmed by people in Mauritius showed strong winds violently shaking palm tree leaves and bringing seawater onto the shore. Prime Minister Netanyahu's government for the first time advanced a plan to overhaul the country's legal system, defying a mass uproar among Israelis and calls for restraint from the United States. Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke about the significance of US President Joe Biden's visit earlier in the day in his night video address, saying that the two agreed that Russia must be defeated in 2023. Italian Prime Minister discussed the war in Ukraine with officials in Warsaw on Monday, saying that her country has supported Ukraine since the start of the invasion. She also discussed regional security and bilateral ties. US President Joe Biden visited Poland after leaving Kiev, where he made an unannounced trip to the country and met President Zelensky earlier in the day. As Michigan University students and faculty returned to the East Lansing campus on Monday, other students converged on the Michigan State Capitol to demand reform of gun laws. The demonstration came 1 week after a gunman killed 3 students and injured 5 others at the university. A suspect has been arrested in the killing of a Catholic bishop who was fatally shot at over the weekend in Southern California in a crime that shocked the Los Angeles religious and immigrant communities. The person was arrested in the killing of Bishop David O'Connell, who was found in his home with a gunshot wound and declared dead at the scene. A very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you the latest as after denying a hearing on Monday, Supreme Court all set to hear Uddhav's plea today. NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding case, raids on in at least 70 locations.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the 5th time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்னசாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பெடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnabji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்னசாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பெடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnabji.
Well, news just coming in, we are now learning that the movie The Kashmir Files has won in the best film category at the Dada Saheb Phalke International Film Festival Awards that were announced Monday. Now, the Kashmir Files has won the Best Film Award, and Anupam Kher taking the Most Versatile Actor of the Year award for the same film. So, it is a win for the Kashmir Files, which has won the Best Film Award at the Dada Saheb Phalke International Film Festival Awards that were held Monday. So pictures on your screen are of the awards that took place yesterday. So this is the Dada Saheb International Film Festival Awards that were given out yesterday, and of course the list of winners also includes other actors, including Alia Bhatt, who received the Best Actress Award for Gangubai Kathiawadi, and also Best Actor Award was given to Ranbir Kapoor for the film Brahmastra. So those awards, of course, also did include the Best Film Award for the Kashmir Files. So there you have it on your screens. These awards took place yesterday. So the Kashmir Files winning that award, and also, of course, Anupam Kher winning the Most Versatile Actor of the Year award. So big win there coming for the Kashmir Files, which has won the Best Film Award at the Dada Saheb Phalke International Film Awards of 2023. The award ceremony was held yesterday, and the director Vivek Agnihotri has tweeted saying that the award is dedicated to all victims of terrorism and to all the people of India for your blessings. Mr. Sushil Pandit on the phone line with us. Mr. Pandit, good morning. Thank you for joining us. A big win coming in there for the Kashmir Files. It has won the Best Film Award at the Dada Saheb Phalke International Film Awards last night. Also, of course, being seen as a vindication of what happened in Kashmir and to the Kashmiri Pandits.
See, first and foremost, I would like to congratulate the makers and the crew of the Kashmir Files, the film, and it is a great moment. Congratulations, good work, and please continue the work. Now, as far as your question is concerned about vindication, let me tell you, this genocide does not need a vindication of a film jury or validation from a film jury. The victims, the testimonies, the evidence of it is crying out for not only attention but justice, recognition, acknowledgement. And you cannot deny them this by simply shutting your eyes to it or ignoring it or simply turning brazen deniers of it. And two, Dada Saheb Phalke Award has honored itself by honoring the truth. The truth doesn't need film juries and film awards to become a fact, to become a truth, to become a reality in life. I'm sick of seeking validation and seeking acknowledgement from those who have not bothered ever in the last 33 years to even talk about it and look at it. So, first of all, thank you so much, Dada Saheb Phalke, for acknowledging good talent, good work, hard work. But this is not for validation of my genocide. This may be validation of good work, good cinema, good story, good skill. But as far as my genocide is concerned, the validation has to come from those under whose nose this was allowed to happen, from the criminal justice system which has failed us, which has failed the victims and survivors of a genocide. Validation has to come from those human rights organizations who make a living out of tragedies, who are conflict entrepreneurs, those who have been in denial. Validation has to come from those who have been tasked with the idea of preventing such genocides and have failed at it. Their apologies, their seeking forgiveness, their doing their job will be the validation that these victims are looking for. Not from Dada Saheb Phalke or Goa Film Festival or Cannes or Oscars or anyone else.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
All right, Mr. Pandit, thank you for joining us. Also joining us on the phone line is Lalit Ambardar. He's also an activist. Lalit, how do you see this? We were just speaking to Sushil Pandit, and he says that yes, it is a story that has been told and needed to be told. But beyond that, of course, kudos to the filmmakers to having brought out this issue.
Yes. We have been into activism for the past 32 years, trying to communicate with the rest of India, to tell the story of Kashmiri Hindu genocide to our compatriots around the nation, and also to make people aware of Kashmir Jihad, because as I said, Kashmir Jihad is not limited to Kashmir only. It's just the Himalayan end of the Eastern Arc. But they have eyes on Delhi. If we do not contain Kashmir Jihad in Kashmir, if we don't take cognizance of what Kashmiri Hindus have suffered as genocide, then already we have dozens of Kashmir emerging in the rest of India. So what the film has done, wherever I was not able to reach physically all these years, this film has reached out to nook and corner of the world. Now people know the Kashmiri Hindus have suffered a genocide, and it's this page and truth story. There's no fiction around it. So what I appreciate about the film is this has been able to create awareness a lot more than what we have been doing for the past 30 years. This has helped us, supplemented our efforts. But at the same time, like Sushil has pointed out, the government of India is a judiciary that has to formally acknowledge what Kashmiri Hindus have suffered as genocide. You see, not one murderer, rapist has ever been convicted in the past 32 years. And you know what were the tools of genocide? Rape, murder, and mass murder. And every crime, every murder, every rape was so horrible that it created fear psychosis in thousands remaining Hindus, Kashmiri Hindus there. So I think this film is being recognized as a good film, technically good, content is good, and Dada Saheb Phalke Award is being given. We congratulate. But at the same time, I, as an activist, do credit the filmmakers that our messaging, it has helped us do the messaging. People are more aware of it. But at the same time, government of India has to take a cue. Because I remember when Narendra Modi went to America, he had the hands of Kashmiri Hindu representative in America in his own hands and said, "Aap logon ne bahut sa hai, you have suffered a lot." But the formal acknowledgement of Kashmir Hindu genocide, which continues. Remember, it has not ceded even today.
All right, Lalit, thank you for joining us. I think we've also now joined on the phone line by Mr. Kher. Mr. Kher, good morning. Congratulations. You've also received an award as the most versatile actor, rather. Also, Mr. Kher, do you feel that, as we talk, this film has reached a large number of audiences, and perhaps the message that it sought to deliver in terms of telling that tale of what happened to the Kashmiri Pandits, in that sense, it has achieved a huge amount of success?
Yes, it has. It's a great, gratifying feeling. It's an amazing feeling. Apart from the cinema that it has been acknowledged by the Dada International Film Festival, the brilliance of the film, but also the cause of the Kashmiri genocide, Kashmiri Hindu genocide, has also reached out to millions of people. And this award establishes a certain kind of authenticity that the film has been trying to bring into the world. Yeah, it does feel that.
Now, Mr. Kher, one part of it is to tell the tale of what really happened. There are versions in which a large number of Kashmiri Pandits felt that this was something that was repressed. But the other part of it is the beginning, really, of a catharsis process, really. It's only once people acknowledge what happened that, measures and steps are put in place to perhaps bring justice. So in that sense, do you also feel that the film may be the beginning of a catharsis?
But at the end of it, I think it's the healing process which is important. Nothing can sort of replicate, nothing can sort of change about the wounds and the hurt that one has felt as a Kashmiri Pandit. But healing is important, and this process will it's the beginning of the healing, what you are talking about. Catharsis is something which you sort of completely get it out of your system, which I don't think it will ever happen. Because when you are thrown out of your house, when your relatives are killed, raped, then it's very difficult. But healing has started because people are acknowledging it. For 32 years, nobody was acknowledging that something like this even happened. So I think it's the fact that people know about it worldwide, this has happened, and the recognition like this, like Dada Saheb Phalke Award, I think it will certainly start the process of healing, yes.
My final question to you, Mr. Kher. Now that, we are talking about the healing process, the fact that people know about it, the fact that people acknowledge it, millions have seen it around the world, what, according to you, would be the logical next steps now for Kashmiri Hindus, many of whom now live in different parts of the world and perhaps in their minds are still hoping for some sort of justice?
I spoke to my mother. I'm going to put that video out yesterday. I spoke to my mother for something else, and she out of blue said she wants to go to Kashmir. I said, why do you want to go to Kashmir? She said, my parents, my forefathers, everybody stayed there, and I want to visit that place. So I think, and I think change takes a little time to register. But at the end of it, this is a beginning of an acknowledgement that this happened. And it will take a process for Kashmiri Pandits to finally go back and get some kind of a place over there. But I'm optimistic. Abrogation of Article 370 was a very, very big step towards that. Not only for Kashmiri Pandits, but also a lot of other minorities.
Right. So you feel that process perhaps has begun with the abrogation of Article 370, because as you're pointing out, there are a lot of Kashmiris, who live abroad and who've now started to make that journey back home.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of people are going there. A lot of people are. You see, it's very easy for somebody to say that, why now the settlement should have happened? Why isn't it's not. When you are thrown out of your houses, it's not only the building, it's not only the walls, it's not only the roof that goes out of your system. It's the memories. It is the air that you breathe. And now the process will start where we will feel that, okay, there is a future. Maybe not my generation, maybe my younger generation or the third generation will finally say that many years later, they will say the process began in 2020 or 2021.
Right. Mr. Kher, appreciate your speaking to us. Congratulations once again. Thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. So that was Mr. Anupam Kher joining us on the broadcast. I think we've also got on the phone line with us Ashwini Bhatt, another activist joining us. Ashwini Bhatt, good morning. How do you see the fact that this film has been recognized at another film festival? As we were talking to others, it appears that the big part of the victory is actually taking the tale of what happened in Kashmir to thousands of people, or maybe to lakhs of people who had no idea about it.
Exactly. At the outset, I would like to first congratulate the cast and crew of it's such an irony that a film being made on our genocide that's very funded for the world of the taken cognizance of it. And it's such a pity that a film is required for that. On the cost, 500,000 Hindus scattered all across the globe, out of their homes and births, are living testimonials of the genocide that happened in 33. And it is still continuing. It's still continuing. It's such a pity that both from executives as well as there have not been, the genocide has not been exposed, and the perpetrators have not been hooked, for that. Even till day, organized organization for CKPD, and we are on 25th and 26th of February. I'm not sure whether pick that up. That's just a threat letter, against us for a peaceful
Mr. Bhatt, I'm sorry, your audio is getting disrupted in the middle, but thank you nevertheless for joining us. That was a very poor audio connection we had with Mr. Ashwini Bhatt. But the big news coming out right now, of course, is the fact that the Kashmir Files, I beg your pardon, has won the Best Film Award at the Dada Saheb Phalke International Film Festival. Also, another award for Anupam Kher coming in. He's won the Most Versatile Actor of the Year award at the festival. The NIA is conducting searches and raids at over 70 locations in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi, Chandigarh, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. This is regarding a case that's been registered by the NIA against gangsters and their criminal syndicates. A working committee meeting of Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiva Sena will be held today. According to party officials, a decision on staking claim on party funds and the takeover of other offices will be discussed. The Supreme Court has denied an urgent hearing over a plea by Uddhav Thackeray's faction challenging the Election Commission's move to allot the party name, the Shiva Sena, and the symbol of the bow and arrow to the faction that is led by Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to sound the poll bugle in Meghalaya as he will be in the state today and address 2 election rallies in Shillong. The BJP state unit will be holding a demonstration and a candlelight vigil today against the recent murder of an army man in Krishnagiri district. In a statement, the BJP state unit president K. Annamalai alleged that the law and order situation had been worsening and offences committed by the ruling party members were on the rise. The woman principal of a private college in Indore in Madhya Pradesh was critically injured after an ex-student allegedly poured petrol on her and set her on ablaze on Monday. Now, according to police officials, Vimukta, the principal of the private college in Simrol area, has suffered 80% burn injuries and is critical. Delhi Circuit Court has sought a reply from the Delhi police and jail authorities on applications moved by Aftab Poonawala, accused in the Shraddha Walkar murder case, seeking his educational certificates along with a legible soft copy of the charge sheet. A 28-year-old woman died on Monday, days after she was allegedly set on fire by her live-in partner following a dispute over drugs in northwestern Delhi's Aman Vihar. Now, according to police officials, the police received information regarding the woman with burn injuries on the 11th of February. Further details are awaited. A 20-year-old woman, Sadia Kaushar, was killed by her father, Mustafa Ahmed, and two brothers in Chakradharpur after they found her talking to her boyfriend at night. According to the superintendent of police, they threw her body in a tube well and suspected that she was raped and murdered by someone. An FIR on the younger brother of Pithadeshwar Pandit Dhirendra Krishna Shastri of Bhageshwar Dham has been registered. A video has surfaced of the Shaligram Garg, the younger brother of the Shastri. Famous Shaligram by the name of Chote Maharaj is seen threatening people by taking out a dagger at a wedding ceremony while smoking a cigarette. During this, he was also seen abusing and assaulting people. Well, there seems to be a big controversy surrounding the Shivamoga airport even before it's been inaugurated. The cabinet has now taken the decision to name the Shivamoga airport after poet and writer Kuvempu, while pro-Kannada activists have questioned the absence of Kannada signboards at the Shivamoga airport. Now, the entire issue, of course, has now broken out into a full-fledged sort of political war after the MP B.Y. Raghavendra had posted a video of the Shivamoga airport on his Twitter handle, and people noticed that there was absence of the Kannada signboards and started questioning him. Prajwal has more details on what happened. He is joining us live from Bengaluru on this. Prajwal, obviously, even before the inauguration actually takes place, it appears that this airport is mired in controversy. Prajwal, can you hear me? All right, I don't think we've been able to establish that audio link with Prajwal yet. We'll get him back in just a bit. But a huge controversy seems to be surrounding the Shivamoga airport even before it has been inaugurated. We are told that there was a cabinet decision that was taken to name the Shivamoga airport after Kuvempu, who is a renowned poet and writer. While pro-Kannada activists, of course, have also questioned the lack of signboards written in Kannada. I think Prajwal is back with us now. Prajwal, earlier I was asking you about the fact that it appears that controversy has surrounded this airport even before it has been inaugurated. Give us more details into what these pro-Kannada groups are actually objecting to.
Now, the pro-Kannada organizations are mainly demanding the fact that there should also be Kannada signboards which should be present because this airport is in Shimoga and majority of the passengers who come in here are from Karnataka, and for better understanding of theirs, apart from English, Kannada should have also been put as one of the primary languages, and they could have gone on to exclude Hindi, and even if Hindi was also put there, they mainly wanted to make sure that the Kannada language was there, may it be at the signboards, the entry and exit visits or the arrivals and departure as well. And this is something which has now and again been spoken by these pro-Kannada organizations. Apart from this, the Kannada organizations are also blaming the government, stating that we have gone on to name this particular airport after the Gnanapita awardee and the writer of the state and poet Kuvempu, but you're not doing justice by naming it after him, where Kannada itself is absent as well. So these are some of the allegations that is doing the rounds against the BJP state government, and this happened right after BJP MP BY Raghavendra had posted this video of the airport on his official Twitter handle, and therefore now the BJP has gone on to state that this is still an under construction airport, and before the 27th of Feb the necessary changes will also be made, and also signboards will be put in Kannada which will also be giving out instructions in the native language, so that the commuters or the travelers will not be inconvenienced. And they have shut down doors to it, and the opposition tried to take on this, but all said and done, now the BJP government has stated that the necessary changes will be done, and they do not want to make a controversy out of this entire issue.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us, Prajwal, with those details. As Prajwal is pointing out, obviously, a lot of controversy already surrounds this airport. Now, moving on, the US President Joe Biden has now arrived in Warsaw for a visit to Poland. This, of course, comes after there was a surprise visit that he made to Kiev.
US President Joe Biden arrived in Warsaw, capping off a whirlwind trip to war-torn Kiev. In Poland, Biden plans to hold talks with the leaders of NATO's 9 eastern flank nations. According to the White House, Biden also plans to give a speech on how the United States has rallied the world to support the people of Ukraine. Poland's leaders are stressing it will be a Biden's second visit in less than a year to Poland, a country offering Kyiv substantial military and humanitarian support. But what the visit means for the war remains to be seen. Agency report for Republic TV.
You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, we bring you more details of Sonu Nigam being attacked at an event in Mumbai by an MLA's son. The singer's friend also suffers injuries. And there's a storm as the Congress party insults the Prime Minister's father. The BJP will be taking to the streets.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the 5th time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT-42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT-42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்னசாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the fifth time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Lithian Delhi.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed.
அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்னசாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
At this hour, Maharashtra cabinet in huddle mode as Chief Minister Shinde calls for a meet. After denying hearing on Monday, top court to hear Uddhav's plea today. NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding cases. Raids across 70 locations underway. Singer Sonu Nigam attacked at an event in Mumbai by MLA son. Singer's friend suffers injuries. Storm as Vadra Congress insults Prime Minister's father. BJP to take to the streets. Another big earthquake measuring 6.5 on the Richter scale jolts Turkey, at least 3 dead, over 200 injured. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma with you, and let's move on straight at the very beginning to the breaking news story that we're getting you. Stoking a fresh row, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has criticized the union government decision of banning triple talaq, asking why is triple talaq only considered a criminal offence for Muslims? If a Muslim individual gets a divorce, they get imprisoned. So, very interesting comment there being made by Chief Minister of Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan, regarding triple talaq.
ഇവിടെ മറയില്ലാതെ വർഗീയ നിലപാടുകൾ കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെന്റ് സ്വീകരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മളിവിടെ വ്യത്യസ്ത മതവിശ്വാസികൾ പങ്കെടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവും ഈ യോഗത്തിൽ. ഒരാളൊരു കുറ്റം ചെയ്താൽ ഒരു പ്രത്യേക രീതിയിൽ മറ്റൊരാൾ കുറ്റം ചെയ്താൽ മറ്റൊരു പ്രത്യേക രീതിയെ സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. നമ്മുടേതുപോലെ രാജ്യത്ത് ഒരു നിയമസമിതി ആവുന്നു. ഒരാൾക്കൊരു നിയമം, മറ്റൊരാൾക്ക് മറ്റൊരു നിയമം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു മതവിശ്വാസിക്ക് ഒരു നിയമം, മറ്റൊരു മതവിശ്വാസിക്ക് വേറൊരു നിയമം. ഇതല്ലേ മുത്തലാഖിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ കാണാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുക. മുത്തലാഖ് ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റാക്കിയല്ലോ. വിവാഹമോചനം എല്ലാ വിഭാഗത്തിലും നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ. അതെല്ലാം സിവിലായിട്ടാണല്ലോ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്നത്. മുസ്ലിമിന് മാത്രം എങ്ങനെ ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റമാകുന്നു? അപ്പോ വിവാഹമോചനത്തിന്റെ പേരിൽ മുസ്ലിം ആയാൽ ജയിലിലടക്കണം. അതൊരു ഭാഗം. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും ഇന്ത്യൻ പൗരരാണ്. നമ്മളെ ആരുടെയെങ്കിലും പൗരത്വം ഇന്ന മതത്തിൽ ജനിച്ചതുകൊണ്ടാണ് കിട്ടിയതെന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? നമ്മുടെ ഈ മണ്ണിന്റെ സന്തതിയല്ലേ, ഈ രാജ്യത്തിലെ പൗരല്ലേ. പൗരത്വത്തിന് ഏതെങ്കിലും ഘട്ടത്തിൽ മതം ഒരു അടിസ്ഥാനമായി വന്നിരുന്നു.
And joining me now is my colleague Ashwin to take us through this breaking news story. Ashwin, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has stoked a fresh controversy. His statement that why was triple talaq criminalized? Divorce happens in all religions. Apparently, that's what he said. Why is it punishable for Muslims? But take us through his comment and the implications as well as the kind of reactions that are coming in.
Rukma, this comment was made by Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan during the inauguration of a statewide march which has been held by the new State Secretary of the CPM party, which has begun in Kasaragod district. Kasaragod district is among the most backward districts among the 14 districts in Kerala, which has a sizable population of Muslims, which is contributing to about 37% of the district population are Muslims, and it's one of the most backward districts in the state of Kerala. Now, at a meeting over here, at a public event, Chief Minister has chosen to take a broad stroke by stating that, stating that the entire Muslim community adopts triple talaq as a way of divorce. That is number one. Number two, he has stated that by creating a clear divide in the society, by stating that why is it that when it is divorce for other communities, it's a civil case, whereas when a Muslim does divorce through triple talaq, it becomes a criminal offense. Now, this is a statement that has been made by Chief Minister, which has a sizable number of Muslim population in the district. So clearly, this has clearly stroked a lot of debates, and the controversy has come back again. In the same breath, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan also criticized the CAA of the CAA that has been brought in by the union government. Has categorically stated he will not allow CAA
Ashwin,
to be
I'll be coming back to you, but we are getting a voice here from the BJP. Tom Vadakan joining us on the phone. Let's get to know his reaction. Mr. Vadakan, well, when we talk about triple talaq, Pinarayi Vijayan now stoking a fresh controversy. You just heard what our reporter was saying, that it's one of the most backward areas. Your reactions to the context in which this comment was made and the statement in general.
Well, I'm sure the Chief Minister must have been aware of what the difference between triple talaq and the normal civil procedure of divorce, when you divorce a person in court. That being it, because there's a legal process that is followed, and then a conclusion that comes through a judgment in divorce proceedings. Now, triple talaq is something in a jiffy. You say that you don't like, you declare that you say talaq twice and then that's over. So, the comparison is apple and oranges. So, so there's no comparison. Now, this is essentially directed to that target audience who he thinks he can garner votes. But these times have changed. Even in, there's nothing called a backward area in Kerala. They're all educated. They're all well informed of a variety of issues. Chief Minister is in a world of his own, thinks that by saying such things he can garner the votes of the Muslim community. But hello.
Right. Right, sir. Right, please continue.
What he's trying to essentially what he's trying to do is catch votes, and that's too late in the day, because I think the Muslim community, the Muslim women folk, whom he's talking for, and trying to create a situation where the Muslims and this is basically communal agenda. When you create a difference between civil proceedings and concept of a particular community and compare them, and then say, well, why not put every diverse proceeding case in jail? I mean, they're going through a process. It takes 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, even 6 years. But here, in a jiffy, you say talaq thrice, and that the matter ends. That's the kind of situation that we are talking about. And I'm sure Chief Minister is aware of it. The point is he's trying to still fish in troubled waters.
Right, sir. Well, many thanks, Tom Vadakan, for joining us there and sharing your thoughts. And we are now joined by activist Brinda Adige. Brinda, your thoughts on Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan stoking a fresh controversy on an issue that has long been laid to rest, the triple talaq issue. He's asking that why is it a criminal for, divorce happens in all religions, he says, why is it a criminal offense for the Muslims alone when it's a civil case for others? Somehow is he trying to, twist the entire argument?
Yes, he is trying to twist the entire argument, and one does not have to look far as to why he is now talking in this kind of a language. First and foremost, as a chief minister, he must understand that the divorce that happens in other religions go all the way up to the court. And the court is a constitutionally set body where they will follow procedures and they follow a process. And it could take years together because you are listening to both sides and everybody has an argument. In a Muslim religion, this talaq might have a procedure or a process which is not followed and nobody's questioned. So this husband can give this talaq just by uttering the words 3 times, or by sending a WhatsApp or an Instagram or a Facebook, or probably just standing in his bathroom and saying talaq, talaq, talaq. And that is accepted by the theocracy. That is the big trouble over here, where the Muslim Maulavis accept that this man who has pronounced these 3 words anywhere without following the so-called procedures and processes in their Quran is accepted. That is a big problem. Divorce happens everywhere, everybody knows it. But here when it happens, it negates the personhood of the woman. It negates her rights. It negates her dignity to respond. She has no space to respond or fight or challenge the talaq. That is what is the question. And that is why we got a law to say that this is criminal, which is criminal. It is also against their own religion and their own God. Why are they not understanding this? I think Pinyar needs to take back his words and say he's sorry to the women.
Right, Brinda, many thanks for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us on that issue. Pinarayi Vijayan, Chief Minister of Kerala, stoking a fresh controversy with his comment on triple talaq. And let's move on now let's shift focus to other stories.
Well, a ruckus has been visible outside Haryana Vidhan Sabha during the budget session, where the Congress MLAs are continuously protesting against the government, highlighting several issues. And in fact, you can see they are having the placards in their hands and even highlighting certain issues. It's like unemployment, corruption, sack Minister Sandeep Singh and OPS. These are the prominent issues that has been highlighted by the Congress MLAs. Here you can see the visuals that how they are showing the placards to all the ministers and the government MLAs by standing outside the Haryana Vidhan Sabha and lodging their protest. And in fact, they have done a march to Vidhan Sabha by protesting all the Congress MLAs inside and outside, both ways, creating ruckus and in fact protesting against the BJP government in Haryana. You can see the visuals, and even Bhupinder Singh Hooda is also speaking regarding the issues. We will try to track.
के मेंबर भी हैं, वो तो पूरी पंचायत की पावर करप्ट की है, और जो ओपीएस जो कर्मचारी हैं उनके ऊपर उनकी कमेटी बना दी गई। कमेटी क्या बनानी है, ये फैसला करो भाई आप ओल्ड पेंशन लागू करोगे कि नहीं करोगे। जैसे हमने कहा है हमारी सरकार आएगी तो पहले दिन जो है ओल्ड पेंशन हम लागू करेंगे। इसी प्रकार से जो राशन होल्डर हैं, जो जिनके राशन की दुकान है, उनको 60 साल उम्र से रिटायर करेंगे और उनको अधिकार नहीं होगा चुनाव लड़ने का। ये तो अनडेमोक्रेटिक बात है। किसी का अधिकार कैसे छीन सकते हो आप? वो सरपंची का भी चुनाव नहीं लड़ सकते, वो पंचायत का चुनाव भी नहीं लड़ सकते। आप कोई भी देखो, हर फैसला और विकास नजर नहीं आ रहा, और कर्जा जो है वो लायबिलिटी समेत 4 लाख को क्रॉस कर रहा है, तो कहाँ जाएगा प्रदेश?
बजट सत्र चल रहा है, आपको सड़क पर आकर विरोध करना पड़ रहा है, सरकार विपक्ष की आवाज को दबा रही है।
दबा रही है, आपको देख रहा है, हमने दबा रहे देखा कितनी दौर से हमने ये कहा कि भाई मॉरल ग्राउंड्स पे उसको देना चाहिए, सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी करो या हाईकोर्ट के जज का इंक्वायरी करो। इसमें क्या इनको संकोच है जब उनकी पार्टी नहीं अपनी उसमें बुला रही है उसको, हाँ, संसदीय बैठक में? तो यहाँ क्या मतलब क्या, और वो क्यों नहीं आ रहे? आज आएंगे नहीं पूरे सेशन में? नहीं हटाएंगे तो हम भी नहीं हटेंगे।
प्रदर्शन अब अंदर भी चलेगा सर, बाहर जिस तरह आप लोग कर रहे हैं, सदन के अंदर भी इसी तरीके से सदन चल रहा है।
सदन को बताएंगे आपको। आप यहाँ जो हमारे जो मुद्दे लेके चल रहे हैं आपके सामने हैं। बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा है, महंगाई का मुद्दा है, भ्रष्टाचार का मुद्दा है, कानून व्यवस्था का मुद्दा है। कानून व्यवस्था की नाम चीज में प्रदेश में है ही नहीं, जैसे सरकार ही नहीं है।
नूह की बात करें, नूह में जो अरेस्ट किए गए लोग, उसमें एक पुलिस का इन्फॉर्मर है, तो कैसे देखते हैं राजस्थान? देखिए मैंने स्वयं कहा था उसमें कि उसकी जांच निष्पक्ष हो, हाई कोर्ट के जज की सुपरविजन में सीबीआई करे और दोषी को छोड़ा ना जाए।
तो बिल्कुल आप देख सकते हैं कि ये भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा थे। उदयवान जी क्या कहेंगे?
संदीप सिंह बना बैठा आज ये नारा लगाते हैं कि बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, सबसे ज्यादा महिलाओं का
सामने देखिए।
तो मैं तो इसी वास्ते निष्पक्ष जांच मांग रहा हूँ भाई।
पोजीशन है,
जांच में जो भी आएगा दोषी हो उसको सजा, कड़ी सजा मिलनी चाहिए।
हुड्डा साहब, ये सारे इश्यूज जो है विधानसभा के अंदर भी उठाएंगे?
उठाए हैं, कल भी उठाए थे, आज उठाएंगे, फिर उठाते रहेंगे। हम लोगों ने हमारे को विपक्ष में भेज रखा है, तो हमारी अपनी जिम्मेवारी निभाएंगे, जोर शोर से आवाज उठाएंगे लोगों की। जो आज लोगों की आवाज है उसका उठाना हमारा काम है, और साथ में तुम्हारा भी काम है।
लेकिन सीएम साहब कह रहे हैं कि ओपीएस पॉसिबल नहीं है। ओपीएस पॉसिबल
क्यों नहीं है? जब हिमाचल में ओपीएस हो गया, राजस्थान में हो गया, छत्तीसगढ़ में हो गया, दिल्ली में हो गया, पंजाब में हो गया, तो यहाँ क्या नहीं, क्या इम्पॉसिबल है?
सर कल निर्मला सीतारमण का एक बयान, सर
उनको ज्ञान नहीं है। ये फैसला हुआ था अटल बिहारी जी की सरकार में, ठीक है, वो फिर स्टेटों ने अडॉप्ट किया था, और जब तजर्बा हो गया भाई ठीक नहीं है, मांग करे, ये वहाँ राजस्थान में किसने लागू करी थी? बीजेपी ने लागू करी थी ना, कांग्रेस की सरकार है, हटा दी। तो इसी प्रकार से जब एक पे आज जब मांग है कि कर्मचारियों की मांगनी चाहिए ताकि उनके भविष्य सुरक्षित हो।
तो संदीप सिंह की क्या डिसमिसल मांगते हैं कैबिनेट से, अरेस्ट मांगते हैं?
नहीं, मैं कई दफा कह चुका है कि उनकी एसआईटी बैठी है। देखो, एक तो एसआईटी का मामले सीबीआई जांच कराए।
Can see that Bhupinder Singh Hooda is highlighting several issues, and in fact the protest is still continued outside the Vidhan Sabha. We are joining with Kiran Chaudhary also. We will speak to her. Ma'am, what are the issues you are going to highlight, and what is the demand for this protest?
Issues are multiple, and today we see that on the ground the government is absolutely a complete failure, to be honest. This Karamcharis jo hain, they are on the streets, and the way they are being treated by that very government whom they help to come in power, I think is not really good at all.
But Chief Minister has clearly mentioned that OPS is not at all possible in Haryana.
Well, I would say that just because it's going to be a very big financial burden to the exchequer, the pensions are being cut is a wrong stand, because you see these people they have given their entire life in the service of the state, and you know today in today's times even younger children do not look after the older ones, and at a time when they have retired and they're old and they need sustenance and they need support, they don't have anything in their pockets. I think is really a bad thing to do. And frankly speaking, these very people, I mean, the mere fact that they say it's going to be a big burden on the exchequer is a wrong way of looking at it. If you are going to not look after your human resource, how the hell are you going to have any kind of development for the future? That is the main thing. Your own people you are not looking after. Just because you mean to say you are going to do development at the cost of your own people, I think that's really sad.
Thank you. So, in fact, you can see that Congress MLAs are protesting against the government with the demand of revival of the OPS, sacked Minister Sandeep Singh, highlighting the corruption issues and even the unemployment issues as well. And the protest is still continued outside the Vidhan Sabha, and Bhupendra Singh Hooda, LOP of Haryana Assembly, says that he will definitely take up the issue inside the Assembly also. Well, viewers, we are slipping into a very short break, but stay tuned for the more stories on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic.
And from Haryana to Maharashtra, the cabinet in Maharashtra is in a huddle mode as Chief Minister Eknath Shinde calls for a meet. Also, singer Sonu Nigam is attacked at an event in Mumbai by an MLA's son. Singer's friend suffers injuries.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Daksar area of the Ramban.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass.
Right now we are in Chennai where the protests by the BJP party along with a lot of ex-servicemen from the state of Tamil Nadu are participating against the lynching of Lance Naik Prabhu, and since the nation is agitated with this incident that has taken place a week ago, and since Republic had done a huge, massive campaign, now we can see that the BJP from the Tamil Nadu has taken up this protest against these lynching of the soldier. This is a hunger fast, and the BJP state chief Annamalai will be joining this protest very soon, and he will be leading this, and the entire day the BJP from the state are going to sit on a hunger fast, and in the evening there is going to be a candlelight march that is also going to happen from here with all these ex-servicemen and the BJP cadres, BJP functionaries, and all the important leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party from Tamil Nadu will be participating in this hunger fast in Chennai. It is definitely, and this is the scenario that we are picking up right now from Chennai.
The struggle they go through.
And time for a short break. We bring you all the updates of how the BJP is, the SIA is conducting raids in Jammu and Kashmir, the state investigative agency conducting raids in Jammu and Kashmir. All the updates and details on that coming up in a short while.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. There were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the fifth time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Daksar area of the Ramban.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but
you're watching Live and Breaking. Well, State Investigation Agency, the SIA, is carrying out raids at several locations across Kashmir. Raids are in connection with terror funding and narco-terrorism. Case in Baramulla, Anantnag, Pulwama, Budgam and Sopore. These are visuals of the raids that are currently underway, being carried out by the State Investigation Agency at several locations across Kashmir in connection with terror funding and narco-terrorism. in Baramulla, Anantnag, Pulwama, Budgam and Sopore.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்த உடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்த உடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. There were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the 5th time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42.
Top headlines at 11 a.m. VVIP brat tries to attack singer Sonu Nigam. Case registered. Police says probe on. Kerala Chief Minister stokes controversy, questions government over triple talaq ban. Maharashtra cabinet in huddle mode as Chief Minister Eknath Shinde calls for a meet. After denying hearing on Monday, top court to hear Uddhav's plea today. NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding case, raids across 70 locations underway. Another big earthquake measuring 6.5 magnitude jolts Turkey again. At least 3 dead, more than 200 injured. Thanks for tuning in this Tuesday morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We start with the news break coming in on the ED searches which are underway at several locations in the country, particularly in Jharkhand, where the ED raids are being carried. In Ranchi, we are given to understand that Virendra Ram, engineer in Rural Department, Ministry of Jharkhand, is under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. Well, we'll put out the visuals also that we've accessed of the ED raids which are being carried out, and those are the visuals there of the property belonging to Virendra Ram, who's under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. So the ED raids which are being carried out in at least 24 locations across the country, a top government engineer who's also under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. Shravan Sen is joining us right now with more details. Shravan, if you could take us through the latest details you're picking up.
Well, in fact, Samiksha, these are the latest pictures that we have now accessed of where the searches are being carried out. What you see are palatial bungalows of an engineer who is basically associated with the Rural Development Ministry of Jharkhand. Now, that's where he's been associated with. Virendra Ram is the name of the engineer linked to the Rural Development Ministry of the Jharkhand government. In fact, as we speak right now, Samiksha, 24 such locations where these searches are being carried out, which also includes Ranchi and several other places where these searches are being carried out. Just to put this into perspective, what is this scam all about? Now, remember, his junior engineer was first arrested taking a bribe, and thereafter the Enforcement Directorate has essentially picked up this entire matter. What you see right now on your screens are multiple images that have been accessed. These are the bungalows that have been linked to Virendra Ram. The bungalow in Jamshedpur. Then you have certain properties in the national capital, which includes a 3-storied palatial building in Defence Colony. Then you also have a massive palace that is essentially being built in Chhatarpur in the national capital. Then there are over a dozen luxury vehicles that have been owned by Virendra Ram, who's just an engineer with the Rural Development Ministry. As we speak, we see more and more such pictures that have now been accessed by Republic TV, in which you can clearly see the disproportionate assets that to Virendra Ram, who happens to be an engineer with the Rural Development Ministry. Now, what the Enforcement Directorate essentially suspects is that he's had some close political links, and because of which he has been able to actually garner a large amount of money through tendering that has been done by the ministry and the bribes that were essentially taken by Virendra Ram.
Just a follow-up question, Shravan. At this point, several questions are... All right, we'll have to leave it at that. So those are the details that are just coming in. For now, cutting across to Prime Minister Modi.
Smart cities, urban solution, financial sector, skills development, ports, logistics, aviation and industrial parks. And now we are building new partnerships for the digital world.
The Prime Minister and I also agreed that fintech can be another key pillar of our strategic partnership. India is a significant market for Singapore fintech companies, while Singapore, which is a global fintech hub, can be a gateway for India to enter the Southeast Asian market.
Since 2014, under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, digital payment landscape in India has been revolutionized. India now accounts for around 40% of real-time digital payments globally, which is primarily driven by UPI. UPI, backed by state-of-the-art technology, enables fast and secure digital transactions even for small amounts. PayNow in Singapore is a foremost payments platform that lets its users send and receive funds quickly using just the mobile number. The launch of UPI, RuPay and Bheem enabled remittance app by Prime Minister Modi in Singapore in 2018, underlining the mutual spirit of breaking fresh grounds in India-Singapore partnership. Today, another milestone is being achieved as UPI and PayNow partner together for the benefit of both Indians and Singaporeans. With the help of UPI and PayNow Singapore, our people can now transact money with their loved ones in real time at low cost. This has been possible thanks to collaboration between Reserve Bank of India and Monetary Authority of Singapore. Let us see how this works. Let's try sending 100 Singapore dollars from India to Singapore. Simply log into your bank's mobile app or net banking. Go to Foreign Outward Remittance and agree with the terms. Enter the beneficiary's mobile number or VPA. Upon validation, proceed for transfer. Enter the amount. Check the summary and exchange rates and confirm with an OTP or UPI PIN based on your application's requirement. And you are done. A success screen will get displayed. So quick, right? Now let's try sending 10,000 Indian rupees from Singapore to India. Simply log into your PayNow participating member's mobile app, go to Overseas Transfer, select UPI and enter UPI ID. Upon validation, enter the amount. You can see the Singapore dollars equivalent amount and we are done with an instant confirmation of the transfer. Wow, that was fast. Presenting UPI and PayNow Singapore, making cross-border payments real-time and low cost.
That's right, making payments in real time and low cost. Ladies and gentlemen, now that you've seen how the PayNow UPI linkage works on video, let's effect a live cross-border transfer between MD Menon and Governor Das, and this will be witnessed by Prime Minister Lee and Prime Minister Modi. So from Singapore's end, I would like to invite MD Menon up on stage, please, MD. And we will bring up PM Lee and PM Modi as well as Governor Das on screen. How about a round of applause, please, for all the gentlemen on stage? Thank you. Now, to begin this segment, I would like to invite MD Menon and Governor Das to initiate a live payments transaction and transfer funds to each other simultaneously. So to my audience members, let me give you a brief description of what's happening right now. MD Menon has launched the DBS Bank mobile app and he has keyed in UPI for overseas transfer. He has then entered Governor Das's State Bank of India UPI ID and keyed in an amount to be transferred to him. Likewise, Governor Das has launched the Indian Bank app, selected PayNow for overseas transfer. He has entered MD Menon's Liquid Pay virtual payment address and keyed in the amount to be sent to MD Menon's Liquid account. So we will wait for them to get the sent notifications or successfully sent notifications. And when that's done, yes, big smiles from MD. Have a big round of applause. And Governor Das too. At this juncture, we'd like to invite our Prime Ministers, MD Menon and Governor Das, to pose for a group photo. MD Menon already showcasing the DBS Bank notification of a successfully sent transfer on his phone, and Governor Das to displaying the Indian Bank app. So, gentlemen, may I invite you to look forward, MD Menon, right to the front. And at this juncture, may I invite my guests and the audience to lower your phones, please, so that we can get the best shot of this worthy moment. After all, this is the launch of the inaugural PayNow UPI linkage. So once we've got that shot, I would now like to invite MD to angle your body to the left because the cameras will be zooming in on that notification app of the funds being sent successfully. We're not leaving anything to chance, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to capture all of that. Okay, wonderful. So while we wait for the receipt of funds, and I know it's going to be instantaneous, I just wanted to share a little tidbit with you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, while MD Menon has used the DBS Bank app and Governor Das was using the Indian Bank app, we actually have 8 financial institutions on this linkage. From Singapore's side, we have DBS Bank and Liquid Group. And from India's side, we have Axis Bank, DBS India, ICICI Bank, Indian Overseas Bank, and the State Bank of India. So, MD, have you received? Yes, instantaneous, very fast. This is, after all, real-time payments. May I invite once again our Prime Ministers MD Menon and Governor Das to pose for a group photo. MD is already showcasing his phone that has the Liquid Pay app on display to show that the funds have been received successfully. And Governor Das showcasing his phone with the State Bank of India app. So let's make sure we get this shot. Audience, thank you for being wonderful and not coming into your shots with the phones. I just want to make sure we've got the shot. Thank you. And MD.
All right, a quick roundup of news in brief. NIA conducted searches and raids at more than 70 places in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi, Chhattisgarh, UP, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. This is in relation to a case registered by the NIA against gangster and their criminal syndicate. Working committee meeting of Eknath Shinde faction of Shiv Sena would be held today. According to party officials, a decision on staking claim on party funds and takeover of other offices would be discussed at the meeting. Supreme Court denied urgent hearing of a plea by Uddhav Thackeray faction challenging EC's move to allot party name Shiv Sena and the symbol bow and arrow to the faction led by Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. All right, two news break that is just coming in. Supreme Court would be hearing Uddhav Thackeray plea tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. This is Uddhav Thackeray's petition in the top court against the Election Commission's order allocating the party name Shiv Sena and poll symbol bow and arrow to the faction led by Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. So the Supreme Court there all set to hear Uddhav Thackeray's plea tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Now, this plea that's been filed by Uddhav Thackeray in the top court is against the EC's order allocating the party name Shiv Sena and poll symbol bow and arrow to the faction led by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. All right, Alisha is also joining us for more details on that. Alisha, if you can take it away, give us more details of this plea that's been filed by the Uddhav Thackeray-led camp in the top court.
Well, yes, Commissioner, it was a plea that was filed challenging the ECI order allotting the party name Shiv Sena and symbol bow and arrow to Eknath Shinde group, after which Uddhav Thackeray camp went to the Supreme Court. Even yesterday, when they mentioned the matter before the Chief Justice of India, Chief Justice clearly mentioned that your name has not been listed, so you can come tomorrow, which is today. And today was the serial number 35 of the mentioning, where the advocates of Uddhav Thackeray's faction has mentioned the plea led by Kapil Sibal and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who was present before the court. But we are seeing that now Supreme Court to hear the matter tomorrow at 3:30 p.m., where in the same petition will be heard tomorrow. Moreover, as it is Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud who put the matter for hearing at 3:30 p.m. as the bench needs to read the matter, and that constitution bench must not be disturbed. So it is something the hearing is also going to happen tomorrow. So no interim relief, or we can say another waiting for Uddhav Thackeray over the symbol and the party name that has been given to Eknath Shinde's camp.
All right, thank you for taking us through those details. So that's, of course, the latest coming in. The plea in the top court that would be heard by the top court tomorrow. This is Uddhav Thackeray's plea, which is against the EC's decision on giving the party name Shiv Sena and the bow and arrow symbol to Eknath Shinde camp.
उचित वातावरण बनाने को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। हमारे डिजिटल इंडिया प्रोग्राम से देश ईज ऑफ लिविंग में भी बढ़ी है और ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस भी बढ़ा है। इससे डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी के साथ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन को भी अभूतपूर्व गति मिली है। डिजिटल इंडिया अभियान ने गवर्नेंस और पब्लिक सर्विस डिलीवरी में अभूतपूर्व रिफॉर्म्स को भी संभव बनाया है। ये भारत के डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की ही ताकत है कि कोविड पैंडेमिक के दौरान हम करोड़ों लोगों के बैंक खातों में सीधे पैसे ट्रांसफर कर पाए। फ्रेंड्स, 5 साल पहले मैंने सिंगापुर में कहा था कि फिनटेक, इनोवेशन और युवा ऊर्जा में विश्वास का एक बहुत बड़ा उत्सव है। फिनटेक और डिजिटल क्रांति में भारत की सफलता की अगुवाई हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रेंड युवा ही कर रहे हैं। आज फिनटेक की दुनिया में भारत के हजारों स्टार्टअप्स अपना लोहा मनवा रहे हैं। इसी ऊर्जा की वजह से आज रियल टाइम डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन के मामले में भारत विश्व के अग्रणी देशों में है। आज यूपीआई भारत में सबसे पसंदीदा पेमेंट मैकेनिज्म बन गया है। मर्चेंट्स और कंज्यूमर्स दोनों ने ही इसे ज्यादा से ज्यादा वे अपना रहे हैं। इसलिए आज बहुत से एक्सपर्ट्स ये अनुमान लगा रहे हैं कि जल्द ही भारत में डिजिटल वॉलेट ट्रांजैक्शन नकद लेन देन से अधिक हो जाएंगे। पिछले वर्ष यानी 2022 में यूपीआई के माध्यम से करीब 126 लाख करोड़ रुपए यानी लगभग 2 ट्रिलियन सिंगापुर डॉलर से अधिक मूल्य के ट्रांजैक्शंस हुए हैं। अगर मैं नंबर ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शंस की बात करूं तो ये भी 7,400 करोड़ से अधिक होता है। ये दिखाता है कि भारत का यूपीआई सिस्टम कितनी बड़ी संख्या को आसानी से और सुरक्षित तरीके से हैंडल कर रहा है। अच्छा ये भी कि विभिन्न देशों के साथ यूपीआई की पार्टनरशिप भी बढ़ रही है। सिंगापुर पहला देश है जिसके साथ आज पर्सन टू पर्सन पेमेंट फैसिलिटी लॉन्च हुई है। मैं सिंगापुर की मॉनेटरी अथॉरिटी, भारत के रिजर्व बैंक और इस प्रयास को सफल बनाने में जुड़े सभी लोगों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं दोनों देशों की जनता को फिर से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister Modi. Indeed, we look forward to the next chapter of fintech connectivity between Singapore and India. And as Prime Minister has mentioned, we have over 400,000 Indians residing in Singapore. So the Pay Now UPI linkage is truly a unique solution to enable them to transfer funds in real time and at low cost. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong to address us. PM Lee, please.
The Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, RBI Governor, Mr. Shaktikanta Das, MAS Managing Director, Mr. Ravi Menon, distinguished guests. I'm very happy to join you virtually for the launch of the real-time retail payment systems linkage between Singapore's Pay Now and India's UPI, the Unified Payments Interface. The idea of linking Pay Now and UPI was first conceived in 2018 when PM Modi...
All right, so we're going to a very short break, but coming up on the other side, Maharashtra cabinet in a huddle as Chief Minister Eknath Shinde calls for a meet. And singer Sonu Nigam attacked at an event in Mumbai by MLA's son. Singer's friend suffers injuries.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்து உடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the fifth time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
So has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
As the Shehbaz government seeks to put Imran Khan behind the bars.
मुल्क का हाल ये IMF की वजह से नहीं हुआ, ये उस खातूने खाना की वजह से हुआ है जो असल में खातूने खाना थी, जो एक एक फाइल पे दस्तखत के एवज 5-5 कैरेट के हीरे की अंगूठी मांग रही है। ये मुल्क को लूटने पर लगे थे, जेबें भरने। जो आवाम को आज कह रहे हैं ना जेलें भरो, वो अपने 4 साल जेबें भरने पर लगा था, इसीलिए मुल्क का आज ये हाल है। अभी जो कल परसों ऑडियो आई है वो परवेज इलाही साहब की सुनी है ना, क्या कह रहा है? कह रहा है जस्टिस मुजाहिर अली नकवी की अदालत में बेंच बनवा दो ताकि हमारा मामला हल हो जाए। इस मुल्क को ईमानदार जजेस की जरूरत है, ईमानदार जजेस की जरूरत नहीं है। वो वो कानून के आहिनी हाथ जो नवाज शरीफ के लिए फौलाद के हुआ करते थे, आज इमरान खान के लिए वो मोम के हाथ क्यों बन गए?
In a breather for Imran Khan, Lahore High Court granted protective bail for the next 2 weeks. Khan is under the scanner in an anti-terrorism case and has now been granted respite from arrest. Meanwhile, Section 144 has been imposed in Lahore for the next 7 days following a mega showdown threat by Imran's supporters. But the big question is Imran's arrest the top focus for the Pak government at a time when it is in complete shambles? Bureau Report for Republic TV.
That's all we have for you in this edition of our broadcast, but live and breaking to continue on the other side of this very short break. Kerala Chief Minister stokes controversy, questions government over triple talaq ban. And another big earthquake measuring 6.5 magnitude jolts Turkey, at least 3 dead, more than 200 injured.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்படுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the 5th time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்படுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
VVIP brat tries to attack singer Sonu Nigam. Case is registered. The police says a probe is on. Kerala Chief Minister stokes a fresh row, questions government over triple talaq ban. Maharashtra cabinet in huddle mode as Chief Minister Shinde calls for a meeting. NIA crackdown in the gangster terror funding case. Raids are held across 70 locations. Another big earthquake measuring 6.4 jolts Turkey. At least 3 people are dead and over 200 are wounded. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, the Karnataka government has decided to serve a notice to both sparring officials, that is Rohini Sindhura and D. Rupa, over a very, very public spat. Now, Under Secretary of Department of Personnel and Administrative Reforms has decided to serve notices to both these officers. The notice says that the government officials used media to voice their grievances, hence putting the state government in a tight spot. The notice also forbids them from approaching the media. Now, do remember that the 2 officers, of course, have been involved in a public spat of sorts. Let's listen in to reactions that we have got from both.
And also, who are the officers if she is alleging? ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೋಗಿ ಕೇಳಬಹುದು. ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಆರೋಪನ ಹೇಳೋದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಆನ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ, ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಪೇಜಸ್ ಇರಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ಏನೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೈ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್. ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು ಅಪ್ರೈಸ್ ದ ಚೀಫ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ. ಏನೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ಸ್.
Allegations against her. Now that preliminary report has been tabled before the government few months ago. Why hasn't the whose fault is it that it is the next step, that is after preliminary inquiry, the logical step is that the disciplinary inquiry should be held. So why is the disciplinary inquiry not held against her? Every time she escapes these kind of actions, why is that? Who are the officers who are helping her? At which level? This is what I've written in the report, that already when there is a preliminary inquiry against her which is proved, the next logical step should be disciplinary inquiry. Again, this has been delayed for months together, and please expedite this matter. This is what I've written, and also punish those officers who are delaying this.
Well, Prajwal is joining us on the broadcast right now. Prajwal, this of course has come as a huge embarrassment, not just for the state government, but also for the IAS and IPS associations in Karnataka. So now a gag order been issued?
Absolutely. Now a gag order has been, has already been issued by the Under Secretary, by Mr. James Tarakan, who is going on to mention that according to the All India Service Rules of 1968, they're not supposed to put forth their grievances in front of the media. And because they have done that, it has put the government in a tight and an embarrassing scenario there. And he's also asked him to go on and address the Chief Secretary. Now, both
Rupa Maudgil, who's the IPS officer and who's also the managing director of the Karnataka Handicrafts and Handlooms Association, she has already approached the Chief Secretary Vandita Sharma and has already submitted a letter with 7 allegations now. So major of these allegations are the fact that Rohini Sindhuri, while she was the district commissioner of Mysuru district, had gone on to build and modify the government premises of her residential quarters and had gone on to build a swimming pool inside it, which is totally the rules of the government, because government buildings are not supposed to be tampered with. Secondly, there is also a pending Lokayukta probe against Rohini Sindhuri when she was in the food and civil supplies department under Harsh Gupta, where this entire department had gone on to suffer a huge loss under her governance, was the other allegation. The third allegation, first and foremost, is because of the JDS MLA Sara Mahesh. Rohini Sindhuri had gone on to allege that the JDS MLA had gone on to occupy lands belonging to the government as well. But a few days later, there was a picture of Rohini Sindhuri and Sara Mahesh sitting together over a discussion which was released by Rohini Sindhuri on social media, and this was, I beg your pardon, which was released by D. Rupa on social media, and this was again questioned by her whether she is striking a deal or a compromise with Sara Mahesh. And also the fourth important issue that has been raised by Rupa Maudgil is the fact that there has been a house, a lavish house, which is being constructed in Bengaluru by Rohini Sinduri and her husband as well in Jalahalli, which does not find mention in her income tax report as well. So where is the money that has been coming for Rohini Sinduri, and what is the source of income? Because she's a mere government servant and an IAS officer, so she's going on to question the source of income now. Whereas Rohini Sinduri has gone on to refute these charges and has stated that D. Rupa has gone on a personal vilification of her image, because D. Rupa has released some images and videos of Rohini Sinduri on social media, which should not be done, and she's also stated that D. Rupa is mentally sick and she needs immediate treatment, and she's also gone on to submit a report before the Chief Secretary Vandita Sharma now, after which Vidhan Saudha witnessed a lot of drama with both these officials coming face to face and both the supporters clashing as well. And this has definitely put the IAS and the IPS Association of Karnataka in a rather embarrassing position. And also now we had the Home Minister of Karnataka, Aragag Gnanendra, speaking and stating that such issues will not be tolerated. A gag order has already been issued, and a probe will also be ordered, and necessary action will be taken against both these officers who have engaged in a public and a verbal spat on social media and public platforms via the media as well.
All right. Prajwal reporting on that from Bengaluru. Thank you very much for joining us. So as Prajwal is pointing out, the state government in no mood to tolerate this kind of indiscipline has issued a gag order as well as a notice. This is a shocking incident, and some viewers may be disturbed by the pictures that we are bringing to you. This is a 5-year-old who has been killed by stray dogs in Hyderabad on Sunday. Gangadhar, who works as a security guard, took his son to work. And while the 5-year-old was seen moving outside the place of his work, the few stray dogs attacked the boy and killed him. He was shifted to hospital, but doctors over there declared him brought dead. So we're going to be playing out those pictures in just a bit. Very disturbing images that have come in from Hyderabad. Also several questions being raised as to how stray dogs attacked this boy inside what appears to be a building complex in Hyderabad. Well, these pictures are extremely disturbing. It's a horrific incident that has been reported from Hyderabad. It's just a little boy who was attacked by these dogs. And as I was earlier saying, of course, pictures, we'd like to warn our viewers that these pictures can be extremely disturbing. We're also now learning that the boy was taken to hospital by his father. However, unfortunately, he succumbed to his injuries. I'm going to go across to Aneri on this Aneri, very, very disturbing pictures that are now emerging. And also, Aneri, questions being asked about, how there were so many stray dogs in what appears to be a building complex.
Well, that's right, Nupur. Shocking incident coming to light from Hyderabad in Ambarpet area, where we see that a 5-year-old boy was killed after there was an attack by a group, many stray dogs in the area. Well, now what we are being told is that Janardhan, who works as a security guard at one of the apartments there, he took his son along with him at work that day, and when he was wandering around, the 5-year-old kid, when he was roaming around in that particular area, where we see that how there are so many stray dogs attacked on him, and suddenly when there was this attack which took place, after that we saw that the 5-year-old boy was rushed to the hospital, but then doctors declared him dead, that he was brought dead to the hospital. And very disturbing news coming in from Hyderabad in Ambarpet area. Well, this incident was reported, and also as you can see clearly in the CCTV as well, how a group of stray dogs, how near about 5 to 6 stray dogs attacked on this 5-year-old boy when he was just moving around in that particular locality. So definitely a shocking incident, but also at the same time now a lot of questions being raised on the civic apathy, and also why isn't the municipal department not working properly in connection with maintaining the dog menace. And also at the same time now we are seeing that a 5-year-old boy died after there was an attack which happened by few street dogs.
Absolutely, a pack of dogs over there attacking this 5-year-old. Also, Aneri, the other side of it, of course, is the fact that questions will be raised about, what was happening at that moment, because, there is a stray dog menace in various parts of the country, and this particular incident also brings into focus that problem.
Definitely. No, this is not the first incident where we are seeing being reported. Well, across the country, we have been seeing time and again how there have been many such incidents. And now when we talk about this particular incident, definitely now a lot of questions would be raised on the department as well in connection with why there is no proper control over the dog menace in the societies, because we are seeing that how a 5-year-old boy lost his life after there was an attack. Well, Nupur, as you can see very clearly in the CCTV also, that boy was only roaming around alone in that particular area, and suddenly how there were a few dogs which came and attacked on him, and he was all clueless. But then after the attack took place, the family, the people there around moved him to the hospital, but then the doctors declared him dead. So definitely questions would be raised on the departments as well, the civic department, the municipal departments. Questions would be raised on them also, because we have been seeing how time and again such incidents are being reported, not only in Hyderabad but across the country. There are many such incidents which are being reported.
Right, Aneri, thank you very much for joining us. So very disturbing incident being brought to light in Hyderabad, where a young boy was mauled to death by a pack of dogs. Another big earthquake of magnitude 6.5 has jolted Turkey. At least 3 people are dead and over 200 are injured. Fresh missile provocation by North Korea. 2 more ballistic missiles are launched in the second test in the last 72 hours. A Lahore court comes to Imran Khan's rescue, grants him respite from arrest for 2 weeks. US President Joe Biden visits Kiev in a surprise move, announces $500 million aid to the war-ravaged country. Yet another mass shooting in the United States. 3 teenage girls are shot dead in Texas. Mega showdown in Israel as thousands rally outside parliament against the country's legal system. Well, the US President Joe Biden arrived in Warsaw on a visit to Poland after leaving Kiev, where he made an unannounced trip to Ukraine and met with President Volodymyr Zelensky earlier in the day.
US President Joe Biden arrived in Warsaw, capping off a whirlwind trip to war-torn Kiev. In Poland, Biden plans to hold talks with the leaders of NATO's 9 eastern flank nations. According to the White House, Biden also plans to give a speech on how the United States has rallied the world to support the people of Ukraine. Poland's leaders are stressing it will be a Biden's second visit in less than a year to Poland, a country offering Kyiv substantial military and humanitarian support. But what the visit means for the war remains to be seen. Agency report for Republic TV.
Well, there appears to have been a crackdown on the Food Corporation of India. We are now learning that the Central Bureau of Investigation is conducting searches at 30 locations, which include Rajpura, Patiala, Sarhind, Fatehgarh Sahib, Mohali, Moga, Firozpur, Ludhiana, Sangrur. Now, these are premises of officials who are associated with the Food Corporation of India, which are being raided by the CBI. These premises include premises linked to private rice millers as well as grain merchants. So we are given to understand that this is part of Op Kanak, which has been launched. Let me go across to Shavan Sen, who has more details on this. Shavan, good morning. Tell us more about this.
Well, Nupul, in fact, this is one of the biggest crackdowns we have ever seen on the Food Corporation of India. In fact, this is now being codenamed as Operation Kanak Part 2. In Part 1, we saw over 50 locations where the searches were basically carried out. In fact, top officials of the Food Corporation of India were essentially under the scanner for taking bribes and also delivering substandard quality of food material, food grains rather, and this had a direct impact on the public distribution system. In fact, what has been largely suspected is that because of the corruption that exists in the Food Corporation of India, in many states, low quality food grains were being distributed, and that is the reason why for several months put together, CBI officials were basically undercover trying to unearth this entire conspiracy that existed, the scam that existed, and after almost 3 to 4 months of surveillance that was finally carried out, that this sort of a massive surveillance was actually launched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. To the credit of the agency, what is important to point out here is that never before have we really seen this kind of a crackdown on the Food Corporation of India, because remember, it does have a direct impact on the food supply in various states where the PDS system had almost collapsed because of the kind of corruption that actually existed. And this time, the crackdown is basically not limited to lower rank officials. We are being told that top ranking officials are also under the scanner. In fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation sources have indicated that there was a corruption chart, a food chart that was, that existed. Cut money was actually taken by top officials, and this was almost legitimized in one way or the other. That is the reason why we're looking at not just the first part of the crackdown. There is a second part of the crackdown which is underway, where currently, as we speak, 50 locations where these searches are being carried out. Large part of the searches are essentially focusing in the state of Punjab and also several other states where these searches are being carried out.
All right. So Shavan Sen bringing us details of the second part of Op Kanak. To remember that the CBI has been investigating the Food Corporation of India on this. And coming up next, the Maharashtra cabinet is in huddle mode as Chief Minister Shinde calls for a meeting. An NIA crackdown on gangster terror funding case continues across 70 locations are raided.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014, this is the 5th time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Lithium Delhi.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Daksar area of the Ramban.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
Now, Mumbai's Chembur police have registered a case against Swapnil, the son of a Shiv Sena MLA Prakash Fatpekar. The Chembur police will call him for a questioning. We are learning that Swapnil is allegedly manhandled Sonu Nigam and his friend. News just coming in. We are learning now that an FIR has been filed and investigation is on into this particular case. To remember that Sonu Nigam was performing at the Chembur festival when this incident took place. Well, Sonu Nigam was reportedly pushed and his team member was thrown from the stairs as they were getting down from the stage at a music festival in Chembur. They were allegedly forcing him to pose for selfies when this incident occurred. Let's go across to Alisha, who has more details on this. Alisha, we're now learning that the Chembur police is investigating what happened and looking into allegations that have been made by Sonu Nigam and his friend.
Well, this incident happened in Chembur last evening during the festival where some of the people have
All right, and Republic TV also managed to get in a word from Sonu Nigam, who described to us what happened.
वीडियो में देखेंगे राइट हैंड साइड में पहले हरी को पुश किया है, उसके बाद जब मुझे पुश किया तो मैं गिर गया, देखा होगा वीडियो में मैं नीचे गिर गया हूँ। हाँ, मैं स्टेप पे गिर गया, तो मैं अगर मैं साइड में होता तो मैं गिर जाता, तो मैं स्टेप पे गिरा, तो मुझे बचाने के लिए रब्बानी आए और रब्बानी को तो उसने ऐसे पीछे किया तो उसके बच गया, वो मर जाता वो, अगर नीचे कुछ लोहा होता तो गया था वो। मैंने शिकायत दर्ज की है इसलिए ताकि लोगों को ये थोड़ा, लेकिन लोगों को थोड़ा सोचना चाहिए कि जब किसी को आप जबरदस्ती फोटो सेल्फी करते तो और उसके बाद में एरोगेंस और ये धक्का मुक्की
It was a live concert performance by Mr. Sonu Nigam at Chembur. So after finishing his performance, he was stepping down from the stage. At that time, one of the person who was present on the stage, he hugged Sonu Nigam from behind. At that time, he was obstructed at the steps only, and in that process, actually, Sonu Nigam was manhandled over there, and two of his companions they were pushed from the stage downside. In that incident, one of the companion of Sonu Nigam, he got injured over there, and accordingly, we have taken one FIR of Mr. Sonu Nigam with IPC sections 341, 337, and 323. And personally, Mr. Sonu Nigam has denied this angle.
What kind of sections have we put against the accused Swapnil Fatpekar?
It's IPC section 341, 337, and 323, and only one person who has obstructed and manhandled in that particular incident, and in that particular incident, one of the person has been.
And still to come on Republic TV, Kerala's Chief Minister stokes a fresh controversy, questions the government over the triple talaq ban. Another big earthquake measuring 6.5 jolts Turkey. At least 3 people are dead, over 200 are injured.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the fifth time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்த உடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the fifth time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Daksar area of the Ramban.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. First up to the headlines. VVIP brat tries to attack singer Sonu Nigam. A case is registered. The police says they're probing the incident. Kerala's Chief Minister stokes a fresh row, questions the government over triple talaq ban. Maharashtra cabinet is in huddle mode as Chief Minister Shinde calls for a meeting. NIA's crackdown in the gangster terror funding case continues. Raids are conducted across 70 locations. Another big earthquake measuring 6.5 jolts Turkey. At least 3 are dead, over 200 injured. While stoking a fresh row, the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has criticised the government decision of banning triple talaq, saying why is triple talaq only considered a criminal offence for Muslims? He has said at a forum that if a Muslim individual gets divorced, they get imprisoned. Let's listen in to what he'd said.
വർഗീയ നിലപാടുകൾ കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെന്റ് സ്വീകരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇപ്പം നമ്മളിവിടെ വ്യത്യസ്ത മതവിശ്വാസികൾ പങ്കെടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവും ഈ യോഗത്തിൽ. ഒരാൾ ഒരു കുറ്റം ചെയ്താൽ ഒരു പ്രത്യേക രീതിയിൽ, മറ്റൊരാൾ കുറ്റം ചെയ്താൽ മറ്റൊരു പ്രത്യേക രീതിയിൽ സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. നമ്മുടേതുപോലെ രാജ്യത്ത് ഒരു നിയമസമിതിയാവുന്നു. ഒരാൾക്കൊരു നിയമം, മറ്റൊരാൾക്ക് മറ്റൊരു നിയമം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു മതവിശ്വാസിക്ക് ഒരു നിയമം, മറ്റൊരു മതവിശ്വാസിക്ക് വേറൊരു നിയമം. ഇതല്ലേ മുത്തലാഖിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ കാണാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുക. മുത്തലാഖ് ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റാക്കിയല്ല. വിവാഹമോചനം എല്ലാ വിഭാഗത്തിലും നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടല്ല. അതെല്ലാം സിവിലായിട്ടാണല്ലോ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്നത്. മുസ്ലിമിന് മാത്രം എങ്ങനെ ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റമാകുന്നു? അപ്പോ വിവാഹമോചനത്തിന്റെ പേരിൽ മുസ്ലിമായാൽ ജയിലിലടക്കണം. ഇതൊരു ഭാഗം. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും ഇന്ത്യൻ പൗരരാണ്. നമ്മളെ ആരുടെയെങ്കിലും പൗരത്വം ഇന്ന മതത്തിൽ ജനിച്ചതുകൊണ്ടാണ് കിട്ടിയതെന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. നമ്മുടെ ഈ മണ്ണിന്റെ സന്തതിയല്ലേ, ഈ രാജ്യത്തിലെ പൗരല്ലേ. പൗരത്വത്തിന് ഏതെങ്കിലും ഘട്ടത്തിൽ മതം ഒരു അടിസ്ഥാനമായി വന്നിരുന്നു. പൗരത്വ നയ ഭേദഗതിയിലൂടെ ഇതല്ലേ.
Absolutely criminal, because triple talaq is criminal. It's very, very simple. I don't know when has Pinarayi Vijayan started reading the Quran and getting his own interpretation. I don't know who is briefing him. See, the Quran is very clear. Men and women have equal rights. But of course, men have a little more responsibility. And again, when it comes to divorce, the Quran lays down very clearly in chapter 4 what is the procedure to be followed. There is no procedure of triple talaq in one go at all in the Quran. So where does Kerala Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, become a supporter of triple talaq, instant triple talaq? I mean, either he should learn, read the scriptures, learn or get briefed, and instead of coming out and saying such stupid things.
But he's saying that there cannot be one law for a certain community and another for another people. Do you think that they are the same person who opposed UCC? Do you think that he should now clarify stand what he wants to say?
See, nobody is disputing the fact that there are divorce laws in every religion. Yes, there are.
काल सोनू सरांचा प्रोग्राम संपला आणि ते निघत होते. माझा भाऊ स्टेजवर उभा होता त्यांच्याबरोबर फोटो काढायला. त्याने ॲक्च्युली आमचा कमिटीचा शर्ट घातला नव्हता, म्हणून कदाचित त्यांच्या बॉडीगार्डला वाटत असेल की कोणतरी बाहेरचा माणूस आहे, तर त्यांनी फोटो काढायला दिला नाही. तर थोडीशी बाचाबाची झाली, थोडी म्हणजे धक्काबुक्की झाली आणि त्याच्यामध्ये हे झालं. तुम्ही बघाल की मी पण वर पळाले आहे आणि ते स्टॉप केला म्हणून. बाकी सोनू सरांना म्हणजे जो माणूस पडला तो सोनू सरांचा निकटवर्ती होता. आम्ही त्यांना जाऊन हॉस्पिटलमध्ये सुद्धा भेटलो. सोनू सर आणि त्या सरांची आम्ही माफीसुद्धा मागितली. ॲज अ ऑर्गनायझिंग मेंबर म्हणून, ऑर्गनायझर म्हणून त्यांची माफी मागितली आणि सोनू सर बोलले ओके आहे. आणि त्यांना आम्ही हे पण सांगितलं की तुम्हाला जे काही योग्य असेल तुम्ही करा, आम्ही तुम्हाला पूर्ण सहकार्य करू. त्याच्यानंतर आम्हाला कळलं की सोनू सर पोलीस स्टेशनमध्ये गेलेत कंप्लेंट करायला. आम्ही पोलीस स्टेशनात सुद्धा गेलो आणि सरांना तिथे पण आम्ही सांगितलं की ॲज अ ऑर्गनायझर आम्ही माफी व्यक्त करतो, आम्ही दिलगिरी व्यक्त करतो आणि तुम्हाला काय योग्य वाटतं आम्ही तुम्हाला पूर्ण सहकार्य करू. त्यांनी माझ्या भावाच्या नावाची कंप्लेंट केलेली आहे. तर माझा भाऊ पूर्ण कोऑपरेट करेल पोलिसांना आणि जे काय योग्य असेल ते आम्ही नक्की करू. आपल्या माध्यमातून सगळ्यांना विनंती करते की कृपा करून हे पॉलिटिसाइज करू नका, कारण असं काहीच झालं नाहीये. एक फॅन मुवमेंट होती. आपण जर बघाल की भरपूर असे पॉलिटिकल कॉन्वॉयज असतात किंवा म्हणजे आर्टिस्ट लोक असतात, तर फॅनला जाऊन त्यांच्यावर फोटो काढायचा असतो आणि मग थोडीशी गरबागरमी सगळीकडेच होते. तर तसंच झालं आहे. बाकी त्याच्या व्यतिरिक्त जो काय नाही, सोनू साहेबांना हार्म करण्याचा किंवा त्यांना त्रास देण्याचा काही उद्देश नव्हता. फक्त त्याला फोटो काढायचा होता म्हणून जर असा ते त्याने थांबवलं. तर तोच एक प्रॉब्लेम झाला. बाकी असं काही नाही आहे की सोनू सरांना हार्म करायचं होतं किंवा असं काही. PM सरांच्याही कॉन्वॉयमध्ये तसं झालेलं आहे. भारत जोडोमध्ये राहुल गांधी साहेबांच्याही याच्यामध्ये कोणी जाऊन त्यांना मिठी मारलेली आहे. तर तुम्ही बघा क्रिकेटच्या वेळेला पण लोक क्रिकेट पिचवर जाऊन जातात. तर आपलं म्हणजे बॉडीगार्ड आणि आर्टिस्टचं पण असतं की त्यांना त्यांच्या फॅनला कसं ट्रीट करायचं आहे. तर ते तसंच झालं की त्याने स्टॉप केलं आणि त्याला फोटो काढायचं होतं. तर त्या याच्यामध्ये थोडंसं हे गरमागरमी झाली. त्याच्या व्यतिरिक्त अजून काही पॉलिटिकल अँगल नाही याच्या मागे मी आपल्या माध्यमातून सांगू.
पॉलिटिकल अँगल इज जस्ट आय वांट टू कन्वे द मेसेज.
So essentially, we are seeing the Shiva Sena over there of the Uddhav Thackeray faction coming out and saying that we have apologized to Sonu Nigam over the incident, and also essentially trying to portray this event as an overboard sort of fan moment going out of control. Now, Alisha, even as the Shiva Sena, the Uddhav Thackeray faction wants to try and sort of defend what happened by saying that this was more of a fan moment gone horribly wrong, rather than the fact that this appears to be a VVIP sort of a case where this person, who of course is also associated with the Uddhav Thackeray faction, thought that he could perhaps make his way into this crowd and force Sonu Nigam for a selfie.
हम सोनू निगम सर को पहले तो बुलाते ही नहीं थे इवेंट के लिए, और हम खुद हिंदुत्ववादी है, तो ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. और सोनू सर हमारे लिए मतलब एक बड़े आर्टिस्ट है, देश के बड़े आर्टिस्ट है, उनका सम्मान तो हम लोग करते ही है. और ये हीट ऑफ द मोमेंट था और उसके बगैर और अलावा कुछ नहीं. मतलब
सोनू निगम से आपकी बात हुई थी, अस्पताल में भी आप लोगों की मुलाकात उनकी टीम से उनसे, और पुलिस स्टेशन में भी, तो क्या बात हुई आपकी और क्या बताया आपने उनको, उनकी तरफ से क्या जवाब आया?
नहीं, उन्होंने हम लोग ने उनसे हमने उनको जाके सॉरी बोला पहले तो, और उन्होंने बोला ठीक है कुछ नहीं, सब होता है ऐसा. और उन्होंने बोला कि मैं सिर्फ ये दर्ज करना चाहता हूँ कि ताकि ये और कहीं दोबारा रिपीट नहीं होए, बस उन्होंने मुझे यही बोला. बाकी वो सब कंटेंट है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुआ गर्मा गर्मी में. और उन्होंने बोला कि मैं ये कंप्लेंट लॉन्च क्यों कर रहा हूँ कि ताकि ये कहीं और दोबारा रिपीट नहीं हो करके.
FIR हो गई है, आपके भाई का नाम भी उसमें रखा गया है, तो पुलिस की तरफ से अभी तक कोई सम्मन या कुछ बुलावा आया है?
नहीं, पुलिस का फोन आया है, तो अभी जो भी है मेरा भाई कोऑपरेट करेगा.
We'll like to know in English also what happened in yesterday's incident, how it all happened. You were there as an organizer, so what happened? Tell us.
Nothing. My brother wanted a selfie with Sonu sir, so he approached. He was not wearing a shirt, so I guess his bodyguard was not knowing that he is one of the organizers, so maybe he tried to stop him, and in that thing there was a little dispute between the bodyguard and him, and it was just heat of the moment, fan moment gone wrong basically. Nothing to politicize about it, and we have apologized Sonu sir already, and the person who fell, he was taken to Zen Hospital, and we have done his X-ray also, so everything is normal, and we have apologized him also. Later on we came to know that Sonu sir has gone to the police station. We again went there and we have apologized him, and we told him whatever you want to do, we are ready to support you, and whatever the police requires, my brother is there to cooperate.
Initially, when the message went into social media, first claim was that as Sonu Nigam has raised his voice against azans and loudspeakers, so he was attacked by the MLA and his goons. So how all this was done?
See, firstly, it is all wrong. Nothing to do with the azan and all. It was just a fan moment gone wrong. If we were actually against Sonu Nigam sir, we wouldn't have called him only for the concert as an artist. Firstly, so it is all rumors that has been spread. It was just a fan moment gone wrong. You must have seen a lot of political convoys, be it our PM Modi sir or Bharat Jodo. If you see Rahul Gandhi, people have gone and hugged him. Pushed his bodyguards and have gone for that moment. So it was just a pure fan moment which had gone wrong, and we have apologized Sonu sir and his team for it.
What was Sonu Nigam's reaction when you talked to him after the incident in the hospital or in the police?
He was little shaken because his close associate was, he got hurt, and so we have apologized for him. And later on, he was okay, he was calm, but he said he just wanted to register a complaint so that it never happens again with him or his team ever.
So what will you stand on the police complaint, because your brother has been named in the...
No, nothing. He's ready to cooperate with the police, and we are all open with whatever the police take action.
मला मराठीतून थोडं सांगा, काल जे झालं होतं त्यानंतर हे सगळं जे काही झालं त्यानंतर परिवाराचं काय भूमिका आहे कुटुंबांची?
नाही.
All right, so that is the sister of the person who pushed Sonu Nigam's bodyguard and friend. We are given to understand that they have apologized for the incident and are willing to cooperate with the police's probe. And stoking a fresh row, Kerala's Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has criticised the union government decision of banning triple talaq, saying, why is triple talaq only considered a criminal offence for Muslims? If a Muslim individual gets a divorce, they get imprisoned. In a big win, the movie The Kashmir Files has won the Best Film Award at the Dada Saheb Phalke International Film Festival Awards of 2023. Director Vivek Agnihotri tweeted, "This award is dedicated to all victims of terrorism and all people of India for your blessings." A controversy has erupted over the Shivamoga airport even before the inauguration took place. The cabinet has taken a decision to rename Shivamoga Airport after poet and writer Kuvempu, while while pro-Kannada activists have questioned this. State government serves a notice to Rohini Sindhura and D. Rupa over a public spat. The Undersecretary of the Department of Personnel and Administrative Reforms has served this notice to both officers. According to sources, the notice says that the government officials used media to voice their grievances, putting the government in a tight spot. The notice also forbids them from approaching the media. Congress MLA staged a protest against the Qatar government over a range of issues from unemployment to the Sandeep Singh case. The protest was also against corruption and unemployment, with a demand for reviving the old pension scheme. The BJP state unit has planned a demonstration and a candlelight vigil on Tuesday in protest against the recent murder of an army man in Krishnagiri district. In a statement, the BJP state president K. Annamalai alleged that the law and order situation had been worsening. The State Investigation Agency is carrying out raids of several locations across Kashmir. These raids are in connection with the terror funding and narco-terrorism case in Baramulla, Anantnag, Pulwama, Budgam and Sopore. After the BJP National President JP Nadda made a corruption remark against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Congress leader has hit back at JP Nadda by saying that it's become a habit of the BJP to point fingers at the Congress in order to escape corruption charges against them. This comes after JP Nadda addressing the public at Udupi attacked Siddaramaiah and alleged that the former Chief Minister had abolished Lok Ayog and created an anti-corruption bureau to put an end to alleged corruption charges against the Congress. Uddhav Thackeray's petition, which was supposed to be heard today, has been postponed for the 22nd of February, that is tomorrow. The petition against the Election Commission order alleging that the party named Shiva Sena and poll system symbol of bow and arrow had been allotted to the faction led by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. Now, stoking a fresh controversy, the Tamil Nadu Minister and Chief Minister Stalin's son, Udayanidhi Stalin, has now tweeted saying that it is painful to know that students from Tamil Nadu studying in JNU were attacked by the ABVP political goons. They have also demanded the pictures of great leaders like Periyar and Karl Marx. They have also damaged, I beg your pardon, the pictures of Periyar and Karl Marx. This is highly condemnable. This kind of political violence happening in a globally reputed institution is an assault on the pluralistic democracy of India. It should not be tolerated. It is disheartening to hear that the university and the police have watched this attack just as mute spectators. I have spoken to the affected students and promised them that our party will stand by them. This is Udayanidhi Stalin's remarks. Let's go across to Varshini. Varshini, so we of course are seeing Udayanidhi Stalin essentially wading into the JNU controversy now.
Well, absolutely, yes.
Yes, so this is definitely an issue that has been now taken up by the DMK government in the state, particularly Udayanidhi Stalin tweeting saying that it is painful to know that the students, particularly Tamil students studying in the JNU, have been attacked by ABVP political goons, and he's also mentioning that this is an assault on pluralistic democracy. He also speaks about how the pictures of leaders like Periyar and Karl Marx were damaged, and he says that the police in Delhi have just watched the attack happening and they were just mere mute spectators in this whole issue. And they
All right, I think that's a sort of a poor audio connection that we have with Varshini, to remember that she's also at the BJP protest over there. But this, of course, is being seen as the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin's son, also a minister himself in the Tamil Nadu government, wading into this JNU controversy. Now, do remember a few days ago there was a controversy in JNU over the ABVP students alleging that they were trying to garland the portrait of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj when they were attacked by left-wing students. Now, left-wing students, of course, on the other side say that the ABVP had attacked them and removed the portrait of Periyar as well as Karl Marx. I'm going to go back across to Varshini. Varshini, yes, so earlier, of course, you were talking about how, you know, this is being seen as an attempt by Udayanidhi Stalin to wade into politics of the JNU as well now.
You see, the tweet also speaks about how Udayanidhi Stalin says that he has spoken to the students who were attacked in JNU, and that he has promised to even support them and be with them in this kind of a situation. So therefore, it is very clear now that the DMK is taking a stand on this matter, and following the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, now Udayanidhi Stalin has also spoken about how this is an attack on the democracy, and he's saying that this is going to be a very different situation, because he says the police did sit and watch the students being attacked, and he's also speaking about how this is an assault on the pluralistic democracy. He clearly mentions that this was a motivated assault that took place, and he also says that particularly leaders like Periyar and Karl Marx pictures and photos were attacked. Therefore, he is definitely defending the Tamil students who are allegedly said to be attacked at JNU, and that is exactly what the DMK has now come out and spoken about, and is taking a stand in this matter, saying that they are with the students and they will give all the help needed to protect the students, is what the DMK minister Udayanidhi Stalin has explained in his tweet.
Now, Varshini, politically, is this being seen as a regional party now trying to perhaps assert itself on a national stage?
Well, absolutely, yes, Nupur. If you see, DMK as a party has not been, actively into national politics. They refrain from commenting on several incidents. In fact, there has been a constant pressure on the DMK government that particularly Republic put them on regarding their councillor assaulting and involved in the murder of a Jawan, but still they do not want to comment on that. Rather, they want to comment on issues such as this incident that happened in JNU, and even in the recent past about the BBC documentary. Therefore, these kind of issues are now being picked by the DMK and the Chief Minister and now his son and other important leaders like the MPs in Delhi keep commenting on these kind of incidents rather than focusing on what the state government has to take care in their state. So this is definitely giving a very clearer picture of how the nationalist issues are being focused by the DMK party in the state, and how the Chief Minister and other important leaders want to try and take a stand in these kind of issues that is happening in the country.
Right, Varshini reporting on that from Chennai. So as Varshini is pointing out, this perhaps is an attempt by the DMK to take some role at least in central politics as well. Thank you, Varshini. Now, another 6.4 magnitude earthquake hit Turkey, resulting in severe injuries in neighboring Syria as well. This took place Monday. Now, the village of Defne in Turkey's Hatay province, one of the areas that has been severely affected by the 7.8 magnitude earthquake that occurred on the 6th of February, was the epicenter of the tremor.
Another 6.4 magnitude earthquake has hit Turkey, claiming at least 3 lives while injuring another 200. The deadly quake was felt in Syria, Jordan, Cyprus, Israel, and as far away as Egypt. Authorities have informed that more than 130 injuries have been reported, with most of them being non-threatening in nature. While several buildings that were already damaged by the previous quakes have now been reduced to rubble. The death toll already stands at over 41,000 in Turkey, and in thousands more in neighboring Syria is expected to keep rising as emergency workers comb through collapsed buildings.
के लोग कह रहे हैं कि हम व्हीप नहीं मानेंगे, व्हीप मानने का अधिकार मेरा नहीं है क्योंकि हम शिवसेना नहीं है और शिवसेना की लड़ाई
नहीं। ये अच्छा हो गया कि उन्होंने बोला है कि हम शिवसेना नहीं है, तो उनको बोलने दीजिए वो शिवसेना नहीं है। हम कहाँ बोल रहे हैं कि हम ज़बरदस्ती से आपको शिवसेना नहीं बोल रहे हैं, आपको राष्ट्रवादी में जाना है, आप राष्ट्रवादी बोलिए खुद को, हमारा क्या सवाल है। आप उनके ही इशारों पे चलते हैं तो आप खुद को राष्ट्रवादी सेना बोल दीजिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं हमें।
सोनू निगमवर काल रात्री हल्ला झाला, यामध्ये ठाकरे गटातील एक आमदार आहे त्यांच्या प्रकाश पत्रावर
कलाकारावर हल्ला होणं चुकीचं आहे। या पूर्वीच्या काळामध्ये सुद्धा कंगना रनौतचं घर तोडण्यात आलं, कंगना रनौतवर हल्ला करण्याचा प्रयत्न झाला, तसंच पुन्हा एकदा त्यांनी सुरू केलेलं आहे। आणि सोनू निगमवर तर सोनू निगमचं प्रोटेक्शन पोलिसांनी करावं आणि जो कोणी अपराधी आहे त्याच्यावर कडक कारवाई करावी, नाहीतर हे चालू राहणार। माझ्याविरुद्ध कोण बोलला तर त्याला अटक करा, त्याला जेवणावरून उचलून अटक करा, त्याला तुरुंगात टाका। ही जी काय तुमची नीती होती, या नीतीची फळं तुम्ही आज भोगतायत आणि त्याच्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की ही नीती सोडून द्या। बाळासाहेबांसारखं दिलदार मन ठेवा। आम्ही बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारावर आहे म्हणून आमचं मत दिलदार आहे, शिंदेसाहेबांचं मत दिलदार आहे, त्याच्यामुळे ते म्हणतात आम्हाला शिवसेना भवन नको, आमचं ते मंदिर आहे, आम्ही तिथं फक्त नमस्कार करायला जाऊ। त्याच्यामुळे आम्ही आमचं साम्राज्य उभं करू आणि ते आमचं नसणार आहे, ते शिवसैनिकांचं साम्राज्य असणार आहे आणि त्याच्यावर पूर्ण अधिकार हा सर्वसामान्य शिवसैनिकाचा राहणार है।
सोनू निगम पर जिस तरीके से हमला हुआ और फादर फेकर पे इस पूरे मामले पर जिम्मेदारी आ रही है कि कहीं न कहीं उनके गुट की तरफ से ये पूरा हमला किया गया, उसे कैसे देखें?
देखिए, वो अपने नेता को शायद देखते होंगे कि जब कंगना रनौत ने कुछ बोला तो उन पर हल्ला किया गया, उनको उनके ऑफिस को तोड़ा गया, तो ये उनकी एक नीति है, उस नीति से वो चलते हैं। लेकिन गवर्नमेंट को सोनू निगम को प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहिए ऐसे मुझे लगता है, और गवर्नमेंट ये करेगी, ये भी इसके बारे में मुझे यकीन है।
सिर्फ एक सीधा सवाल है कि सिग्नेचरी अथॉरिटी क्या आप लोग चेंज करेंगे? सारे जो अकाउंट्स है वो आप लोग अपने हाथ
हमें उनका अकाउंट बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए, उनको हम शिवसेना है लेकिन हम किसी के पैसों पे नज़र नहीं रखते। वो पैसा किसका है? वो ऑर्डिनरी शिवसैनिक का पैसा है जो वड़ा पाव खा के काम करता है पार्टी के लिए, और उसकी जब मेंबरशिप की बारी आती है तो वो पैसा दे देता है शिवसेना को। उनको चाहिए कि वो अब शिवसेना नहीं है तो उनको ये पैसा शिवसैनिक को वापस लौटाना चाहिए।
आप लोग अपने किताबें में लेके शिवसेना के अकाउंट में डालेंगे?
नहीं, हम क्यों करेंगे? देखिए, हमारे लिए तो शिवसेना और शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब वंदनीय है। हम कुछ भी नहीं करेंगे, हम सिर्फ उनके दिखाए हुए पगडंडी पे कदमों पे चलते रहेंगे और लोगों की सेवा करेंगे। उन्होंने सिखाया है कि 80% सोशल वर्क, 20% पॉलिटिक्स। ये तो 90% पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं। उद्धव साहब, आदित्य साहब, दूसरा कुछ नहीं है उनके पास। कुछ भी डेवलपमेंट की बात नहीं करते हैं, कुछ भी बोल देते हैं, और जो बुरी बुरी बातें करते हैं इसके लिए महाराष्ट्र की जनता उनको माफ़ नहीं करेगी।
पार्टी का व्हिप जारी होगा, पार्टी का व्हिप जारी होगा तो किस किस पर लागू होगा? कौन कौन से लोग हैं जिन पर पार्टी का व्हिप लागू होगा?
देखिए, हम तो ओरिजिनल पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है तो हमारा व्हिप तो रहेगा। अब असेंबली आ रही है तो जिसको करना नहीं है तो ना करे, उनका ऑप्शन है और वो उसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस फेस करे।
सर, एक शेवटचा प्रश्न, तुम्ही आजच्या कार्यकारिणीमध्ये हा प्रस्ताव ठेवणार आहात का? कारण की जे शिवसैनिकांचे, सामान्य शिवसैनिकांचे पैसे ते पार्टी फंड म्हणून जमा झाले 150 कोटी, ते पुन्हा शिवसैनिकांना
ते शिवसैनिकांना दिले जावे अशी मी जाहीर मागणी करतोय आणि त्याच्यामुळे उद्धव साहेबांनी मनाचा मोठेपणा दाखवावा। हे जे शिवसैनिकांचे पैसे आहेत ते शिवसैनिकांना परत करावे अशी मी जाहीर मागणी करतो.
तुम्ही तुमच्या राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारिणीत
आम्ही त्यांच्या पैशाला हात लावणार नाही, आम्ही सेना भवनला हात लावणार नाही. मातोश्रीमध्ये
This is a request to the Uddhav Thackeray itself. The money, the fund that belongs to Shiv Sainik, he himself should transfer the party fund into the party's account itself.
आम्ही कशालाही स्पर्श करणार नाही. त्यांना
We are not even going to touch the Sena Bhavan. We are not going to touch the party fund. Whatever belongs to the Shiv Sena,
आम्ही शिवसैनिकाचा
that is also Shiv Sainik and not it is something of private property. But as we have said and mentioned that we are not going to touch whether it is the Shiv Sena Bhavan.
You are with Republic TV and stay with us as we bring you more news, including the latest on the meeting that has been called by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. And the NIA crackdown in the gangster terror funding case is continuing. Raids are being held across 70 locations.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people.
Hey, good afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking at 12:30. I'm Suresh Asant. We get you all the top stories making news this afternoon. First, a quick check of the top headlines. VVIP brat manhandles singer Sonu Nigam and his friend. Case has been registered. The police is saying that the probe is on. For the second consecutive day, top court denies urgent hearing of Uddhav Thackeray's plea. Maharashtra cabinet in a huddle as Chief Minister Shinde calls for a meet. NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding case. Raids across 70 locations are underway. Kerala Chief Minister stokes fresh controversy, questions government over triple talaq ban. Another big earthquake measuring the magnitude of 6.5 jolted Turkey. At least 3 are dead, over 200 injured.
We are all fighting under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji.
आपका ग्लोब और लोटस के अलावे किसी भी सिंबल पे गया हुआ वोट मोदी जी को मजबूत नहीं करेगा, रियो साहब को मजबूत नहीं करेगा.
Any vote that is casted for any other election symbol other than globe or lotus will not help in assisting Modi government and Rio Saab's government to help the people of Eastern Nagaland and Nagaland in general.
तो आप मुझे बताइए, एनडीडीपी और बीजेपी के कैंडिडेट को जिताएंगे क्या? ऐसे नहीं, दोनों हाथ ऊपर उठाकर बोलिए, जिताएंगे? ग्लोब और लोटस के लिए वोट करेंगे? मोदी जी के हाथ मजबूत करेंगे? नेफ्यू रियो के हाथ मजबूत करेंगे? तो मेरे साथ जोर से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की.
Home Minister Amit Shah campaigning in Nagaland as BJP is going full swing in the northeast, where, remember, the polling is underway for 2 states, and Amit Shah leading the campaign in Nagaland this time, where as according to the party, top faces of the BJP are in the northeast to campaign. And moving on, while stoking a fresh row, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has criticized the union government's decision of banning triple talaq. He said, why is triple talaq only considered a criminal offence for Muslims? If a Muslim individual gets a divorce, they get imprisoned. This is the Kerala Chief Minister who has questioned the ban on triple talaq. Let's listen into that statement.
ഇവിടെ മറയില്ലാതെ വർഗീയ നിലപാടുകൾ കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെന്റ് സ്വീകരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മളിവിടെ വ്യത്യസ്ത മതവിശ്വാസികൾ പങ്കെടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവും ഈ യോഗത്തിൽ. ഒരാളൊരു കുറ്റം ചെയ്താൽ ഒരു പ്രത്യേക രീതിയിൽ, മറ്റൊരാൾ കുറ്റം ചെയ്താൽ മറ്റൊരു പ്രത്യേക രീതിയിൽ സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. നമ്മുടേതുപോലെ രാജ്യത്ത് ഒരു നിയമസമിതിയാവുന്നു. ഒരാൾക്ക് ഒരു നിയമം, മറ്റൊരാൾക്ക് മറ്റൊരു നിയമം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു മതവിശ്വാസിക്ക് ഒരു നിയമം, മറ്റൊരു മതവിശ്വാസിക്ക് വേറൊരു നിയമം. ഇതല്ലേ മുത്തലാഖിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ കാണാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുക. മുത്തലാഖ് ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റാക്കിയല്ലോ. വിവാഹമോചനം എല്ലാ വിഭാഗത്തിലും നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ. അതെല്ലാം സിവിലായിട്ടാണല്ലോ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്നത്. മുസ്ലിമിന് മാത്രം എങ്ങനെ ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റമാകുന്നു? അപ്പോ വിവാഹമോചനത്തിന്റെ പേരിൽ മുസ്ലിം ആയാൽ ജയിലിലിറക്കാം. ഇതൊരു ഭാഗം. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും ഇന്ത്യൻ പൗരരാണ്. നമ്മളെ ആരുടെയെങ്കിലും പൗരത്വം ഇന്ന മതത്തിൽ ജനിച്ചതുകൊണ്ടാണ് കിട്ടിയതെന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? നമ്മൾ ഈ മണ്ണിന്റെ സന്തതിയല്ലേ, ഈ രാജ്യത്തിലെ പൗരരല്ലേ. പൗരത്വത്തിന് ഏതെങ്കിലും ഘട്ടത്തിൽ മതം ഒരു അടിസ്ഥാനമായി വന്നിരുന്നു. പൗരത്വ നിയമ ഭേദഗതിയുടെ ഇതല്ലേ പൗരത്വത്തിനെ മതം അടിസ്ഥാനമാക്കിയല്ലേ കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെന്റ് ചെയ്തത്? എന്ത് ചെയ്യാമെന്നല്ലേ നാം പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ച കാര്യം ഞാൻ വീണ്ടും ആവർത്തിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. അത് കേരളത്തിന്റെ പ്രത്യേകത. അപ്പൊ തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു അതിവിടെ നടപ്പാക്കില്ല. അപ്പൊ ചന്ദ്ര ചോദിച്ചു,
You know, what Bijan said, that is absolutely correct. But the problem is our people, we are used to be ignorant about others. This is Indian culture. We do not know much about Muslims. So, for many things we can reach any conclusion. Triple talaq in one go, it is wrong. In 1 minute, thrice you talaq and divorce. That is absolutely wrong. And even Muslims are fighting against that. And that is not permitted in Quran even. In 1 month, 1 talaq, then 2nd month and 3rd month. That is the procedure. So you think over whether right or wrong. You can change your mind. So this is the procedure. But the 3 talaq in one go, that is wrong, and we are fighting against that. Now Supreme Court has banned it. So when Supreme Court banned it, that is gone. So now the question is general talaq. Every religion gives the divorce. Even Hindu divorce is much, much more than Muslims. Okay? If you can have in a study, you will see. Every corner you will see Hindu women who are deserted. But why only Muslim will be punished? Anybody who will leave their wife, they must be punished. So because of this, only Muslim is being targeted. It is a civil problem. It is a civil problem. Marriage is a civil problem. But you are criminalize it. So because of that, he correctly said that when all religion, there is a lots of divorce are going on, why only targeting Muslims? Anybody who will divorce or leave their wife, they should be punished equally. That is, he said. There is nothing wrong.
Another, at that time when entire petitions were filed in Supreme Court, when the matter was in Supreme Court, later it got banned by Supreme Court only. At that time there were several cases, and in several cases it was seen that in the majority of cases were in which triple talaq was given in an unethical manner.
That is wrong.
In one go. And that was when it was said that the rights of Muslim women are quashed completely.
Yes. That is because of that we opposed it. And Supreme Court rejected it. It is now banned. So when it is banned, why you are raising it again? It is now other things are coming at par with others. Divorce of the wife. So anybody who divorces their wife, they should be treated equally. That is our argument.
Do you think it is the part of appeasement politics because the place where Pinarayi Vijayan made this statement, Kasaragod district in Kerala, that has 37% of Muslim population. Do you think it is appeasement politics?
It is the opinion of our party. Our party do not consider, only party in India who has the guts to speak the truth. All are sold. Only except CPIM. If there is right, we will say right. If they are wrong, we will say right. Not individual cannot decide on the basis of their religion, caste and anything. It is absolutely rubbish to say that.
I think it's absolutely criminal because triple talaq is criminal. It's very, very simple. I don't know when has Pinarayi Vijayan started reading the Quran and getting his own interpretation. I don't know who is briefing him. See, the Quran is very clear. Men and women have equal rights. But of course, men have a little more responsibility. And again, when it comes to divorce, the Quran lays down very clearly in chapter 4 what is the procedure to be followed. There is no procedure of triple talaq in one go at all in the Quran. So where does Kerala Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, become a supporter of triple talaq, instant triple talaq? I mean, either he should learn, read the scriptures, learn or get briefed, and instead of coming out and saying such stupid things.
But he's saying that there cannot be one law for a certain community and another for another people. Do you think that they are the same person who oppose UCC? Do you think that he should now clarify stand what he wants to say?
See, nobody is disputing the fact that there are divorce laws in every religion. Yes, there are. I mean, the Hindu religion has got, every religion permits divorce. And the Quran also lays down very clearly. Has Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan ever read those provisions? Chapter 4 of the Quran? He has not. There is no provision in the Quran at all for an instant triple talaq. This is exactly what we have opposed and criminalized it. And I think he has to be very clear. He is trying to palm to the fundamentalist elements in his party and also to the voters. He needs some Muslim votes because today Kerala is 27% vote and his son-in-law is a Muslim. So obviously he has enough reasons. But I think this is completely out of place, or even I would even say verging on the criminal for Chief Minister to promote such archaic practices which are being made criminal by the Parliament of India. And I think he should apply better senses. I mean, this is completely out of place, what he said.
Cutting across to my colleague Ashwin, who is now joining us live. Ashwin, to begin with, this is not even a fair comparison, because the triple talaq practice is a part of what Muslims do. It is a practice that is unfair to women. The whole idea of striking down triple talaq was to seek justice for Muslim women. I mean, to really look at this whole debate in the larger prospect, it is instead Pinarayi Vijayan who's communalizing the very idea of it. The BJP instead is vying for Muslim women, is trying to fight for them, and here Pinarayi Vijayan is giving it a polarized color instead.
Well, absolutely. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan made the speech in Kasaragod district to kickstart the campaign, a statewide protest that has started against the union government, which begins in Kasaragod and ends in Thiruvananthapuram. So it has been held by the new state secretary of the CPM, MV Govindan. So in that, his speech was given. And Kasaragod is one district which has got 37% of Muslim population, number one. Number two, this comes at a time when Jamaat-e-Islami, one of the organized Muslim organization, that even had a meeting with the RSS, and this also didn't go well with the Chief Minister. So here what we see is that the Chief Minister of Kerala is trying to create a divide by trying to project that the union government is against the minority community as well. And by stating very prolifically that in fact when the divorce of other communities is civil, but when it comes to Muslim community, he is saying that it is a criminal, without even looking at the mere fact that there are hundreds and thousands of Muslims who actually go via the court to get their divorce proceedings done. So he has made a large, broad brushstroke by stating that all Muslims in Kerala divorces by using triple talaq as a way of following divorce laws. And this is where the problem lies. And clearly he has made this this comment at a very, very sensitive area, a place where relatively among the 14 districts in Kerala, this is one of the most backward districts, because there's not even a proper hospital facility there in this place. There are multiple issues which the district of Kasaragod is facing. And in that district, he has made this comment. Right. And then from this, he is moving on to other northern parts of Malabar as well. So certainly, this comment has to be seen on a light of creating a kind of a political divide, and of course, a communal divide as well.
Oh yes, absolutely. And instead, it is Pinarayi Vijayan who is clearly playing appeasement politics here to cater to his vote bank. And that is coming across very, very clearly. What he really means by this and why he's making this comparison is only to bring down the BJP. But the whole crux is about seeking justice for Muslim women. And this sort of unfair treatment should not be meted out to them. Ashwin, I want to thank you for speaking to us and getting us all these details. We slip into a short commercial break. But before that, I'm being told Zeenat Shaukat Ali is with me on the phone line. Zeenat, what do you make of this comment? Because at the outset, really looking like Pinarayi Vijayan to garner votes and to play appeasement politics would make such a comparison. Any person who argues this on logic, fact is that triple talaq is a practice that is prevalent for Muslims and is very, very unfair against Muslim women. The whole idea of striking it down was the fact that this sort of unfairness should not be meted out to them. And by Pinarayi Vijayan making a statement like this is purely communal.
I agree with you that this is sort of a disservice to Muslim women, who have. In the first instance, I should like to make one or 2 points. My first point is that triple talaq was never part of the Quran. And this was debated and argued over years. I have 2 books written on the subject. The second part is that, there has been enough argument brought forth and, enough evidence being placed by different countries of the world, Muslim countries of the world, that have banned this kind of a talaq. Because there is a divorce per se is not banned. That is misleading to say that. But there's a procedure, and that procedure which was followed by the triple talaq did women a lot of harm, and it is not part of Islam. So therefore, you see, when these arguments were brought about, and the triple talaq was made illegal, yet despite that fact, it was continued to be practiced, where women suffered a lot of pain and suffering and, anguish, and also violence was accompanied sometimes. So therefore, it was thought necessary that as a deterrent, this should be criminalized so that men would not use this as an instrument against women and leaving them high and dry on the road with just this one pronouncement, which left them nowhere. So, the whole, as you are very correctly saying, that on the basis of logic, the argument that is being presented is no argument. As a matter of fact, I feel the statement is a bit misleading. And, it is also, I think, not conducive to bringing justice to Muslim women, which was the actual basis of this law. Hello?
Oh, yes, completely. And Zeenat, I'm sure majority agree with you. On that note, I want to thank you for speaking to Republic this afternoon. We have to slip into a very short commercial break. Also, a quick check of the big stories we're tracking for you this afternoon. VVIP brat manhandled singer Sonu Nigam and his friend. A case has been registered. The police is saying that the probe is on. Also, another big earthquake measuring 6.5 on the Richter scale has jolted Turkey yet again. 3 are dead, over 200 injured.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT-42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT-42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்த உடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
MIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the fifth time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the city in Delhi.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Daksar area of the Ramban.
And breaking news coming in, yet another setback to the Uddhav faction after the Vidhan Bhavan's office that has been granted to the Shinde faction. It is Lok Sabha's Shiv Sena office that has also now been handed over to the Shinde faction. This office has been allotted, and Sandeep is getting us further details on this. Sandeep, it is one setback after the other. After losing several MLAs, it was the Vidhan Bhavan office. It was the party symbol before that, and the BMC office also, and now even the Lok Sabha office we hear is being given to the Shinde faction. A clear defeat for Uddhav Thackeray, and really high time that he accepts the reality with grace.
Yes, as you rightly mentioned, a tough time for Uddhav Thackeray as Uddhav Thackeray is losing, day and again. And in fact, now after Vidhan Bhavan party office of Shiv Sena was in fact overtaken by and in fact claimed by Eknath Shinde faction leader. In fact, the Shiv Sena that is being led by Eknath Shinde had claimed the office in Vidhan Bhavan, and now the government office, in Lok Sabha has been granted to Eknath Shinde faction. So it is a big win for Eknath Shinde. But on the other hand, yes, Uddhav Thackeray, it is a huge loss for Uddhav Thackeray as well. And in fact, remember the press conference that he took yesterday, wherein he was fearing that he may also lose the Shiv Sena Bhavan. In fact, when we spoke to the cabinet minister here, Deepak Kesarkar, today, Deepak Kesarkar clearly mentioned that the Shiv Sena Bhavan is like a temple for us, and in fact we are not having any kind of intention to take over that Shiv Sena Bhavan. Rather, Uddhav Thackeray is making such statement to gain some sympathy. So definitely a big jolt for Uddhav faction, and in fact I'm being joined by BJP leader Mr. Atul Shah. Sir, after Vidhan Bhavan office, now it's Lok Sabha office of Shiv Sena has been granted to Eknath Shinde faction. A big jolt for Uddhav faction?
I don't think it's a jolt, but it's a court's decision, and the court and the election commission decision has to be adhered to. So it is automatically, now since they've become Shiv Sena, all the offices, and plus, as you said, Vidhan Sabha and even Lok Sabha, they are getting the offices. Nothing wrong with it.
So everything is legal, that is what you...
Yeah, the country runs on democratic ways and in the legal ways. So whatever happens, now that gundagiri, dadagiri thing will not work anymore.
Right. Thank you so much for talking to us. As you rightly heard, Atul Shah, the BJP leader, he clearly mentions that things that have happened, be it in Vidhan Sabha or Lok Sabha, that has happened in a democratic way. And in fact, for the same reason now, after Vidhan Sabha, now it's Lok Sabha, that all the offices, or party offices of Shiv Sena has been in fact granted to Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena.
Sandeep, thank you for those details. Moving on. And moving on, the BJP state unit has planned a demonstration and a candlelight vigil in protest against the recent murder of an army man in Krishnagiri district. BJP state unit president Annamalai has alleged that law and order situation has been deteriorating in the state, and the offences committed by the ruling party members are on the rise. He has also now joined this protest. Cutting across to my colleague Varshini, who is joining us on the broadcast. Varshini, Republic being the only channel to have tracked this story closely, to have brought it to national attention and forced other channels to have followed this story. Otherwise, no one was even paying heed to it. And now it is BJP also taking it up in a big level, going ahead with this candle march, saying that the law and order really is in shambles in the state of Tamil Nadu under the DMK rule.
இதெல்லாம் தாண்டி இன்று வந்து வர வேண்டும். இந்த நிலைமை மாற வேண்டும். பட்டியலின மக்களுக்கு குரல் கொடுக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே சக்தி தமிழகத்திலும் சரி தேசியம் பாஜக மட்டும்தான் என்பதை நிரூபிக்கும் விதமாக இன்று இந்த கண்டன ஆர்ப்பாட்டம் நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது.
Right now the Bharatiya Janata Party of the Tamil Nadu has been taking up this into a very big issue and they are conducting a huge protest. Hunger fast, as you can see from the visuals, the Bharatiya Janata Party Tamil Nadu President Annamalai is heading, and we also have a number of ex-servicemen who are participating in this protest. They are also standing here together to protest against this situation that is existing in the state where the law and order is in shambles. And Republic, as you know, has been covering extensively this story, and we are trying to bring justice to the lynched soldier. And now we can see that the Bharatiya Janata Party of the state has joined hands in bringing justice to this lynched soldier. And hundreds and hundreds of BJP cadres are also present in this hunger fast, which will happen until 4 o'clock. And at 4 o'clock, a candlelight vigil will also take place, where these BJP cadres and functionaries and all important leaders, along with the state president Annamalai, will walk from this location to the war memorial that is located near the Marina Beach as a part of paying respect to the deceased soldier, and also to try to bring awareness to the story, where the Tamil Nadu people are not aware of the story in a larger scale. The attention of the people, as everybody knows, the Tamil media has not yet taken cognizance of this matter. Therefore, this BJP is trying to say that this candlelight vigil from their part is going to be an awareness program where they will try to bring to the attention of the people of Tamil Nadu about what exactly happened for this soldier and what was the cause for their death, and how the people should together come and make sure that justice is being served to the lynched soldier Lance Naik.
All right, we'll continue to track all the details very closely. For the moment, stepping into a short commercial break also. How a VVIP brat manhandled singer Sonu Nigam and his friend, where a case has been registered and the police is saying that probe continues.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்த உடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Tuxar area of the Ramban.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்த உடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the fifth time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change?
Top headlines right now, viewers. VVIP brat manhandled singer Sonu Nigam and his friend. Case registered. Police say pro bono. For the second consecutive day now, top court denies urgent hearing of Uddhav Thackeray's plea. Maharashtra cabinet in huddle mode as Chief Minister Shinde calls for a meet. NIA crackdown and gangster terror funding case. Raids across 70 locations underway. Kerala Chief Minister stokes fresh controversy, questions government over triple talaq ban. Another big earthquake measuring magnitude of 6.5 jolts Turkey. At least 3 dead, over 200 injured. Viewers, we're live and breaking this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. And right now, as we speak, the BJP state unit has planned a demonstration and a candlelight vigil in protest against the recent murder of an army man in Krishnagiri district. Let's go straight across to Varshini, who's joining me live right now. Varshini, we know the BJP state unit right now. The president as well, Annamalai, has alleged that the law and order situation has been getting worse and worse in the state.
Yes, that is exactly the situation right now. As now we are at the BJP protest that is happening in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, and this is a hunger fast that is happening right from the morning. It's not just the BJP cadres, it's not just the BJP functionaries or the important leaders, but also a huge number of ex-service men have also gathered here at this protest, and they're all hunger fasting today against the lynching of Lance Naik Prabhu, and the BJP state president K. Annamalai is heading this protest, and also all important senior leaders from the BJP of Tamil Nadu are also present here. And as you can see from the visuals that our video journalist is showing you, there are hundreds of BJP cadres who've also gathered here together to protest against the lynching of the soldier. This unfortunate incident, as quoted by the BJP state president Annamalai, he says that the people of Tamil Nadu are not aware of the situation. There are incidents that are happening across the state, but the people are not being aware. It is not reaching the people. So this candlelight vigil that is about to happen in the evening at 4 p.m. is going to be a very important candlelight vigil which will bring awareness to the people, is what the BJP state president Annamalai has spoken about this incident, and we are expecting that the state president Annamalai will quickly give a speech in front of this public, and he will also be speaking about the importance of the people to know about this issue is what is being expected from now here, Shivangi.
Right, Varshini. And Varshini, as the BJP demands justice for Lance Naik Prabhu, Annamalai has been questioning MK Stalin's silence over the killing of the soldier. And what I want to ask you is has any kind of response come in still till today from MK Stalin? Because you had confronted MK Stalin as well and asked him to comment on what happened and about the justice that should be delivered to the soldier who was killed brutally.
So this protest is definitely one of the very important protests because the Bharatiya Janata Party is joining hands in this campaign that Republic has been doing extensively for the past week. The only channel to be at the spot to confront the Chief Minister, to confront Minister and the Chief Minister's son, to get a proper response, to bring justice to the Lance Naik Prabhu and his family who is currently suffering a loss. And now the Bharatiya Janata Party of the Tamil Nadu has now joined hands in this campaign. They are also viewing it in a big way, massive way, just because it is the need of the hour for the state of people of Tamil Nadu to understand the seriousness of this issue, that the ruling DMK government is not possibly trying to take it up. Though we saw the Chief Minister's son and Minister Udayanidhi Stalin speaking up and standing for the students in JNU, but a lynched soldier in the state, from the state, a cold-blooded murder done by his own DMK councillor has not yet been responded. You see, we've been asking the same questions for weeks now and still we do not have a proper answer. Still the DMK councillor has not been suspended and still there has not been taken any condolence message or any tweet or nothing from the Chief Minister or any other important leaders, and that is exactly why the BJP is now taken up the issue. The Bharatiya Janata Party is conducting a massive protest. They are all fasting today. It is a hunger fast that is happening, and in the evening at 4 p.m. a candlelight vigil will happen from here, from this very spot till the War Memorial, which is near the Marina Beach, which is almost a few kilometers away from here. The Bharatiya Janata Party leader, state leader Annamalai, and all the other leaders and these cadres will be doing a candlelight march, and the state president Annamalai says that this march is going to bring awareness to the people about the current law and order situation in the state, and particularly about the death of Lance Naik Prabhu and how justice has to be served, and the entire people of the state have to come together to bring justice for Lance Naik Prabhu.
Right, Varshini. And Varshini, I just want you to tell our viewers, because in the FIR copy, we have got the entire sequence of events according to the FIR copy, what really happened. The final FIR copy does include charges of murder. Remember, that had come in last time. Initially, it was left out in the preliminary FIR. Varshini, just take us through exactly what the FIR copy says, because that really gives a sense of the events and the timeline of this brutal killing. Varshini.
Definitely, yes, Shivangi. If we go by the FIR copy that was filed by the police, then we have to understand the fact that the police had mentioned about how it was a call from a private hospital that they received, and they went to the private hospital and saw the two soldiers, both brothers Prabhakaran and Lance Naik Prabhu, with severe injuries, including their father Madayan, who was also severely affected by heavy thrashing. And later on, when they inquired about what really happened, that is when the soldier Prabhakaran had mentioned about how the DMK councillor and his people had attacked them very badly over a petty issue, over using water from a water tank, a common water tank, and how that had become into an argument, and that is how it had led to a planned attack on the family. The father and the sons were severely attacked, and due to heavy injuries, and particularly that Lance Naik Prabhu was heavily attacked and hit on his head, which led to internal bleeding, and that is how he had passed away. succumbing to his injuries after how much ever treatment was provided to him in the hospital. It all failed and he succumbed to his injuries. And the police have also mentioned about the names of these 9 people who Prabhakaran had mentioned in his initial complaint, and later on the police had taken 6 people under custody. They were immediately arrested, but the DMK councillor Chinnaswamy and his 2 sons were responding. They had in fact moved from Tamil Nadu to Karnataka, and they were later found in Kolar in Karnataka by the Karnataka CID, and they had to be brought back to Tamil Nadu. Only after the death of Lance Naik Prabhu was this arresting of the DMK councillor by the Karnataka CID and transferring him to Tamil Nadu police happened only after the death, which was almost 6 days from when the incident took place. Therefore, there was a lethargy, there was a lack of immediate response in this matter. In spite of 2 soldiers being attacked, there was a lethargicity that was seen in the police taking action, police filing the FIR like you mentioned, and only after the death of Lance Naik Prabhu was a murder charge filed, and only later on the other 3 people were also arrested and brought back to Tamil Nadu. So this is what we are able to see in the FIR, but the whole scenario is that though the police have done their job, even though it was very late, even though it was very, very late after the incident took place, the police have done their job. What did the DMK, the ruling government, has done in this whole scenario is the question that we've been trying to raise for a long time, and we've been trying to get one person on record from the DMK party to take accountability about this whole incident, and also to give some kind of respect and honor which the soldier and his family deserves, is what the Republic's campaign is about. But unfortunately, since the DMK government is not ready to pay heed to the media, now the Bharatiya Janata Party, one of the opposition parties in Tamil Nadu, has taken it down to the roads. Now they are protesting against this whole issue, and we can only hope that the DMK government will at least listen to the request from the people of the state, from the public, and finally take cognizance of this matter and react to it, at least after this kind of protest by the opposition parties.
Right, Varshini. So Varshini is right there at the BJP protest. They're protesting the soldiers' lynching. The BJP state unit has planned a demonstration and a candlelight vigil in protest against a recent murder of an army man in Krishnagiri district, viewers. And we also can tell you that in the evening, this candlelight vigil will be held. That's where my colleague Varshini is. She's getting us all the details. And Annamalai has once again raised the issue, and he said that this is the failure of the state government, and justice, that is what's important in this case. Varshini, I'm coming back to you right now. And like I was just telling our viewers, many questions have been raised about the failure of the state government, about the state government acting fast to deliver justice to Lance Naik Prabhu. Varshini.
Well, Shivangi, that is exactly the whole point of this protest. Justice for Lance Naik Prabhu is what is necessary at this point. Though we've been trying to put out this for a huge campaign that the public did. All that we've been asking for all this while was justice for Lance Naik Prabhu and his family, and also the DMK government. When we even confronted Udaynithi Stalin, he said justice has been served. He said he's been arrested. Action has been taken. What else do you need was the question. But why was not a condolence extended to the family? Why was not the respects for any soldier that has to be done by a state government was not done for the Lance Naik Prabhu? And why was the party still reluctant to remove this DMK councillor from the party? And why is the state government not giving any kind of a monetary compensation or any kind of help to the family now is the question, and that is the justice that has to be served, and that is the demand everybody is expecting right now, Shivangi.
Right. All right. Thank you, Varshini, for getting us all the details as BJP leaders are on a day-long fast. Annamalai has also said he will join them. A candlelight vigil later in the day. Varshini, keep us updated and keep us ahead on the story. It's time now to see what else is making news from across India. Stoking a fresh row, Kerala CM Pinarayi Vijayan has criticized the union government decision of banning triple talaq, saying why is triple talaq only considered a criminal offence for Muslims? If a Muslim individual gets a divorce, they get imprisoned. In a big win, the movie The Kashmir Files has won the Best Film Award at Dada Saheb Phalke Awards. Director Vivek Agnihotri tweeted, and I quote here, "This award is dedicated to all the victims of the terrorism and to all the people of India for your blessings."
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Keshav, I love you.
Big controversy over Shivamogga Airport. Even before inauguration, the cabinet has now taken decision to name the Shivamogga after poet and writer, while pro-Kannada activists have questioned the absence of the Kannada signboards at Shivamogga Airport. This entire issue broke out into a full-fledged political war. State government services. The state government has served notices to Rohini Sindhura and D. Rupa over public spat under Secretary of Department of Personnel and Administrative Reform serves notice to both the officers. According to sources, the notice says that the government officials used media to voice their grievances, hence putting government in a tight spot. Meanwhile, the notice forbids them from approaching the media. Congress MLAs staged a protest against the Khattar government over a range of issues from unemployment to the Sandeep Singh case. The protest was also against the corruption and unemployment, while the demand of reviving the old pension scheme has also been raised. The BJP state unit has planned a demonstration and a candlelight vigil on Tuesday, that's today, to protest against a recent murder of an army man in Krishnagiri district. In a statement, BJP state unit president K. Annamalai alleged that the law and order situation had been getting worse in the state and the offences committed by the ruling party members was on the rise. State investigations agency are now carrying out raids at several locations across Kashmir. These raids are in connection with the terror funding and narco-terrorism case in Baramulla, Anantnag, Pulwama, Bargaon and other areas. After BJP National President JP Nadda made a corruption remark against former CM Siddaramaiah, a Congress leader hits back at Nadda by stating that it's become a habit for the BJP to point fingers at the Congress in order to escape corruption charges against this. This comes after JP Nadda addressing the public in Udupi has attacked Siddaramaiah and alleged that the former CM abolished Lokayukta and created Anti-Corruption Bureau to put an end to alleged corruption charges against Congress. Uddhav Thackeray petition, which was supposed to be heard today, has been postponed for February 22nd, that is tomorrow. In the Supreme Court, the petition is against the Election Commission under allotting the party name Shiv Sena and poll symbol bow and arrow to the faction led by Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. Viewers, talking a fresh row, Kerala CM Pinarayi Vijayan has criticised the union government decision of banning triple talaq, saying why is triple talaq only considered a criminal offence for Muslims? If a Muslim individual gets a divorce, they get imprisoned. Well, that is what's coming in right now from the Kerala CM, who's criticised the centre on triple talaq ban. Also has added that the CAA will not come in Kerala. So this has happened when he was addressing a public gathering during the inauguration of a statewide march held by CPIM's Kerala State Secretary. When this happened, the state CM stoked a fresh controversy. Let's go ahead and play out exactly what was said.
വ്യത്യസ്ത മതവിശ്വാസികൾ പങ്കെടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവും ഈ യോഗത്തിൽ. ഒരാളൊരു കുറ്റം ചെയ്താൽ ഒരു പ്രത്യേക രീതിയിൽ, മറ്റൊരാൾ കുറ്റം ചെയ്താൽ മറ്റൊരു പ്രത്യേക രീതിയിൽ സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. നമ്മുടേതുപോലെ രാജ്യത്ത് ഒരു നിയമസമിതിയാവുന്നു. ഒരാൾക്കൊരു നിയമം, മറ്റൊരാൾക്ക് മറ്റൊരു നിയമം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു മതവിശ്വാസിക്ക് ഒരു നിയമം, മറ്റൊരു മതവിശ്വാസിക്ക് വേറൊരു നിയമം. ഇതല്ലേ മുത്തലാഖിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ കാണാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുക. മുത്തലാഖ് ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റാക്കിയല്ല. വിവാഹമോചനം എല്ലാ വിഭാഗത്തിലും നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ. അതെല്ലാം സിവിലായിട്ടാണല്ലോ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്നത്. മുസ്ലിമിന് മാത്രം എങ്ങനെ ക്രിമിനൽ കുറ്റമാകുന്നു? അപ്പോ വിവാഹമോചനത്തിന്റെ പേരിൽ മുസ്ലിം ആയാൽ ജയിലിലടക്കാം. ഇതൊരു ഭാഗം. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും ഇന്ത്യൻ പൗരരാണ്. നമ്മളെ ആരുടെയെങ്കിലും പൗരത്വം ഇന്ന മതത്തിൽ ജനിച്ചതുകൊണ്ടാണ് കിട്ടിയതെന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. നമ്മുടെ ഈ മണ്ണിന്റെ സന്തതിയല്ലേ, ഈ രാജ്യത്തിലെ പൗരല്ലേ. പൗരത്വത്തിന് ഏതെങ്കിലും ഘട്ടത്തിൽ മതം ഒരു അടിസ്ഥാനമായി വന്നിരുന്നു. പൗരത്വ നയ ഭേദഗതിയിലൂടെ ഇതല്ലേ പൗരത്വത്തിനെ മതം അടിസ്ഥാനമാക്കിയല്ലേ കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെന്റ് ചെയ്തത്? എന്ത് ചെയ്യാമെന്നല്ലേ നാം പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ച കാര്യം ഞാൻ വീണ്ടും ആവർത്തിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. അത് കേരളത്തിന്റെ പ്രത്യേകത. അപ്പൊ തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു അതിവിടെ നടപ്പാക്കില്ല. അപ്പൊ ചന്ദ്ര ചോദിച്ചു.
So viewers, you heard the Kerala CM criticizing the central government decision to ban triple talaq for Muslims. Now the CPM is defending the remark. Let's play out those reactions.
You know what Bijan said, that is absolutely correct. But the problem is our people, we are used to be ignorant about others. This is Indian culture. We do not know much about Muslims. So for anything we can read any conclusion. Triple talaq in one go, it is wrong. In 1 minute, thrice you talaq and divorce. That is absolutely wrong. And even Muslims are fighting against that. And that is not permitted in Quran even. In 1 month, 1 talaq, then 2nd month and 3rd month. That is the procedure. So you think over whether right or wrong. You can change your mind. So this is the procedure. But the 3 talaq in one go, that is wrong, and we are fighting against that. Now Supreme Court has banned it. So when Supreme Court banned it, that is gone. So now the question is general talaq. Every religion gives the divorce. Even Hindu divorce is much, much more than Muslims. Okay. If you can have in a study, you will see. Every corner you will see Hindu women who are deserted. But why only Muslim will be punished? Anybody who will leave their wife, they must be punished. So because of this, only Muslim is being targeted. It is a civil problem. It is a civil problem. Marriage is a civil problem. But you are criminalizing it. So because of that, he correctly said that when all religion, there is a lots of divorce are going on, why only targeting Muslims? Anybody who will divorce or leave their wife, they should be punished equally. That is, he said. There is nothing wrong.
Another, at that time when entire petitions were filed in Supreme Court, when the matter was in Supreme Court, later it got banned by Supreme Court only. At that time there were several cases, and in several cases it was seen that in the majority of cases were in which triple talaq was given in an unethical manner.
That is wrong.
In one go. And that was when it was said that the rights of Muslim women are quashed completely.
Yes. That is because of that we opposed it. And Supreme Court rejected it. It is now banned. So when it is banned, why you are raising it again? It is now other things are coming at par with others. Divorce of the wife. So anybody who divorces their wife, they should be treated equally. That is our argument.
Do you think it is the part of appeasement politics?
I think it's absolutely criminal because triple talaq is criminal. It's very, very simple. I don't know when has Pinarayi Vijayan started reading the Quran and getting his own interpretation. I don't know who is briefing him. See, the Quran is very clear. Men and women have equal rights. But of course, men have a little more responsibility. And again, when it comes to divorce, the Quran lays down very clearly in chapter 4 what is the procedure to be followed. There is no procedure of triple talaq in one go at all in the Quran. So where does Kerala Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, become a supporter of triple talaq, instant triple talaq? I mean, either he should learn, read the scriptures, learn or get briefed, and instead of coming out and saying such stupid things.
But he's saying that...
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side as we are live and breaking. VVIP brat manhandles singer Sonu Nigam and his friend. Case registered, police says probe is on. For the second consecutive day now, top court denies urgent hearing of Uddhav Thackeray's plea. Stay tuned.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the fifth time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
So has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
ETO साहब अमृतपाल सिंह रनिंग अ कैंपेन डिमांडिंग द खालिस्तान. गवर्नमेंट क्यों साइलेंट है? ETO साहब गवर्नमेंट कोई जवाब नहीं दे रही है उस पे. ETO साहब इफ यू कैन आंसर जस्ट बिकॉज टू क्लियर द स्टैंड ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट. ETO साहब व्हाई द गवर्नमेंट इज नॉट टेकिंग एक्शन, व्हाई द गवर्नमेंट इज साइलेंट?
Good afternoon. Thanks for staying tuned to Republic. We're live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Over the next half an hour, we'll get you exclusive details of how an MLA's son manhandled singer Sonu Nigam and his friend. All that and more. Starting first with the top headlines. VVIP brat manhandled singer Sonu Nigam and his friend. Case registered. Police says probe on. For the second consecutive day, top court denies urgent hearing of Uddhav Thackeray's plea. Maharashtra cabinet in huddle mode as Chief Minister Eknath Shinde calls for a meet. NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding case, raids across 70 locations underway. Kerala Chief Minister stokes fresh controversy, questions government over triple talaq ban. Another big earthquake measuring magnitude of 6.5 jolts Turkey, at least 3 dead, more than 200 injured. And we start with a top focus last evening when a VVIP son's MLA son was seen manhandling Sonu Nigam as well as his friend at a Mumbai event. Sonu Nigam was attacked during the Chembur festival in Mumbai last evening. The 49-year-old playback singer was reportedly coming down from the stage after a live concert when a man identified as Swapnil Prakash held him when Nigam's associates Rabbani and the other one of his close aides tried to guard the singer. The accused allegedly pushed the duo and they even sustained injuries. Meanwhile, we're given to understand that MLA's son has now been booked by the Mumbai police. In fact, Republic tried to confront the accused VVIP brat. In fact, the MLA whose son has been booked in this case. Let's listen in to that confrontational sequence.
की गई थी आपके बेटे द्वारा, क्या कुछ कहेंगे मिस्टर पार्थेपेकर? मिस्टर पार्थेपेकर, क्या अजान विवाद को लेकर के धक्का मुक्की की गई थी? कुछ बात करेंगे? की गई थी आपके बेटे द्वारा, क्या कुछ कहेंगे मिस्टर पार्थेपेकर? मिस्टर पार्थेपेकर, क्या अजान विवाद को लेकर के धक्का मुक्की की गई थी? कुछ बात करेंगे?
वीडियो में देखेंगे राइट हैंड साइड में पहले हरी को पुश किया है, उसके बाद जब मुझे पुश किया तो मैं गिर गया, देखा होगा वीडियो में मैं नीचे गिर गया हूँ। हाँ, मैं स्टेप पे गिर गया, तो मैं अगर मैं साइड में होता तो मैं गिर जाता, तो मैं स्टेप पे गिरा तो मुझे बचाने के लिए रब्बानी आए और रब्बानी को तो उसने ऐसे पीछे किया तो उसके बच गया, वो मर जाता। वो अगर नीचे कुछ लोहा होता तो गया था वो। मैंने शिकायत दर्ज की है इसलिए ताकि लोगों को ये थोड़ा, लेकिन लोगों को थोड़ा सोचना चाहिए कि जब किसी को आप जबरदस्ती फोटो सेल्फी करते तो और उसके बाद में एरोगेंस और ये धक्का मुक्की
All right, so there you saw the whole sequence of the scuffle and how singer Sonu Nigam was manhandled by the MLA's son. In fact, we exclusively spoke to the friend of Sonu Nigam as well, who was in fact who sustained injuries in this whole incident.
रब्बानी, कल आप सोनू निगम के साथ थे उस कार्यक्रम में, चेंबूर फेस्टिवल कार्यक्रम में। क्या हुआ था? क्या धक्का मुक्की हुई थी, मार पिटाई हुई थी, कैसे? कुछ
मार पिटाई वगैरह जैसे कुछ नहीं हुई थी। इट वाज जस्ट एक शो के बाद में देयर वाज अ ग्रुप। शो से पहले ही मतलब 10-15 मिनट पहले ही सोनू निगम के मैनेजर के साथ में बदतमीजी हुई। एक और किसी को इनवाइट किया था, उन्होंने उन लोगों को बोला स्टेज से उतरो तुम। एंड देन उसके बाद वो एक लड़का आ गया स्टेज के ऊपर 10 मिनट पहले शो से, एंड ही गॉट अ कैमरामैन एंड ही स्टूड देयर। एंड फिर उसके बाद जब शो खत्म हुआ 10 बजे, सोनू जी नीचे उतर रहे थे स्टेज से, तो सोनू भाई के साथ में वो इनियस वगैरह निकालते हैं ना शो में काम से, तो सिक्योरिटी वाला था उनका हरि प्रकाश, तो सिक्योरिटी वाला उनको हेल्प कर रहा था। तो वो फोटो खींचने के लिए वो ही केम क्लोज टू सोनू जी, तो उसने गार्ड ने उसको बोला 1 मिनट आप हटिए जरा, पहले हमको ये निकालने दीजिए। तो गार्ड को ढकेल दिया उसने।
अच्छा।
तो गार्ड उल्टा हो गया, बच गया वो, मतलब ही जंप्ड। फिर उसके बाद सोनू जी को उसने थोड़ा सा खींचने की कोशिश की, एंड उनके भी नाखून वगैरह थोड़े उसके लगे, स्क्रैचेस कुछ आए। एंड देन मैं उनको बचाने गया तो मुझे उसने फेंक दिया उठा के। एंड उसके बाद मुझे एकदम टोटल ब्लैकआउट हो गया। आई डिडंट इवन नो व्हाट्स हैपनिंग, आई डिडंट इवन नो दिस गाय। कोई इससे इंटरेक्शन भी नहीं हुआ हमारा, कोई ना आर्गुमेंट हुए, ना वी न्यू हु ही इज, वी न्यू नथिंग। एंड आई वाज टोटली अनअवेयर ऑफ व्हाट हैपेंड, यू नो, सडनली आई वाज थ्रोन अवे। एंड बाय गॉड्स ग्रेस आई वाज वेरी लकी कि पीछे कुछ पड़ा नहीं था, नहीं तो मैं आई वुडंट बी स्पीकिंग टू यू टुडे।
तो वो
सच अ बैड फॉल दैट आई हैड यस्टरडे, यू नो।
हाँ, तो ये जो धक्का है आपको जो उठा के फेंका गया, तो वो स्वप्निल फार्तेपेकर ने किया है?
हाँ, he is, बाद में पता चला कि वो एमएलए के बेटे हैं, and that's the reason he was, you know, he was on the stage also, and he was because उसकी बहन ने किया था ये फेस्टिवल, so he was like ownership वाला वो था।
तो आपने
हमारा इवेंट है और
हाँ, तो आपने ये भी बताया कि मैनेजर के साथ भी जो है वो बदसलूकी की गई थी।
हाँ, मतलब बोले उतरो नीचे उतरो स्टेज से, एंड ऑलवेज स्टेज के एज पे सोनू जी की टीम होती है, ही नीड्स वाटर, ही नीड्स एनीथिंग, तो ये पूरी टीम रहती है जो यू नो दे असिस्ट हिम, एंड वो उनके इशारे समझते हैं। यू नो, एनी आर्टिस्ट हु इज परफॉर्मिंग फॉर 2.5 hours 3 hours, पानी वानी भी जरूरत लगती है, कभी कुछ कम हो गया, कुछ हो गया, सो दिस उनको भी स्टेज से उतरवा दिया। मतलब वो सीढ़ी पे आ गए, फिर उसके शो के मतलब 10 मिनट पहले he himself came and stood on the stage, and उसको फोटो लेना था इनके साथ।
All right, so there you heard the whole conversation we had with a friend of Sonu Nigam who sustained injuries in this event which happened last evening. We are also being joined by Sanjay Shirshat, Shiv Sena MLA. Sir, good afternoon. If I can get your response to this incident which really happened in Mumbai last evening, where this MLA's son has been booked. We can see there is outright VVIP. We see racism there being seen. How this VVIP brat is seen misbehaving with Sonu Nigam and his aides?
नहीं, ऐसा कोई भी एमएलए का बेटा हो या प्राइम मिनिस्टर का बेटा हो, कुछ भी हो, किसी का रिलेटिव है, इसका मतलब किसी के ऊपर हाथ उठाना ये सही नहीं है। ये मेरा क्लियर ओपिनियन है। आप अपने पावर का यूज किसी आदमी पे की कोई भी वजह से नहीं कर सकते। अगर उसकी कोई गलती है तो आप बाकायदा उसको अपन कंप्लेंट करो, कुछ करो, लेकिन ऐसा किसी को मारना, उसकी जान को धोखा पहुंचाना ये ठीक नहीं है। ओके
जी आपको लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र पुलिस को स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन लेना चाहिए, एक लेसन सेट करना चाहिए, एक प्रेसिडेंट सेट करना चाहिए ताकि आगे से ये इंसिडेंट रिपीट ना हो? और ऐसा भी क्यों देखने में आ रहा है कि अभी तक अरेस्ट नहीं हो पाए जबकि एफआईआर रजिस्टर हो चुकी है एमएलए के बेटे के खिलाफ? Alright, we just lost that connection with Krishna Hegde, the Shiv Sena MLA there. Sandeep continues to be with us. Sandeep, if you can put this into context for us once again, what exactly happened last evening and why has the MLA's son not been arrested yet by the Maharashtra police? All right, we'll try and connect with Sandeep again, but let's listen into that conversation we had with the Mumbai top cop on what exactly happened last evening.
It was a live concert performance by Mr. Sonu Nigam at Chembur. So after finishing his performance, he was stepping down from the stage. At that time, one of the person who was present on the stage, he hugged Sonu Nigam from behind. At that time, he was obstructed at the steps only. And in that process, actually, Sonu Nigam was manhandled over there. And two of his companions, they were pushed from the stage downside. In that incident, one of the companion of Sonu Nigam, he got injured over there. And accordingly, we have taken one FIR of Mr. Sonu Nigam with IPC sections 341, 337 and 323. And personally, Mr. Sonu Nigam has denied this angle.
What kind of sections have we put against the accused popular father?
It's IPC section 341, 337 and 323, and only one person who has obstructed and manhandled in that particular incident, and in that particular incident, one of the person has been.
All right, we're being joined by Atul Bhatkalkar, also Maharashtra BJP leader, joining us. If I can get your reaction to this incident, we just played out the whole sequence where we see the MLA's son openly misbehaving with Sonu Nigam. What sort of an action do you expect should be taken by the Maharashtra police?
No, Maharashtra police should take strictest action as per the law. But why did this incident happen? Because of the Uddhav Thackeray group political masti and nothing else. What Sapnil Bhatarbekar said to the Sonu Nigam, do you know who I am? Who I am means? I am the son of a MLA. This is nothing but arrogance, and this arrogance, this masti of Uddhav Thackeray, the way they are using words while criticizing Chief Minister of the state, Home Minister of the state, they are using derogatory words. And this masti, this arrogance should be crushed by legal way, and that because of that, strictest action should be taken against these who are culprit in this incident.
पर अतुल भटकलकर जी, आपको क्यों लगता है कि अभी तक एमएलए का जो बेटा है उसको अरेस्ट नहीं करा गया? काफी सेक्शंस इम्पोज हुए, एफआईआर इनफैक्ट कल ही रजिस्टर हो गई है. ऐसा रीजन क्या है जिसकी वजह से उसको अभी तक अरेस्ट नहीं किया गया है?
नहीं, वो तो वहां के डीसीपी को पूछना पड़ेगा. एंड दैट इज द वही हमारे सरकार का वैशिष्ट्य है कि हमारा सरकार कोई भी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के बारे में पॉलिटिकल इंटरफेरेंस नहीं करते. और इसके लिए ये तो डीसीपी अकाउंटेबल है, डीसीपी उसके बारे में जवाब देगा. लेकिन मैं आपको इतना एश्योर करना चाहूंगा कि उसमें जो भी लॉफुली है दैट विल टेक प्लेस.
All right, we'll leave it at that. So Atul Bhatkalkar there of the BJP joining us. But we also have a reaction that's coming from Maharashtra Minister Deepak Kesarkar. Let's listen in what he had to say on the kind of action that we can expect against those involved in this incident.
देखिए, वो अपने नेता को शायद देखते होंगे कि जब कंगना रनावत ने कुछ बोला तो उन पर हल्ला किया गया, उनको उनके ऑफिस को तोड़ा गया. तो ये उनकी एक नीति है, उस नीति से वो चलते हैं. लेकिन गवर्नमेंट को सोनू निगम को प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहिए, ऐसे मुझे लगता है, और गवर्नमेंट ये करेगी. ये भी इसके बारे में मुझे यकीन है.
In fact, the accused kin in this case has refuted all the allegations. This, even as the sequence that we just played out, shows the kind of behavior that was seen by the MLA's son. Now, this is, in fact, in this case, no action has been initiated, no arrest has happened, even as an FIR has been registered. Let's listen into this reaction that's coming from the accused kin.
सोनू सर को एक्सकॉर्ट करके उनको रूम में लेके जाने वाले थे. सो तब मेरा भाई स्टेज पे था और उन्होंने एक सेल्फी चाही. तो मेरे भाई ने टी शर्ट पहना नहीं था कमेटी का, तो शायद उनके बॉडीगार्ड को लगा होगा कि कोई बाहर का आया है और इंटरवीन कर रहा है, तो उन्होंने रोका, तो उसमें ही थोड़ी गर्मा गर्मी हुई. इट वॉज अ फैन मूवमेंट गॉन रॉन्ग और उसमें ही ये सब हुआ. हमने सोनू सर को मतलब उनके जो आदमी जी जो गिरे उनको हम लोगों ने हॉस्पिटल में हम लोग लेके गए. मतलब वो सोनू सर और वो भी वहाँ पे थे, सोनू सर, और उनसे हम लोगों ने सॉरी भी बोला जाके हॉस्पिटल में. उनको उनके रिपोर्ट्स नॉर्मल है, उनको सिर्फ थोड़ा सा मतलब पार्शियल पेन है. और उन्होंने सोनू सर और उनसे भी अपोलोजाइज़ किया एज अ ऑर्गेनाइज़र. एंड बाद में हमको पता चला कि सोनू सर पुलिस स्टेशन गए हैं, तो हमने सोनू सर को पुलिस स्टेशन में भी हम लोग मिले और उनको उधर भी अपोलोजाइज़ किया और उनको बोला कि आपको कुछ लगता है कि आपको कोई कंप्लेंट आप कर रहे हो, सो हम उसमें इंटरवीन नहीं करेंगे. आप बड़े आर्टिस्ट हो, हमारी भी कुछ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि हम आपको अच्छी तरह एस्कॉर्ट करें. बट ये फैन मूवमेंट गॉन रॉन्ग है. बहुत सारे ऐसे इवेंट्स होते हैं, मतलब आप देखो कि क्रिकेट के टाइम भी कोई पिच पे भाग रहा है, धोनी सर के पैर पड़ रहा है. पीएम मोदी साहब के भी कॉन्वॉय में लोग गए हैं. भारत जोड़ो में भी राहुल गांधी सर को कोई जाके हक किया है. तो एक फैन मूवमेंट था. तो उनके मेरे भाई को सोनू सर के साथ फ़ोटो निकालनी थी, उनको मिलना था और उनके बॉडीगार्ड बीच में आए, तो वो थोड़ा हीट ऑफ द मोमेंट हो गया है. फैन मोमेंट गॉन रॉन्ग. मैं आप सबको रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि उसको पॉलिटिसाइज मत करें, क्योंकि ऐसा कुछ है ही नहीं. इट वाज जस्ट हीट ऑफ द मोमेंट. और हम लोगों ने सोनू सर से माफ़ी मांगी है. सोनू सर ने तो कंप्लेंट की हुई है. सो जो पुलिस जो एक्शन लेंगे वी आर रेडी फॉर इट. मतलब जो भी मेरा भाई है ही विल बी कोऑपरेटिंग पूरी तरीके से. और ऐसा सोनू सर से हम लोगों ने ऑलरेडी अपोलोजाइज किया हुआ ही है. सो हमने ऐसा इन फ्यूचर कोई और इसके साथ हम लोग विल मेक श्योर कि ऐसा नहीं हो.
So there you heard the reaction that's coming from the accused kin, who says that why should the accused apologize in this case and that he's done no wrong. This even as the whole sequence that he just played out, which shows how this MLA's son is seen misbehaving and manhandling Sonu Nigam and his team. Meanwhile, a political slugfest that has also ensued with the BJP questioning the Uddhav camp as to why such VVIP behavior that was shown by the MLA's son. Let's listen into a reaction that's coming from the BJP on this.
Once again, the true face of the Uddhav Sena, which has now been reduced to a Gundo ki Sena, has come to the fore, with the MLA of Uddhav Sena, Prakash Fatarpekar's son, attacking Sonu Nigam and some other artists merely for a selfie. This shows the sense of arrogance, entitlement, and also the violent politics and the violent ways that are pursued by Uddhav ki Sena. It also shows that this is not a one-off incident, but a serial offender as far as violence is concerned. They have attacked a 60-year-old Navy veteran. They have attacked other people also physically and violently. And now this attack on artists, including Sonu Nigam. It only shows the mindset and it only shows the approach of politics that Uddhav Sena now believes in. This is complete political frustration, and it also is something that the people of Maharashtra have totally rejected. Today, Uddhavji should tell us whether he will take action on this MLA, whether he will take action on the MLA's son, and whether such kind of politics is condoned by him or condemned by him. This is the true face of Uddhavji ki Sena, and unfortunately, today, once again, we have witnessed the politics of violence and gundagardi that has now become the norm for his people.
All right, Sandeep is also joining us live to give us more details. Sandeep, if you can once again put this into context for us, what exactly happened last night? At what time did this ruckus was seen when Sonu Nigam and his team was manhandled by the MLA's son, and the kind of defiance that is being seen when it comes to the MLA's son, who refuses to apologize, and of course no action as of yet by the Maharashtra police against the leader's son.
See, Samiksha, if, when we talk about the incident, when we spoke to Rabbani, the close friend of Sonu Nigam, who was in fact assisting Sonu Nigam in the event, and in fact, if he is to be believed, who has in fact got major shoulder injury when he was in fact manhandled by the MLA's son Swapnil Fatharpekar. He mentions that at around between 10 to 11 this incident took place, and in fact Sonu Nigam was not aware with the fact that he is the son of an MLA. Apart from that, Sonu Nigam was also not aware that he is a brother of the organizer, but he was time and again wanted to take selfie, although Sonu Nigam was not ready for it. And in fact while Sonu was getting down from the stage to leave from that very event, he was very much close to Sonu Nigam, and in fact for the same reason the bodyguard aborted Swapnil Fatharpekar, and in fact after which he pushed Sonu as well as Rabbani, after which he got injuries, and in fact for the same reason now police has registered a case and in fact looking for Swapnil.
All right, we leave it at that. So no action as of yet by the Maharashtra police. Remains to be seen the kind of action that's initiated, but for now slipping into a very short break. NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding case, raids across 70 locations. Kerala Chief Minister stokes fresh controversy, questions government over triple talaq.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
So has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Daksar area of the Ramban.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. There were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the 5th time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point?
A quick look at top headlines from across the globe. Another big earthquake of magnitude 6.5 jolts Turkey, at least 3 dead, more than 200 injured. Fresh missile provocation by North Korea. 2 more ballistic missiles launched in a second test in last 72 hours. Lahore court comes to Imran's rescue, grants respite from arrest for 2 weeks. Biden visits Kiev in a surprise move, announces $500 million aid to war-ravaged Ukraine. Yet another mass shooting in the United States. 3 teenage girls shot dead in Texas. And mega showdown in Israel as thousands rally outside parliament against country's legal system. For second consecutive day, top court denies urgent hearing of Uddhav Thackeray's plea. NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding case, raids across 70 locations underway.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. There were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the fifth time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Latvian Delhi.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்த உடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
Chief Minister sir, Chief Minister sir, Chief Minister sir, they are sir, ஒரு DMK counselor, நாலு ஒரு soldier is dead. Chief Minister sir, Chief Minister sir, ஒரு army man கொல்லப்பட்டிருக்காரு. ஒரு counselor, பதில் வேணும் Chief Minister sir.
Very good afternoon. You're watching live and breaking at 2 p.m. I'm Suesha Saman joining you from the newsroom. We get you all the top stories. Also the controversy courted by the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan over the ban of triple talaq. What has happened with Sonu Nigam and how the probe is underway. That and other top stories. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. VVIP brat manhandled singer Sonu Nigam and his friend. Case has been registered. Police says probe is on. For the second consecutive day, top court denies urgent hearing of Uddhav Thackeray's plea. Maharashtra cabinet in huddle mode as Chief Minister Shinde calls for a meet. NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding case. Raids are on across 70 locations. Kerala Chief Minister stokes fresh controversy, questions the government over the ban of triple talaq. And another big earthquake measuring 6.5 on the Richter scale has jolted Turkey. 3 are dead, over 200 injured. And the story we are getting you this minute is of the spat between two senior bureaucrats in Karnataka that is making headlines. This is a public spat which has been very embarrassing, and a strict warning that has been issued over not following guidelines and rules by civil officers. This is under the instructions of Chief Minister Bommai, where the notice has now been served to the government officials who use the media to voice their grievances, hence putting the government in a tight spot and washing dirty linen in front of the public. The notice forbids them from approaching the media, which they had been doing. I want to cut across to my colleague Prajwal, who has all the details on this. Prajwal, if you could really take us through the whip that has been cracked on the senior bureaucrats, the public spat that has been going on for a while now, which had been extremely embarrassing, how they've pulled back and corrected their conduct, and most importantly, objective points of the warning that has been issued to the senior bureaucrats on the instructions of the Chief Minister.
Absolutely, Suesha. Now, the Under Secretary James Tarakan had in fact served a notice to both D. Rupa, who is an IPS officer, and Rohini Sinduri, who is an IAS officer, stating that they had other platforms to go on and speak about their grievances as well. But then they have used social media platforms to go on and rant against each other, and this has put the government in a tight spot, and therefore they will have to be they will have to remain silent, and they will have to give in writing as to why they did this in the first place, and they will also have to go on and submit their complaints to the Chief Secretary. Complaints have already been submitted by both Rohini Sinduri as well as Rupa Divakar Maudgil in this particular regard to Chief Secretary of Karnataka, Vandita Sharma. And on the backdrop of this gag order which was issued by the government of Karnataka, now Republic has also gone on to access the transfer letter of Rupa Maudgil and Rohini Sinduri as well. And now we get to understand that Shri Basava Rajendra, who is also an IAS officer, has now taken over from Rohini Sinduri as as the Commissioner for Hindu Religious and Charitable Endowments. And we're also looking at Srimati Bharti, who's again an IAS, who's taken over from Rupa Maudgil as the Managing Director for Karnataka State Handicrafts Development as well. So now both these officers have already been transferred, but they have not been given any sort of posting too. What is very interesting in this particular order is the fact that Rupa Maudgil's husband has also been transferred now. Munish Maudgil too, who was handling land survey records too, has already been transferred now, but he has also been given a posting, meaning to state that the government of Karnataka has taken this sparring on social media and also approaching the media by both these bureaucrats seriously, and it has not gone unnoticed. Earlier this morning, when we also spoke to Home Minister Araga Gnanendra, he went on and stated that both these women have brought shame to Karnataka, and they should have rather gone on to approach their respective associations and then lodged a complaint, but that is something which has not been done. And Rupa Maudgil has particularly come in for a lot of criticism because of the fact that she's gone on to release personal videos and photos of Rohini Sinduri as well. But Rupa Maudgil goes on and alleges that Rohini Sinduri sent some private pictures and videos of her to 3 senior IAS officers. Now, who are these 3 senior IAS officers is also something which is now already being questioned here, and the IAS Association and the IPS Association in Karnataka has also taken this seriously and are looking into this entire matter, Suesha.
Absolutely. And stay on with us, Prajwal, as this is been extremely embarrassing for the government when such senior bureaucrats indulge in washing their dirty linen in public and using the media to do so, which is something that has been strictly told to them to not do. Let's listen into what they had to say.
And also, who are the officers if she is alleging? ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೋಗಿ ಕೇಳಬಹುದು. ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಆರೋಪನ ಹೇಳೋದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಆನ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಪೇಜಸ್ ಇರಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ಏನೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೈ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸೊ ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು ಅಪ್ರೈಸ್ ದ ಚೀಫ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಏನು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ಸ್
Allegations against her. Now that preliminary report has been tabled before the government few months ago. Why hasn't whose fault is it that it is the next step, that is after preliminary inquiry, the logical step is that the disciplinary inquiry should be held. So why is the disciplinary inquiry not held against her? Every time she escapes these kind of actions, why is that? Who are the officers who are helping her? At which level? This is what I've written in the report, that already when there is a preliminary inquiry against her which is proved, the next logical step should be disciplinary inquiry. Again, this has been delayed for months together, and please expedite this matter. This is what I've written, and also punish those officers who are delaying this.
Prajwal, I want to come back to you because even when you take statements from both of them, again, it is really about leveling the blame on the other person and not really understanding of how their conduct should have been, which is why this whip has been cracked on them and now serious action has been taken. Also, give us details of, what is happening as far as the top leadership is concerned and even the message that has been sent out.
Now, Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai has had a detailed discussion with the Home Minister of Karnataka, Araga Gnanendra, as well as the Chief Secretary, Vandita Sharma. He's instructed both of them to look into this matter, seriously, and this should not be sidelined. He's also instructed that strict action will have to be taken against these officers because today Karnataka has become a talking point for all the wrong reasons because of these two officers as well. Because now Rupa Maudgil, who's going on and speaking here, is not only levelling allegations against Rohini Sinduri, but she is also levelling allegations directly at the state government of Karnataka, saying that she had brought about many irregularities of Rohini Sinduri in the past as well, and a Lokayukta inquiry was also ordered, and her letter to the Chief Secretary Vandita Sharma again says that. So this is something where she is also indirectly pointing her hands at the government of Karnataka, saying that they too are not responsible. So what are the charges and the counts we are looking at? Initially there were 19 counts, 19 charges which was made by D. Rupa against Rohini Sinduri on her Facebook post. But in the letter which Republic has accessed, where she has gone on to write a complaint letter to the Chief Secretary Vandita Sharma, there are mainly 7 counts. The first count is mainly pertaining to the fact that Rohini Sinduri had built a swimming pool inside her official residence when she was the District Commissioner of Mysuru. Secondly, Rohini Sinduri had filed charges against Sara Mahesh, the JDS MLA, saying that he had gone on to encroach government land, but when the
This is the latest statement coming in from Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar, who's giving it back to Rahul Gandhi in an all-out attack. He has also spoken on China and Pakistan and come back with a strong retort to the Soros gang and all those who've been making anti-India statements. You would remember how Rahul Gandhi had belittled the army, insulted our men in uniform who protect the borders, and this is External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar who's saying that such politics is not accepted, and it is not Rahul Gandhi who had sent the army to the China border to now stand up and question them. Listen to that statement.
Party is saying that neither Mr. Modi nor you even mentioned China.
If we were being accommodative, who sent the Indian army to the LAC? Rahul Gandhi didn't send them. Narendra Modi sent them. We have today the largest peacetime deployment in our history on the China border. And please notice, I said China, China.
The op-eds which come in foreign media, George Soros' statement on democracy, which say Mr. Modi's image has got hurt. The BJP, on the other hand, says that there's a conspiracy.
There is a phrase, war by other means. There is also, think of it, this is politics by another means. Why suddenly, there's a surge of reports and, attention and views. I mean, were some of these things not happening earlier? You had to make a documentary. Many things happened in Delhi in 1984. Why didn't we see a documentary on that? You think the timing is accidental? I mean, let me tell you one thing. I don't know if election season has started in India and Delhi or not, but for sure it has started in London and New York.
The Congress party is saying that neither Mr. Modi nor you even mentioned China.
If we were being accommodative, who sent the Indian army to the LAC? Rahul Gandhi didn't send them. Narendra Modi sent them. We have today the largest peacetime deployment in our history on the China border. And please notice, I said China, China.
The op-eds which come in foreign media, George Soros' statement on democracy, which say Mr. Modi's image has got hurt. The BJP, on the other hand, says that there's a conspiracy.
There is a phrase, war by other means. There is also, think of it, this is politics by another means. Why suddenly, there's a surge of reports and, attention and views. I mean, were some of these things not happening earlier? You had to make a documentary. Many things happened in Delhi in 1984. Why didn't we see a documentary on that? You think the timing is accidental? I mean, let me tell you one thing. I don't know if election season has started in India and Delhi or not, but for sure it has started in London and New York.
The Congress party is saying that neither Mr. Modi nor you even mentioned China.
If we were being accommodative, who sent the Indian army to the LAC? Rahul Gandhi didn't send them. Narendra Modi sent them. We have today the largest peacetime deployment in our history on the China border. And please notice, I said China, China.
The op-eds which come in foreign media, George Soros' statement on democracy, which say Mr. Modi's image has got hurt. The BJP, on the other hand, says that there's a conspiracy.
There is a phrase, war by other means. There is also, think of it, this is politics by another means. Why suddenly, there's a surge of reports and, attention and views. I mean, were some of these things not happening earlier? You had to make a documentary. Many things happened in Delhi in 1984. Why didn't we see a documentary on that? You think the timing is accidental? I mean, let me tell you one thing. I don't know if election season has started in India and Delhi or not.
Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor now joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, it cannot get more direct than this. And actually, the External Affairs Minister there hitting the nail on its head and mincing no words there, saying that it is pre-poll season and for the very reason politicians are taking on, but certainly not acceptable when they go on and attack the army like this. Also, the Soros gang getting it back from this statement.
Well, not the first time, but we have seen how strongly External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has put it, Suesha, and he's not someone who pulls his punches. He's known to give it back. We have seen him doing it over the last year and more in the Europe theatre, for example. He has gone there and spoken about how the war in Europe is not a world's problem, it is Europe's problem. We have seen how he has spoken on China and again and again underscored that things are not going to be normal with China again till the time they de-escalate and pull back their troops. In this interview, he's saying that this is the biggest peacetime mobilization of our forces along the China border. And then he says China, so we are not silent on China. He has really taken on Rahul Gandhi by saying that these forces were sent to the line of actual control, and this mobilization was done by Narendra Modi and the Modi government and not by Rahul Gandhi. So I think in that sense, he's really calling a spade, putting things in proper perspective, and unusually combative Jaishankar there in this interview, pulling no punches and clearly telling all the lobbies that the intention or their objectives to pin the government in an election cycle have unraveled. Everyone sees it, and that the electorate also would be wise enough to see those motivated propaganda, that motivated propaganda stuff, including the BBC documentary, for example, as you mentioned, that this is clearly timed with the elections. Everybody knows we are heading into an election cycle. So, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar really they're holding a mirror to those lobbies, and of course naming Rahul Gandhi and saying that the Modi government sent to be soldiers and not Rahul Gandhi. I think this should really set the tone. In politics, it never ends, so there might be a rebuttal from the Congress or from Rahul Gandhi. Remember, Rahul Gandhi is out of the country and is going to be again at some international platforms. So it will be interesting to watch out how this really pans out. But External Affairs Minister really putting Rahul Gandhi and the Congress and the ecosystem, which is trying to corner the government, on the map there.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Abhishek. And I request you to stay on with us because let's once again listen into that statement in detail by the External Affairs Minister that Rahul Gandhi must especially hear.
The Congress party is saying that neither Mr. Modi nor you even mentioned China.
If we were being accommodative, who sent the Indian army to the LAC? Rahul Gandhi didn't send them. Narendra Modi sent them. We have today the largest peacetime deployment in our history on the China border. And please notice, I said China, China.
The op-eds which come in foreign media, George Soros' statement on democracy, which say Mr. Modi's images got hurt. The BJP, on the other hand, says that there's a conspiracy.
There is a phrase, war by other means. There is also, think of it, this is politics by another means. Why suddenly, there's a surge of reports and, attention and views. I mean, were some of these things not happening earlier? You had to make a documentary. Many things happened in Delhi in 1984. Why didn't we see a documentary on that? You think the timing is accidental? I mean, let me tell you one thing. I don't know if election season has started in India and Delhi or not, but for sure it has started in London and New York.
We are cutting across to breaking news coming in. This is what we are learning on a blast in Kabul. An explosion that was heard near a mosque. This happened in central Kabul. We are awaiting further details. But these are the pictures that Republic has been able to access from the capital of Afghanistan, where there was a loud explosion. This is in central Kabul. And there you see that big cloud of smoke visible in the skies. This video taken from a distance, which is now doing the rounds on social media. An explosion in central Kabul. We're trying to get further details on this of whether there have been any casualties in this explosion. But certain reports suggesting details of this explosion in Kabul. This is in central Kabul. This video doing the rounds on social media. This is in the capital of Afghanistan. And you see those pictures on your screens. Remember, this is what is coming in on several social media platforms. This was an explosion near a mosque. Near a mosque where this explosion had occurred. We don't know yet of any group that has taken responsibility for this attack and who exactly. And whether there have been any casualties in this. But there you see that video which is doing the rounds on social media of an explosion that occurred near Ziyarat. That's a shrine of Abul Fazl, which is predominantly in the Hazara neighborhood. Like I said, there is still no detail really on the casualties, if any, and the possible damages in this explosion. But these are the pictures coming in from central Kabul. We'll try and get further details on this and come back to it. For the moment, coming up next is a 2-minute report.
As the Shehbaz government seeks to put Imran Khan behind the bars.
मुल्क का हाल ये IMF की वजह से नहीं हुआ, ये उस खातूने खाना की वजह से हुआ है जो असल में खातूने खाना थी, जो एक एक फाइल पे दस्तखत के एवज 5-5 कैरेट के हीरे की अंगूठी मांग रही है। ये मुल्क को लूटने पर लगे थे, जेबें भरने, जो आवाम को आज कह रहे हैं ना जेलें भरो, वो अपने 4 साल जेबें भरने पर लगा था, इसीलिए मुल्क का आज ये हाल है। अभी जो कल परसों ऑडियो आई है वो परवेज इलाही साहब की सुनी है ना, क्या कह रहा है? कह रहा है जस्टिस मुजाहिर अली नकवी की अदालत में बेंच बनवा दो ताकि हमारा मामला हल हो जाए। इस मुल्क को ईमानदार जजेस की जरूरत है, ईमानदार जजेस की जरूरत नहीं है। वो कानून के आहिनी हाथ जो नवाज शरीफ के लिए फौलाद के हुआ करते थे, आज इमरान खान के लिए वो मोम के हाथ क्यों बन गए?
In a breather for Imran Khan, Lahore High Court granted protective bail for the next 2 weeks. Khan is under the scanner in an anti-terrorism case and has now been granted respite from arrest. Meanwhile, Section 144 has been imposed in Lahore for the next 7 days following a mega showdown threat by Imran's supporters. But the big question is Imran's arrest the top focus for the Pak government at a time when it is in complete shambles? Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, VVIP brat manhandled singer Sonu Nigam and his friend. A case has been registered. Probe is underway. Kerala Chief Minister stokes fresh controversy, questions government over triple talaq ban.
AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's residence was attacked last evening. That's something what has been shared by none other but Owaisi himself in the series of tweets. That there were some people who have thrown stone inside and the glass has been broken. This is not the first time when this is happening, but after 2014 this is the 5th time when his house has been attacked, and he has raised question on the security and on the law and order situation in the Lithian Delhi.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்த உடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab.
Now, the pro-Kannada organizations are mainly demanding the fact that there should also be Kannada signboards which should be present because this airport is in Shimoga and majority of the passengers who come in here are from Karnataka, and for better understanding of theirs, apart from English, Kannada should have also been put as one of the primary languages, and they could have gone on to exclude Hindi, and even if Hindi was also put there, they mainly wanted to make sure that the Kannada language was there, may it be at the signboards, the entry and exits, or the arrivals and departure as well. And this is something which has now and again been spoken by these pro-Kannada organizations. And before the 27th of Feb, the necessary changes will also be made, and also signboards will be put in Kannada, which will also be giving out instructions in the native language, so that the commuters or the travelers will not be inconvenienced. And they have shut down doors to it, and the opposition tried to take on this, but all said and done, now the BJP government has stated that the necessary changes will be done, and they do not want to make a controversy out of this entire issue.
Time now for a short break. On the other side, NIA crackdown in gangster terror funding case where raids are underway across 70 locations. And Kerala Chief Minister stokes fresh controversy, questions government over triple talaq ban.
What does the Hanuman with his mace and that tail signify on the tail wing of the HLFT 42? What is that?
It signifies strength.
There has been a lot of controversy about the picture of Hanuman which was present there, which has now been removed now, which shows that the storm is coming as well. The HLFT 42, there was a picture of Lord Hanuman there, creating a lot of controversy. It was in theme with the design of the structure, but why the sudden decision by the HAL to remove it?
No, it was in theme. It has nothing, no specific reasons for putting it over there.
What made them get so defensive and change their mind to the point of erasing the Hanuman logo? You can't remove a logo of a god. The Hanuman logo must be brought back.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
Has been now totally damaged. This was the 3-story house that has now been limited. 2.5 story of this house has been totally subsided into the land itself here in the Duxar area of the Ramban.
இது நடந்துட்டு அப்புறம் இவங்க சின்ன சாமி எடுத்தோடனே செருப்பு எடுத்து கையில காமிச்சிருக்காருக்கா.
I would like to compliment Republic TV, especially from yesterday. You have taken it up in a big way, and thanks to Arnab ji also, who has brought it to the national attention.
Mr. Parambir Singh, you fabricated evidences in TVRP scam. Are you ashamed of it? Are you sorry for it? Who were your political bosses? Who gave you orders? Are you ashamed of the fact that to Republic?
Viewers, we're live and breaking. This is Tuesday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Lots of global updates and also international updates and Indian updates coming in as well. But before that, let's have a look at the headlines before we get to some breaking news which is coming in from Pakistan. VVIP brat manhandled singer Sonu Nigam and his friend. Case registered. Police says pro bond. For the second consecutive day, top court denies urgent hearing of Uddhav Thackeray's plea. Maharashtra cabinet in huddle more as Chief Minister Shinde calls for a meet. NIA crackdown and gangster terror funding case, raids across 70 locations underway. Kerala CM stokes fresh controversy, questions government over the triple talaq ban. Another big earthquake measuring magnitude of 6.5 jolts Turkey, at least 3 dead, over 200 injured. Viewers, getting some breaking news coming in right now. Pakistan's National Assembly has unanimously now passed, I repeat, they have passed a money bill aimed at raising tax revenues to fulfill the demand set by the IMF for seeking a USD 1.1 billion loan facility to avoid an economic meltdown. The finance bill, or the mini budget, was approved in the lower house of the parliament days after the International Monetary Fund urged the cash-starved country to take strong measures to avoid getting into a dangerous place where its debt needed to be restructured, viewers. So right now we're getting the Pakistan National Assembly has unanimously passed a money bill. Now that money bill is aimed at raising tax revenues to fulfill the demands set by the IMF. Remember that Pakistan had approached the IMF. They're asking for a huge loan to make sure that they come out of that crisis, a financial crisis that they find themselves in right now. And that is the big update coming in at this point of time. The bill now is increasing sales tax from 17 to 25% on luxury items. The general sales tax has been raised from 17% to 18%. Pakistan is right now a cash-starved country. It's trying to take strong measures to avoid getting into a dangerous place. A dangerous and a dark place. It's a time has come for Pakistan to make sure that it restructures its finances, because the debt that it finds itself in is very, very high right now. So this new money bill, which has been passed by the Pakistan National Assembly, it will lead to people having to pay more for business, air travel, wedding halls, mobile phones, and sunglasses, according to reports. So the tax structure has been changed, viewers. That's what we are learning so far. Like we just told you, the bill has increased the sales tax from 17 to 25% on luxury items, and the general sales tax has been raised from 17% to 18%, viewers. So getting this back-to-back updates coming in. The bill is going to help the IMF get that 170 billion rupees of loan by June end, when the current financial year ends. So it will help Pakistan get that 170 billion rupees. It will help the IMF collect them to collect that money. So that is very important. It's a measure being taken right now to collect money, viewers. So new taxes have been accompanied by other measures by the government, which would further burden the masses with inflation, which is already high. So right now we are seeing that this new money bill, like it's changing the tax structure. That means that the pressure of that seems to be coming on the masses. But on the other side, the money bill will help Pakistan get closer to getting $1.5 billion US tranche from the IMF to support its dwindling foreign exchange reserves, which are critically low to just $3 billion US. Pakistan has been very desperate in the past few months. In fact, it has been asking for a loan from the IMF for the past few years.
It wants to unlock the next tranche of $6.5 billion of loan from the IMF, but is struggling to meet tough conditions which have been set by IMF. The IMF is demanding that Pakistan boost its low tax base, end exemptions for the export sector, raise artificially low energy prices that are meant to help poor people. So like we're telling you that IMF has made very, very tough demands before they give Pakistan the amount of money that Pakistan has asked for, viewers. So Pakistan right now, as we know, and we have been reporting on this on Republic TV, that Pakistan is in a dire need of funds as it's battling a very tough financial crisis. And even though it has received financial assistance in the past, it still needs more money from the IMF to make sure that it stays financially stable. Earlier, the IMF team had reached Pakistan to survey the situation, and the IMF had said in a statement that both sides have agreed to stay engaged in virtual discussions, which will continue and is still continuing to finalize the implementation details of the policies, including tax measures as well. So the government is right now racing against time to implement the tax measures and reach an agreement with the IMF. And the IMF has given a deadline of in March sometime to Pakistan for implementing all the measures. All right, viewers, so this is the big story we're tracking right now. Let's move ahead to the other stories we're tracking at this point of time. Stoking a fresh row, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has criticised the union government decision of banning triple talaq, saying why is triple talaq only considered a criminal offence for Muslims? If a Muslim individual gets a divorce, they can get imprisoned. In a big win, the movie The Kashmir Files has won the Best Film Award at Dada Saheb Phalke Awards. Director Vivek Agnihotri tweeted, and I quote here, "This award is dedicated to all the victims of terrorism and to all the people of India for your blessings." Big controversy over Shivamogga Airport. Even before inauguration, Cabinet has taken decision to name Shivamogga after poet and writer Kuvempu, while pro-Kannada activists have questioned the absence of Kannada signboards at the airport. State government has served notices to Rohini Sindhura and D. Rupa over public spat. Under Secretary of Department of Personnel and Administrative Reform serves notice to both the officers, according to sources. Notice says that the government officials used media to voice their grievances, hence putting the government in a tight spot. Congress MLA staged a protest against the Khattar government over a range of issues from unemployment to the Sandeep Singh case. Protest was also against corruption and unemployment with the demand of reviving the old pension scheme. The BJP state unit has planned a demonstration and a candlelight vigil on Tuesday in protest against the recent murder of an army man in Krishnagiri district. In a statement, BJP state unit President K. Annamalai alleged that the law and order situation had been getting worse in the state, and the offences committed by the ruling party members was also on the rise. State investigations agency are carrying out raids at several locations across Kashmir. These raids are in connection with terror funding and narco-terrorism case in Baramulla, Anantnag, Pulwama, Budgaon and Sapor. The BJP National President JP Nadda made a corruption remark against former CM Siddaramaiah. Congress leaders hit back at Nadda by stating it's become a habit for the BJP to point fingers at the Congress in order to escape corruption charges against them. Now, this comes after JP Nadda, addressing the public in Udupi, attacked Siddaramaiah and alleged that the former CM abolished Lokayukta and created anti-corruption bureau to put an end to alleged corruption charges against Congress. Uddhav Thackeray petition, which was supposed to be heard today, has been postponed for February 22nd, that is tomorrow, in the Supreme Court. A petition is against the Election Commission order allotting the party name Shiv Sena and poll symbol bow and arrow to the faction led by Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde.
The death toll from devastating rainfall in southeastern Brazil has risen to 40, while many are still feared missing. And nearly 800 were left homeless and over 1,700 people displaced. Taking stock of the situation, President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva visited the affected areas. Lula flew over the coastal town of São Sebastião alongside cabinet ministers and pledged to help rebuild the town of some 91,000 people by constructing new houses in safer places.
Об этом публично, открыто, не стесняясь. Они словно гордятся, упиваются своим вероломством, называя и Минские соглашения, и нормандский формат дипломатическим спектаклем, блефом. Получается, что все то время, когда пылал Донбасс, когда лилась кровь, когда Россия искренне, я хочу это подчеркнуть, именно искренне стремилась к мирному решению, они играли на жизни людей, играли, по сути, как говорят в известных кругах, крапленными картами. Этот отвратительный метод обмана уже не раз был опробован и раньше. Также бессовестно, двулично они вели себя, разрушая Югославию, Ирак, Ливию, Сирию. От этого позора никогда им не отмыться. Понятие чести, доверия, порядочности не для них. За долгие века колониализма, диктата, гегемонии они привыкли, что им все позволено. Привыкли плевать на весь мир. Оказалось, что также пренебрежительно, по-господски они относятся и к народам своих собственных стран. Их-то они ведь тоже цинично обманули баснями или обманывали баснями о поиске мира, о приверженности резолюциям Совета Безопасности ООН по Донбассу. Действительно, западные элиты превратились в символ тотальной, беспринципной лжи. Мы твердо отстаиваем не только свои интересы, но и нашу позицию о том, что в современном мире не должно быть деления на так называемые цивилизованные страны и все остальные, что необходимо честное партнерство, в принципе отрицающее любую исключительность, тем более агрессивную. Мы были открыты, искренне готовы к конструктивному диалогу с Западом. Говорили, настаивали на том, что и Европа, и весь мир нуждаются в неделимой, равной для всех государств системе безопасности. И много лет предлагали нашим партнерам вместе обсудить эту идею, работать над ее реализацией. Но в ответ получали невнятную, либо лицемерную реакцию. Это что касается слов. Но были и конкретные действия. Это расширение НАТО к нашим границам, создание новых позиционных районов противоракетной обороны в Европе и Азии. Зонтиком решили прикрыться от нас. Это развертывание военных контингентов, причем не только у границ России. Я хочу подчеркнуть, да, собственно говоря, это хорошо всем известно. Ни у одной страны в мире нет такого числа военных баз за рубежом, как у Соединенных Штатов Америки. Их сотни, я хочу это подчеркнуть, сотни баз по всему миру. Вся планета утыкана. Достаточно только взглянуть на карту. Весь мир был свидетелем того, как они выходили из фундаментальных соглашений в сфере вооружений, включая договор о ракетах средней и меньшей дальности. В одностороннем порядке разрывали основополагающие соглашения, поддерживающие мир на планете. Но зачем-то они это ведь делали. Ничего просто так не делают они, как известно. И, наконец, в декабре 2021 года мы официально направили в США и НАТО проекты договоров о гарантиях безопасности. Но по всем ключевым, принципиальным для нас позициям получили, по сути дела, прямой отказ. Тогда окончательно стало понятно, что отмашка на реализацию агрессивных
refusal to discuss that. And then we understood that they agreed to follow the path of aggression and they did not want to stop. The threat was getting bigger and bigger. The information that we were getting left no doubt that by February of 2022, they were preparing a punitive operation in Donbass. Back in 2014, the Kiev regime was using artillery, tanks and planes against Donbass. We all remember those images when they were bombing Donetsk. from the air. They were launching airstrikes against Donetsk and other cities. Back in 2015, again, they attempted to attack Donbass directly. And they continued to blockade, to shell, to launch serious attacks against civilians. And it contradicted absolutely the resolutions adopted by the Security Council of the UN. Absolutely, completely. But everyone pretended like nothing was going on. And I would like to reiterate this. It was them who unleashed this war. And we just used the force, and we are using this to stop the war. Those who planned a new offensive against Donbass, Donetsk, Lugansk, they understood clearly that the next target will be Crimea and Sevastopol, and we understood this, and we knew about this. And now in Kiev, they are openly talking about this goal, so now they are out in the open. Something that we knew long time ago. We are protecting the lives of the people, our home, and the goal of the West is unbridled power. They have already spent more than $150 billion to supply weapons to the Kiev regime. Just compare, according to the Economic Cooperation and Development Organization, to help the poorest countries in the world, G7 allocated in 2020 and 2021 some $60 billion. Do you see this? They spent 150 for the war in the poorest countries. Allegedly, they are taking care about. They have allocated only 60. And they demand to follow them blindly, those countries who they pay to. And how they can talk about sustainability, about the environmental development. Where has it gone? And they are not stopping this flow of money to support war, and they are spending more money on coup in the other countries all across the world. At the recent conference in Munich, they were blaming Russia in all kinds of things. One gets an impression that they did that only to make everyone forget what the so-called West has been doing in the last decade. But it was them who let this genie out of the bottle. Entire regions were immersed into chaos. By estimates of American experts, as a result of those wars, and we are not the ones who came up with these numbers, Americans are presenting these numbers. As a result of the wars unleashed by the U.S. after 2001, some 900,000 people died. More than 38 million became refugees. And they want to erase it from the memory of humankind. They are pretending as if it has not happened. But no one will forget it in the world, with so many casualties and so many tragedies, but they don't care about them because what they have at stake is trillions of dollars and the opportunity to continue to steal from everyone, hiding behind the words about freedom and democracy by imposing totalitarian values that they call liberal, putting labels on entire countries and peoples by publicly insulting their leaders. They are suppressing freedom of thought in their own countries. They try to distract their own people from the corruption scandals. Because we can all see it on the screens, on television, from growing inner, social, international, and other kind of problems. Back in the 1930s, they led the way for Nazis to take power in Germany. And in our time, they started building anti-Russia from Ukraine. It's nothing new. People who know a little bit of history, they are perfectly aware of what's going on. It can be traced back to the 19th century. It was happening in Austria-Hungary, in Poland, and in other countries with the only goal to take away these historic territories that are now called Ukraine from our country. That was their goal. There is nothing new about it. Absolutely nothing. They are just repeating old ways. The West expedited the implementation of this project. They supported the coup in 2014. It was a bloody coup, anti-state coup, anti-constitutional coup, and it's like nothing happened, like it's a normal way of things. They even informed everyone how much money they spent on this. And they used Russophobia, aggressive nationalism as an ideology. Recently, one of the battalions of Ukraine, it's shameful for us to hear, they started calling one of the battalions Edelweiss, like a Hitlerite division that was involved in executing prisoners of war and killing Jews all across the Europe. And the National Guard of Ukraine and Army of Ukraine are using Totkov and other SS divisions who have covered their hands in blood up to their elbows. They use marking of Wehrmacht and Nazi Germany on their equipment. Neo-Nazis, they are not even hiding who they consider themselves, who they descended from. And it's astonishing that no one in the West is noticing this, taking notice of this. Why? Because they do not care. They don't care about who to place a bet on when it comes to fighting Russia, fighting us. The main thing is that they are waging war against us, against Russia, and that means they need to use everyone. Terrorists, neo-Nazis, a devil if they have to. The main thing for them is to follow their will and to use their weapons against Russia. This project of anti-Russia is part of the revenge that they are taking against our country. They are creating hotbeds of instability near our borders. Back then, in the 1930s, and already now, their idea has remained the same, to turn to direct aggression against the East, to flame the wars in Europe with someone else's hands by eliminating competition.
Now,
we're not at war with the people of Ukraine. This is something I've said many times. The people of Ukraine are no hostages to the Kiev regime and their Western masters, who have effectively occupied the country in a political, military and economic sense. For decades, they've been destroying the Ukrainian industry, exploiting Ukrainian natural resources, and this led to an escalation and to an increased poverty and inequality. And of course, this is something that feeds the feelings that fuel the war. It is truly a sad situation where people are being sacrificed for this war. The responsibility for stoking this war is entirely on the shoulders of the Western elites and the Kiev regime, who views the Ukrainian people not as their own people, but as someone else. And they're not serving their national interests, but Western interests. The West is using Ukraine as a tool, as a testing grounds, and as a launch pad against us. One thing should be clear. The more long-range weapons are sent to Ukraine, the longer we will have to push the threat away from our borders. That's natural. The Western elites do not conceal their goal of effecting a strategic defeat on Russia. That is their words. That means that they want to take us off the map. They want to turn the local conflict into a global confrontation. And this is how we understand this, and we will respond adequately. Because this is now about the very existence of our country. But they cannot ignore the fact that Russia cannot be defeated on the battlefield. So they're waging increasingly aggressive information attacks. First of all, targeting the young generations, lying on every step, distorting historical truth, attacking our culture, the Russian Orthodox Church, and other traditional religious institutions in our country. Now look at what they're doing with their own peoples. They're destroying the institution of family. They're cut from historical identity. And various perversions with regard to children up to pedophilia are accepted as the new norm. And priests are forced to recognize and officiate same-sex weddings. People can live however they want, and we in Russia have never intruded into people's private life. And we're not going to do that. But what we want to say is maybe they should take a look in the scripture, into the holy book of any great religion. It says that the family is a union between woman and man. And these holy texts are now being increasingly doubted in the West. The Anglican Church is now considering the idea of a gender-neutral God. What can we say? God forgive them. They don't know what they're doing. Millions of people in the West realize that they're being led towards a spiritual catastrophe. People are going mad, and this does not seem to be treatable. But this is their problems, and it is our duty to protect our children, and it's something that we are going to do, to protect them from degradation. It is obvious that the West will be trying to shatter our unity and support traitors who despise their native land and who want to have a profit on their country's troubles. Those who choose the path of traitorship, who carry out terrorist attacks against our country, who undermine the security and unity and integrity of our country, are being supported by the Kiev regime, but we're not going to engage in witch hunts. We're not going to exact revenge on those who took the wrong step, who made the wrong choice. What's most important is that Russian people give a moral assessment to those actions, and we're very proud that our multinational people and the majority of Russian citizens have adopted a principled position with regard to the special military operation. They understood what we're doing and they supported our actions in Donbass. This was a true show of patriotism, of the feelings that are historically characteristic of our people. It's something that we see in our history, and it's a way that we see that our fate is the fate of our country. They're one and the same. Friends, I would like to thank all of you and the entire people of Russia, to say thank you to the soldiers and officers in the army, in the navy, in all parts and units of the armed forces, to the volunteers of Donetsk and Lugansk, to those who fight as part of the Bars Army Reserve. And I apologize for not being able to list all of the parts of our society. When I prepared the speech, I had a long list of the heroic units, and then I decided to take it out because, as I've said, it's not possible to name every one of them. So I don't want to leave anybody out. So I bow down before the parents and spouses of those who fight in the special military operation, the doctors and nurses, the sanitary instructors and the railway workers and truck drivers who carry supplies for the front line, for the builders who restore civilian facilities and those working several shifts at defense manufacturing facilities and those who strive to make our country more secure and more prepared. I want to say thank you to the teachers who take care of the younger generation, especially those who work in the difficult and dangerous conditions near the front lines, and various cultural figures who come to the front line to cheer up our soldiers, the volunteers and journalists, first of all the military correspondents who risk their lives at the front line to tell the word, the truth, leaders of Russian traditional religions and especially military priests whose sermons inspire our soldiers and officers, civil servants and business people, those who carry out their civil and human duty.
A
special thank you to those who live in the Donetsk and Lugansk republics, the Zaporozhye and Kherson regions. You decided what future you want to have at the referendums. You made a clear choice despite the terror and the threats from the neo-Nazis. When military action was close to your homes, but your decision to be with Russia was strong, to be with your native land. We have already begun, and we will continue. I want to emphasize that this response from the audience to people living in the Donetsk and Lugansk republics and the Kherson and Zaporozhye regions was unprompted. Thank you. So we will continue to scale up programs for providing social support in these new regions of the Russian Federation. We will restore the industries and bring back jobs, ports, the Sea of Azov, and build modern railroads, as we did in Crimea, which now has a reliable land link with the rest of Russia. Our joint efforts will make this possible. The constituent entities of the Russian Federation are now directly supporting urban and rural localities and the Donetsk and Lugansk republics and the Zaporozhye and Kherson regions like brothers. And so we've become even stronger. And we will do everything we can so that peace settles once again on this land and we are secure once again. This and our ancestors and the future of our children and grandchildren, restoring historical truth is what our soldiers, our heroes are fighting for today. Friends, I want to pay tribute to those who gave their lives fighting for our country and to the civilians who died at the hands of the neo-Nazi. Thank you.
Мы все понимаем. Я понимаю, как невыносимо.
Now we realize, and I realize, how unbearable it is for the families, the spouses and parents of fallen soldiers, but they made it possible that they grow up heroes, just like during the Second World War, when their ancestors fought against the Nazis. And their spirit and their sacrifice is something that we remember, and it is our duty to support their families and to help their children to get a decent education and a profession. And every such family needs to be in the focus of our state, needs to be cared for, and all its needs need to be met with a prompt response. I suggest that we establish a state foundation that will support families of fallen soldiers and veterans of the special military operation. It will coordinate the provision of social, psychological, and medical aid, and providing resort vacations and help people get jobs and improve their professional skills, get new professions. And an important task for the foundation would be organizing home-based care for everyone who needs it to a high level of quality. So I request the government, all those tasked with social policy, and the regions of the Russian Federation to make sure that this happens. The procedure should be open and transparent, and the procedure should be simple, on a one-stop basis, without any red tape. So every family, I want to emphasize this, every family of a fallen soldier, every veteran should have their own personal social worker or coordinator,
который в ходе личного общения в режиме реального времени будет решать возникающие вопросы.
Who will solve all the problems in real time. We must make sure that this foundation is operational during this year in all regions. We have frameworks to support veterans and people who took part in local conflicts, and I think that this foundation may take up these issues in the future. We need to discuss that, and I request the government to do that.
But this does not lift responsibility from other state agencies. I expect every region, every department to pay the closest attention to the veterans of former soldiers and officers and their family. In this regard, I would like to thank the heads of the regions, mayor of the cities, who meet with people, who travel to the line of contact, to the front line, and they support their fellow citizens. And here is what I would like to emphasize especially. Now, draftees and volunteers and officers and soldiers of the army are thinking about the supplies for them and about the remuneration for their wounds and injuries that they receive, the health care and the requests that the governors are receiving, and the ombudsman on the rights of human rights. We receive a lot of these requests, and it means that a lot of problems are still not resolved, so we need to take care of every individual case. And obviously, serving in the zone of special military operation is a heavy burden for everyone involved, and they are taking risk for their lives on a daily basis. So I think for all the military servicemen, for all the participants of the special military operation, including volunteers, they should receive holidays at least once every year, no less than 14 days, and the travel arrangements as well, so that every soldier could visit their families, be around their loved ones. Colleagues, as you know, we have approved by the presidential decree the plan to develop the armed forces for up until 2025, and the work on its implementation is in progress. We are introducing necessary adjustments, and our next steps to strengthen our army and fleet to develop the armed forces now and in the future. It should be underpinned by the military experience we are gaining during the special military operation. It is of utmost importance to us, and it very important to us. And the nuclear forces of Russia is more than 91% of its state-of-the-art systems. And now we'd like to reiterate, considering the experience that we are getting, we should receive the same high-quality level across all the components of our armed forces. Officers and sergeants who prove themselves as decisive commanders who think in the modern way, and there are many of them, they should be promoted to higher ranks, they should be sent to the military colleges and academies, and they should serve as the catered reserve for the armed forces. And obviously, they should also receive all kinds of positions in the bodies of power at all levels. I would like to draw your attention to this, because people, they need to understand that their motherland appreciates their effort, their contribution to protect their homeland. We will introduce state-of-the-art technology that will help us to improve the quality and potential of our army and fleet. And we have such innovations in every direction, in every area. A lot of them are vastly better than similar equipment from abroad. And now we need to start to mass produce them. And we are doing this. We are keeping up the momentum. And we are using our own industrial base, scientific base, and we're using small-sized, medium-sized enterprises to do this, and industries. We have experienced specialists and more younger people involved in this who are talented, well qualified, and they want to achieve breakthroughs, and they stay true to the tradition of Russian armors, and they want to do everything so that we could achieve victory. And we will strengthen the guarantees for the workers. It goes for salaries and allowances and social security. I suggest to start a special program on the subsidized rent housing for the defense industries. And the rate should be lower than across the market, because the larger share of the rent will be paid by the state for such employees. We talked about this with the government, so I instruct to work on all the details of this program and not to delay the construction of such housing as soon as possible. First of all, in the cities that are important for our defense efforts and for our research efforts. Dear colleagues, like I said, the West has unleashed not only military information, but also economic war, but never. It did not achieve anything anywhere, and it will not succeed in its attempts anywhere. Furthermore, those who are imposing those sanctions, they are punishing themselves. They provoke the price growth, job losses, shutdown of enterprises, energy crisis in their countries, and they are telling their citizens, and we hear that, they are saying that Russians are to blame for all of this. What tools they were using against us in this sanction aggression, they were trying to disrupt the ties with the Russian companies, to switch off the financial system from the communication channels, to destroy our economy, to stop us from accessing the import markets, to stop us from receiving income. They were robbing us of our currency reserves. They were attempting to destroy ruble and to provoke destructive inflation. But again, those anti-Russian sanctions are just means, and the goal, as the Western leaders are saying themselves, and I'm quoting them, to make them suffer, to make our people suffer. So here are these dumb humanists. They want to make people suffer, to destabilize our society from the inside. But all this was in vain. Russian economy and this system of governance were much more durable than the West believed. Thanks to our joint effort of our government, of the parliament, of the Bank of Russia, the regions, and the business circles of employees, we managed to achieve sustainability of our economic situation. We have protected our citizens. We have preserved jobs. There are no shortages on the market, including the most important items. We have supported financial system and the entrepreneurs who are investing in their businesses, and they are investing in the development of the country. Last year, we have started a package of measures to support business and economy for a total sum of some 1 trillion rubles. And we have not printed anything to achieve this. Everything is based on a durable market basis, market foundation. For 2022, the GDP has decreased. So I heard that I should say this. I think yesterday it was published. In due time, everything is according to plan. But they said that we were going to decrease by 20-25%. Recently, they were giving a number of 2.9, 2.5. But the gross domestic product of 2022 decreased by 2.1%. This is the latest data. In last February, March, they were saying that the economy will crush Russian businesses. They changed the logistic ties. They have strengthened ties with reliable partners, and there is a majority of such partners across the world, and the share of Russian rubles in our international settlements, if we compare it with December 2021, has doubled, and now it's 1/3 of all the settlements, and together with the currencies of friendly states, it is more than half of all the settlements, and we will continue to work with our partners on creating sustainable and safe system of international settlements that would be independent from dollar and other Western reserve currencies. Because with these policies by the Western elites and Western leaders, it will lose its universal role. With their own hands, they are doing this. Not us. We're decreasing the settlements in dollars and other so-called universal currencies. They are doing this with their own hands. You know, there is this saying, cannons instead of butter. Of course, the defense of the country is the priority, but when we are trying to resolve these issues, we should not repeat our own previous mistakes. We should not destroy our own economy. We have everything we need to preserve our security and to continue to develop our country, and we will continue to follow this logic. And many basic civilian areas of Russian economy has not increased their output. Housing, for the first time in the modern history of our country, the construction of the housing exceeded more than 100 million square meters. As for our farming last year, it doubled its growth. Thank you very much. I would like to bow down to our farmers. Russian farmers has a record harvest, more than 150 tons of grain, more than 100,000 tons of wheat. Till the end of the 30th June of 2023, we will be able to reach a total export volume of grain to 55 or even 60 million tons. 10, 15 years, it seemed impossible. It seemed like something that is impossible to achieve. Maybe you remember, and some of you probably might, not that long ago, We have Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Agriculture. We had 60 million in total, and now 55 or 60 we are going to export. That would be our export potential. I'm convinced that we have every opportunity to achieve the same breakthroughs in other areas. There were no decreases in the job market, and we have decreased unemployment. Even against all the difficulties, our employment market has become more comfortable, has become better than it was before. Before the pandemic, we had 4.7%, the unemployment rate. And now it's 3.7, I think. Is it? 3.7. That's the record low number. The economy of Russia has overcome the risks it has. Yes, a lot of them. A lot of those risks were impossible to calculate in advance. We had to react on the fly whenever we faced it, both at the state level and at the businesses level. We were trying to make prompt decisions, and I would like to mention the private initiatives of the medium-sized and small-sized businesses. We should not forget about this. We have evaded too much red tape and regulating the economy to make it more dependent on the state. What's also important, the decrease in the economy was only in the second quarter, and in the third and in the fourth quarter, we have seen the growth. We have reached the new cycle of the economic growth. Per estimates of the experts, of the pundits, its structure is now changing, reaching a new quality level. We are looking at the new global markets, including our own inner market, the scientific and technology employees, not only selling our resources abroad, but achieving additional value. It allows us to tap into the great potential that Russia has in all the areas. Already this year, we can forecast the growth of the inner demand. I'm sure that our companies will use this opportunity to increase the output, the production of the most in-demand commodities, to fill in the niches that were elaborated after the Western companies have withdrawn. Now we can see the full picture. We understand that the structural problems that we need to resolve in logistics and technology, in finance, in personnel, we kept talking about the need to change the structure of our economy over the last years. And now these changes, it's something that we must do. And it changes the situation for the better in this particular case. We understand what needs to be done for the development of Russia, sovereign development of Russia, despite any pressure from the outside and any threats from the outside, with the safe guarantees of security and interests of the country. And I would like to draw your attention, I would like to emphasize this: the gist of our work is not to adjust to the current conditions. Strategic goal is to bring our economy to the new level, new horizons. Everything is changing now, and everything is changing fast. This time is not only time of challenges, but it is also a time of opportunities. It is true today. And our future depends on how we will implement it. We should get rid of all the differences, all kind of personal problems that we might have in our state bodies. Everything should be aimed at achieving a goal. Successful launch of Russian companies, small family enterprises, will be a victory to us. New state-of-the-art factories and new roads will be a victory to us. New schools, new kindergartens will be victory for us. New scientific breakthroughs, new innovations and inventions will be a victory. It's something that everyone can contribute to achieve our own common goal.
На каких направлениях нужно сосредоточить партнерскую работу государства, регионах?
Now, what areas do we need to focus on in terms of the cooperation between the state and the businesses? We need to expand promising economic ties and build new logistics corridors. The decision has already been made to extend the Moscow-Kazan highway to Yekaterinburg, Chelyabinsk-Tyumen, and then to Irkutsk and to Vladivostok, connecting with Kazakhstan and China, which will expand our ties with Asian countries. We will develop the ports, the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, and this is already the focus of some parts of our government, and we will strengthen the north-south corridor this year. We will expand our channels for new types of vessels connecting to Iran, Pakistan, and we will continue to develop our ties and develop the corridors. The eastern direction of our railways, the Trans-Siberian Railway and the Baikal-Amur main line, as well as the northern sea route. This will be beneficial not only for the cargo flows, but also for the development of Siberia and other regions. Infrastructure will be developed, including communications and transport. In 2024, at least 85% of roads in urban localities and also municipal roads will be brought up to the national standard, and I'm confident that we will achieve this target. Gasification free of charge for households will now be expanded to social facilities such as kindergartens and healthcare facilities, and this will be a program that will be constantly available for people. You will always be able to apply to have a gas connection, to have your house connected to the grid. A larger program of construction and repairs for housing and utilities infrastructure will be carried out. 4.5 trillion rubles will be invested in that over a period of 10 years. It's important for this program to start with a strong momentum. So I asked the government to provide the necessary financing right away. We need to strengthen our industry, so we have the industrial mortgage instrument. Subsidized loans will be available for buying sites to construct manufacturing facilities and also to modernize existing facilities. And this will be a great contribution. These loans will be up to 500 million rubles, and the rates will be 3 to 5%, and they will be provided for a term up to 7 years. I think that is truly a great start. Starting this year, we'll be reducing fiscal and administrative burdens for resident companies and industrial clusters, and they will receive subsidies from the state and long-term state procurement contracts. By 2030, we will ensure 10 trillions worth of projects to be implemented, and we expect that about 2 trillion will be invested in the nearest period. And those are the targets that we have, and I request the government to accelerate the launch of these projects and to provide systemic support measures, including tax benefits to the companies that need it. I know that our financial ministry and agencies love various benefits and various rules, and I know that they like to invent new rules, but I think this is the case where these new rules might be beneficial. Starting this year, Russian companies will be able to reduce their income tax if they buy modern Russian IT solutions and artificial intelligence products, and this will be considered with a multiplier of 1.5 relative to the actual costs. And I think the tax benefits will be expanded so that people who buy Russian high-tech products can benefit from additional tax reduction mechanisms and use simplified procedures. Next. Yes, that is truly a great solution that will help our economy. An important issue on our economic agenda is finding new sorts of investment. And we've talked about that. Russia has a strong payment balance. It does not need to lend any money from other countries, and so we don't have to worry about how to repay our debt. Russian banks are stable and sustainable. They have a good reserve. Last year, loans to corporate entities actually grew. There were many concerns about potential troubles, but we have seen a growth. And it grew by 14%, which is more than in 2021, when there was no military operation. In 2021, it grew by 11.7%, and now we see a growth of 14%. The total sum of mortgages grew by 24.4%, and the bank sector as a whole ended the year with a profit. Of course, it was not so much as it was before, but it was 203 billion rubles, which is another indicator of the sustainability of our system. In the second quarter of 2023, inflation will reach the target of 4%, or at least come close to that. In some countries we're seeing 17 or 18 or even 20%, and we have 4, well, maybe 5. The central bank and the finance ministry have differing assessments, but we're still getting close to the target. Considering this and the positive dynamics of other macroeconomic indicators, we are shaping our strategy with regard to long-term credit rates, and I think that loans must be more accessible across the country. The long-term savings of people need to be more sustainable, and I request the government to accelerate the introduction of draft laws, to launch a state program in April this year to create better conditions for people to invest and to earn money domestically, and we must secure the people's savings and retirement funds. So we need to ensure effective insurance for people's deposits. I think we have a good program to ensure people's investments, and I think we should have even better conditions for pension funds. We must also protect people's use of longer-term investment tools, including insuring against bankruptcy, and additional support is needed to bring in more capital to growing businesses. They must have access to domestic stock exchanges on better terms, and terms should be better both for companies and for buyers of shares. And the freedom of entrepreneurship is a very important aspect. All the attempts to contain Russia and to limit Russia showed that Russia is able to adapt and grow in difficult conditions. So every initiative that aims to help the country must be supported. And I think it is a good step to revise some criminal law provisions concerning the economic crimes. The state is reviewing the situation in this area, and we should not ignore the crimes that happen, but we should not have an excessively punitive approach. And we will have consistent and good work in this regard, and I request the government to work with the parliament and to suggest additional measures to accelerate the de-offshorization of the economy. Businesses and key sectors of the economy must operate in the Russian jurisdiction. This should be the basic principle. And in this regard, colleagues, I will just add a little philosophical part. So what I wanted to say is we remember the problems and imbalances that the late Soviet economy faced. So after the dissolution of the Soviet Union and its planned economy and the chaos of the 90s, the country started to create a new economy based on market relations and private property. And it took its lessons from Western countries, where many wanted to advise, and we thought that it was sufficient to just copy their models, though I remember that the Europeans and the Americans had some disputes on how the Russian economy should develop. But what did we get? The Russian national economy became West-oriented to a large extent, and it was mostly viewed as a source of raw commodities, and the reason for that is clear. The Russian business, which was mostly oriented towards getting a quick profit, like businesses are wont to do, and the best source of a quick profit was found in selling natural resources, such as oil and other resources. So they didn't think about long-term investment. So the more value-added sectors of the economy only developed weakly, and we needed to break this trend and to reverse it. We had to restructure the system of governance to support investment, and we do have substantial results. But we need to remember the situation where our big businesses developed and evolved. Western companies had access to capital, and the best markets were in the West, and so capital started flowing to the West. And so, instead of modernizing production facilities, instead of creating new jobs here in Russia, companies spent their money to buy elite housing abroad, and business people tried to invest in luxury purchases, and they try to be rich and to show it off. And of course, having connected themselves to the West so much, they sent their children abroad to study, and it became very hard to disassociate from the West, because we lived in a Western paradigm economically. The West started to be seen as a safe haven and a place where you could always land. It turned out to be an illusion, and those who planned their future in the West and wanted to go there after they get enough money were ultimately scammed out of their money. I remember that I said, speaking to representatives of the Russian businesses, that they would face a lot of trouble trying to get their riches back in various offices in the West, and that's how it turned out. And now I will add one simple thought. None of the ordinary citizens of Russia had any pity for those who lost their money in Western banks.
Не пожалел тех, кто лишился яхт, дворцов за рубежом и так далее.
They do not feel bad for those who lost their mansions and yachts, and in the kitchens people are speaking about the privatization that happened in the 1990s when the enterprises that were built by the entire countries were sold cheap, and the luxury of the so-called nouveau riches from Russia. What's also important, all those years after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the West attempted to put both Soviet states on fire and to finish off Russia as the biggest part of our historic state. They were encouraging, they were pitting international terrorists against us, they were provoking regional conflicts along our borders, they were ignoring our interests, and they were using economy tools to suppress us, to contain us, and larger Russian enterprises. Why? I'm saying this. Larger Russian businesses are responsible for strategic enterprises, for thousands strong collectives. They define the situation in the region. So the situation when the owners, when the administrators of such businesses are dependent on the states who pursue unfriendly policies towards Russia is a big threat to us, to our security, to the security of our country. And such state of affairs we cannot tolerate. Yes, everyone has a choice. Someone wants to live out their days in